Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Next to the official road, the station is surrounded by a circle of fences, and there is a pile of grass forage. Rushing in the distance, approaching the post, and decelerating, Chun Guisho went straight into the post. Stopped inside, jumped off the Malay, and a token appeared to the welcoming official. Soon, the young man again brought him a well-kept horse. Chun Guisho turned his horse and rushed out of the post directly. An official rode into Broad County. Lord Dao led a group of 10 riders. Mercedes-Benz speed is not fast. This way is not fast. After all, they do not have a post available. You need to consider the physical exertion of horses. The guards of the Shang dynasty had all changed to ordinary people's casual clothes. Some were arranged along the way by cattle, and some were accompanying. In front, the tall walls of the county town already appeared in sight. Yuan Gang made a gesture, and the 2 riders stayed behind, turned into a mountain forest to hide, and was responsible for relaying the news. The rest of the party kept on going, dismounted at the gate of the city to be inspected by guards, and the personal guard of Shang Chaozong stepped forward to deal with the clearance. Although the Shang dynasty was down, it was not comparable to ordinary people. Under the circumstances of strict security during wartime, it was no problem to prepare a business as a cover to enter the city. Entering the Broad County town, you can find that the rich and prosperous land of Yumizi is not ordinary. The streets are quite prosperous, pedestrians are woven, shops are full of people, and there are many decent people. Lord Dao rode the crowd on the high-headed horse and looked away all the way, looking at the prosperity of this world. Found a nice inn. The horse's own inmates took care of them, and the guards prepared the guest rooms. And his party found a room, recognized their room, and gathered together again. Yuan Gang instructed the 3 people to go to the city to investigate the necessary information, and then said to the other 3 people, "Have all the hard work, take time to take turns to rest." Yes, the 3 men took the lead and turned back to their rooms. Then Yuan Gang himself went out of the inn with Lord Dao, strolling down the streets of the county. The 2 are upright about the feeling of loitering. When meeting the satin village, Lord Dao ran in and hugged the good silk satin, and from time to time he yelled to Yuan Gang, "Look at this weaving process, this workmanship beautiful, not bad." The shopkeeper in the shop was happy, but Lord Dao asked the price, but he didn't buy it. He turned his head and walked away, hurting the shopkeeper's white. What kind of jewelry store, poultry sales point, left the figure of Lord Dao asking the price everywhere? In short, the 2 of them don't seem to be doing things at all, but they do come to buy things. Beijing, Song Dynasty. Song Jioming in casual clothes stood on the steps outside the living room to greet guests. Song Jioming seemed to be standing idle. In the corners on both sides, the master guard was looming. Wait a second. A group of people turned over from the rockery shadow wall, and a brawny dragon came hurriedly and stretched his face with a very unhappy look. This man is the chief of one of the 4 David garrisons in Jiangyi, named Wang Heng. Although his official rank is not as good as that of Song Jioming, he has tens of thousands of troops in his hands. No one dares to underestimate in this capital. Wang Heng is also Song Yanqing's father-in-law, and Ibu also tends to bow his head behind the chubby woman, is Song Yanqing's wife Wang Lufang. Song Shu and his wife smiled beside them. They brought their relatives in from outside the gate all the way, but this time the relatives didn't seem to give face, and their face was not good-looking. Wang Heng followed the 4 monks to guard around, and the 4 men were vigilant all the way along the way. Walking down the living room steps, Wang Heng raised his fists and arched his hands, coldly said, "Shaguan has seen Master Ting Wei." Song Jioming, who had always been expressionless, showed a smile on his face, quickly stepped down the stairs, and grabbed Wang Heng's wrist. "My family is very courteous. There is nothing to sergeant and sergeant here. They are all a family. Lower, please." He personally grabbed Wang Heng's hand and dragged it into the hall enthusiastically. The two guests were seated, and Song Shu and others were only standing. Wang Lufang lowered his head and stood behind his father Wang Heng with a disappointed look. The next person had tea, and the host and guests said something about the tea. Song Jioming asked the topic, "What wind blows over the commander?" The teacup in Wang Heng's hand almost fell on the coffee table, and he said politely, "I will not come again. The little girl is afraid of not living. I am a small household of Wang Heng, and Gao Pan can't go to Lord Tingwei." The little girl asked the Song family for a break. Song Jioming said in surprise, "Why did the commander say this? Fong'er is so clever and virtuous, and our family is too late to love. How can they not survive? They're a young couple and husband and wife love. So why should they say something? The commander would like to play a Mandarin duck. Not successful." Wang Heng blew his beard and glared. "Master Tingwei, the bright people don't tell secret words in front of your eyes. The person you were going to marry was your Song family, and it was your Song family who took them in coldly. The married daughter splashed the water and married. How do the young couple live with the chickens and the dogs and the dogs and the dogs? It's their own business. I see An control it that way, but it's not as bully as Song Yanqing's king." Another palm shot on the coffee table. The shaking teacup jumped. Song Shu, who was scolded by Wang Ba Egg, twitched his mouth, and Song Yanqing was Wang Ba Egg. Then he would become Wang Ba. The Song family was a little embarrassed and became kings. "The commander-in-chief is heavy," Song Jioming said lightly. "Wang Heng, it's not a big deal at all. Song Yanqings are spending time outside and lingering in the wind and moon. I don't know. Everyone is a man. I can understand some social entertainment. I am not an unreasonable person. I also have some things. If you open your eyes and close your eyes, you shouldn't see them. He is playing outside. I can ignore it, and I see I ain't tie him up with a rope, but everything must have a degree. He is a family. See, and when I played, I didn't even care about my family, and the little girl didn't even see other people. What happened? This time was even more extreme. The whole month passed, and the little girl couldn't even see her personal image. Are you bullying like this? Since you can't survive anymore, then don't force it. Take the book off and take it twice." His voice almost lifted off the roof, and his daughter Wang Lufang was in tears with red eyes, and he looked wrong. The Song family is very embarrassed. It is rare to encounter someone who runs to the door and yells at the table and shakes his face. The ordinary person is naturally not qualified. Who dares to try it like this? But Wang Liufang's family background is different after all. It is still the old saying, someone in her family. Wang Lufang usually doesn't like it anymore. The Song family is always polite to her. The treatment of life is absolutely favorable. Even if you have opinions in her heart, even the father-in-law and her mother-in-law have to talk to her kindly and kindly. Song Jioming swept his face, suffocated his stomach, and looked at Song Shu with cold eyes. He suddenly pointed and yelled, "I don't teach. I'm the father. I will talk about it in front of my family today. For this matter, I broke the leg of the..." Wang raised his head and looked at the roof without saying a word. He listened to Song Jioming reprimanding Song Shu. Whatever he said it. It is true that he came to his daughter today. After a while, I stood up to Song Jioming, who was scolded by Song Shu, and walked to Wang Heng and said with Yanyu, "I am negligent of the commander. You can rest assured that this will not happen again in the future. In addition, in fact, the commander may have misunderstood the bastard." Misunderstanding? Wang Heng raised his eyebrows and slowly stood up. He thought Song Jioming was going to apologize, and then the two sides passed away with a few good words. He didn't want to make a misunderstanding again, and he was suddenly unhappy. This is really bullying his royal family. Even he doesn't give face like this. Will her daughter have a good life in the Song family? Song Jioming raised his hand slightly, beckoning him to be restless, and whispered close to him. A month ago, before he was released from prison, Tian prison gave the words above, and Yin Qingxing hurried back to the Shanqing sect. Something important. It is not that he is not lingering outside. He see ain't help himself, and he hopes the leader will understand. Oh, Wang Hung blinked his eyes, probably understanding what it means. www.ntlnovel.com. The anger on his face gradually lowered, revealing a bit of thought. And at this moment, the housekeeper of Song Dynasty appeared outside the door and shouted to Song Quan inside, "Uncle!" Song Quan walked out quickly. When he saw that he was wrong, he knew that something might have happened. He played with one of them under the roof. "What's the matter?" The housekeeper whispered. "The younger master of the Sani family has an accident." He handed a secret letter. Song Quan took a look at his hand. His face gradually dignified and quickly turned back to the house. He invited Song Jiuming, who was talking to Wang Hung in a low voice, to the side. After a few murmurs, the secret letter turned on. Song Jiuming slowly closed his eyes after reading the secret letter. Everyone in the house saw that it was wrong and stared at him. After opening his eyes again, Song Jiuming looked at Song Shu's wife, Hu Guizhi, and said, "The third son's family. Take Feng'er out." Hu Guizhi responded to Wang Hungfong and asked Wang Lufong. Wang Lufong looked at his father, but Wang Hung realized what Song Jiuming should have, so he raised his hand and let her daughter and her mother-in-law leave. No one affected. The secret report from Song Jiuming was transferred to Wang Hung. After Wang Heng's reading, his face changed greatly. Huoran looked at Song Jiuming. "Ming Gong, is this newspaper serious? You can't commit fraud if you commit fraud," Song Jiuming said lightly. Wang Hung sat down silently, feeling as if he was slumped in his chair. His expression was a bit dazed. The guard behind him looked at each other, and they didn't know what happened. "Youngest, you need to be mentally prepared." Song Jiuming turned his head to his son. "Yin Qing has an accident and has been killed." Song Shu was stunned, unbelievable, and immediately rushed to Wang Hung, snatching the secret report in his hand. After seeing the situation, he stumbled back a few steps, shaking, and Song Quan hurried forward to help. He supported the younger brother with a sad face. Song Quan understood the sadness in the third brother's heart, and the third brother was Song Yanqing's only son. "Great Commander, I'm sorry for you, Song family." Song Jiuming sighed and bowed to Wang Hung. Wang Hung can be said to be distraught, but he also knows that this can't blame the Song family. It's hard to break the fate. The dead are the descendants of the Song family. The Song family is more sad than him. It stands to reason that Song Yanqing's thing is best. He has cursed more than once in his heart, but he really encountered this, and he did not know how to explain to his daughter. And the guards who came with him at this time probably also knew what had happened. A guard said coldly, "Who did it?" There was clearly a murderous opportunity in the tone. After listening to this remark, Wang Hung returned to his mind and asked, "What is the origin of this cow? How dare he kill the children of the Song family and live impatiently?" Song Quan, who supported the third brother, explained, "Dong Guahaoren's disciple." Dong Guahaoren? Wang Hung knew this person. When King Ning was alive, this person and King Ning walked recently among the monks. He was also the number one in the capital. He had seen it more than once. King Ning held the military power when he was alive. Don't dare to easily provoke Dong Guahaoren. At this moment, he couldn't help gritting his teeth and saying, "It turned out to be this old thief's disciple. I will pierce this old thief apprentice." Song Quan Dao, Dong Guahaoren has passed away. Dead. Wang Hengran stunned that the news of the death of Dong Guahaoren did not actually spread under the condition that the Shangqing sect intended to keep secret. He came back to God and showed his face again. "King Ning is dead. The Shangqing sect is still arrogant, and I will take the Qingzong." Song Jiuming raised his hand and said, "The upper Qing sect can't be disturbed. There is something staring on it. It is best not to act rashly by the commander, otherwise you will ask for trouble." Wang Hung said angrily, "What can happen? If something goes wrong, I will go to your majesty and ask for sin." Song Jiuming shook his head and asked him not to ask too much, saying, "It's better for the commander to listen to me. I don't want to say anything, but I can tell you that if you dare to act rashly, it can't be solved by just asking for sin. Your majesty will never spare you." He was not good at telling Wang Hung some things. The fact that hundreds of thousand crows would be different was a trivial matter. He had always wondered what was involved with Qingzong. He was observing that if Wang Heng dared to spoil the matter, he would provoke the anger above. Even if there are 10 heads, it is not enough to cut. Don't you bother to accomplish this? Wang Heng asked with anger. Song Jiuming calmly said, the murderer pays his life. Let's do this first, and I will talk about the rest later. Wang Heng understood that the cow had a way to kill. When the rest was not rash, he said with a cold face, I will solve this matter. Song Jiuming immediately and sternly warned, others are by the side of the Shang dynasty. The Shang dynasty can't move now. Don't mess up. Wang Heng. Ming Gong is relieved. I immediately sent a message to Feng Lingbo and asked him to cut me off. Shang Chaozong did not move me. Only let Feng Lingbo the cow to Beijing, and I will personally send he's 1,000 swordsmen. For this, Song Jiuming didn't say anything. It was regarded as acquiescence. Because he knew clearly that although Feng Lingbo had his soldiers to fight against the court, he had not rebelled after all. Wang Heng's position opened his mouth and caught a small monk for nothing. To Wang Heng, need to know that before he completely turned his face with the court, Feng Lingbo still had some people and industries in the capital and was not insulated from the capital. It was not worth it to offend Wang Heng as a monk. If he did not give this face, Wang Heng would definitely want to turn back. Find trouble with Feng Lingbo in Beijing. Got his acquiescence. Wang Heng, a rough man, revealed a sad look. Ming Gong, Feng Er, I want to take her home for a while. Song Jiuming bowed his head and sighed, all right. Although Yin Qing is gone, she is still here. The Wang family has nothing to say. Despite the power, the Song family is willing to say nothing. It is a guarantee. I hope the other party will not be because of Song Yanqing's die and give up the relationship between the two. Wang Heng nodded. Not even the number of gifts, turned his head away, and his heart was in chaos. He really didn't know how to speak to his daughter. Song Quan personally went to deliver it. After returning, he looked at the younger brother sitting on the chair and sighed. The man in the old third family knew what was going on after crying. Nearly facing the door, Song Jiuming suddenly snorted. Tang Susu is not afraid to allow the Shangqing sect to send people to Shang Chaozong. She dared to een and een. Song Quandao said, Father, according to the reported information, Tang Susu is afraid of selfishness, and Yin Qing is afraid that Tang Susu will be used. Otherwise, Niu Yu Dao has followed Shang Chaozong for so long. Why didn't Yin Qing report? Yin Qing is also hiding. Selfish intention to hide it. Song Jiuming nodded slightly and understood the meaning of what he said. Wang Heng was not clear about the situation of Shangqing Zone, but the Song family knew everything. Song Yanqing liked that Tang, he was no secret. It has been many years since the wilderness of the wilderness. How much Song Yanqing liked Tang. If it were not for the pressure from the Song family, Song Yanqing would not give up. So I probably knew what I saw when I heard the news. Song Shuming, who looked at the 6 gods and no lord, said lightly, Shang Qingzong is temporarily inconvenient to move, but the self-righteous old lady should give her some color to look at. Notify Shang Qingzong over there, and shake it out. Yes, Song Quaining should come down. Niu Yu Dao and Yuan Gang, who had made a trip back to the inn, returned to the inn. The 3 guards who had sent out to inquire about the news had returned and were waiting for them. I met my head in a room. The door closed, and a guard unfolded an overview of the generalized county town, pointing to the central street of the city. Master Dao, this is the county guardian's house. It is also Feng Lingbo's permanent residence, is guarded by heavy soldiers, making it difficult for idlers to get close. The eldest son, Feng Ruoyi, led his army to station in the east of Guangxing County for a long time, and the second son, Feng Ruoja, led his army to station in the west of Guangxing County for a long time. Match. Daughter Feng Runin leads the army to the county town. According to the information from the investigation, he usually does not live in Taisho Mansion. Most of the time, he stays in the barracks around the main gate of the east side. Niu Yu Dao observed silence for a while and asked, is Feng Lingbo in Taisho Mansion? Is Feng Runin not in the military camp? The guard said, I inquired. Businesses near Taisho Prefecture said that they only saw Feng Lingbo returning from outside this morning. Some people near Dongcheng military camp also saw Feng Runin running horses and screaming a group of sergeants for training. They should all be there. It shouldn't be too late, so don't delay anymore, and shout out the brethren. Niu Yudao greeted Yuan Gang. Soon, the party left the inn, went straight to the east gate, and rented a carriage on the way. At the corner of the east gate, all houses without civilians were emptied into a barracks land. An empty area outside was surrounded by fences, guarded by sergeants, and idlers avoided. Niu Yudao and his party came and was stopped by the guards. Trouble telling General Feng that the old man Niu Yudao came to visit. Niu Yudao, who jumped off the horse, informed the guard with a smile. He did not believe that Chu Wu stared all the way and did not report to this side. Presumably Feng Runin should he's heard that he is wise. It is the normal state of beings to look at people, and the guards did not directly blast off as civilians. After all, they were riding horses. They were not ordinary people at first sight. Didn't wait long. Let go here. But the horses weren't allowed to enter, and they had to search for the body and temporarily withhold their weapons before they were allowed to enter. Niu Yudao threw the sword to the guard, let others wait outside, and only brought Yuan Gang inside. A guard led the way and led the two into the exercise field. I saw a group of soldiers wielding swords and guns for drills and burst into shouts. On the stage, a tall general in armor stood tall with a gun, examining the soldiers in training. The lieutenant general murmured to him, and then the general turned back and looked at Niu Yudao and Yuan Gang standing on the side of the stage. She looked back like this. The cow that looked at him was stunned, and secretly a little sweat. If he was not a woman by some characteristics, he had to be a man. This female general is taller than the average man. That is called a sturdy, bare-waisted waist. Normally, she should not be dressed with rouge and gouache. That is called a thick eyebrow with two eyes that are bright and sharp, slightly different from men. Niu Yudao quite doubted whether this woman was the woman she had seen when she was rafting on the bamboo row. The dusty servant was sitting on horseback and could not see whether it was a woman. She only heard the voice of a woman. Yu reading www.yukangshu.com. The woman waved her hand on the stage. The exercise stopped. The trainers gathered, ran in steps to form a team, and then the leader took it away. Returned to clean surroundings. After watching the team leave, the female turned slowly. The gun suddenly flipped in the hand, the big arm waved, and the long gun was thrown out of the hand, and it shot at Niu Yudao with a roar. Niu Yudao smiled and stood there motionless. When the spear was near, a big hand was killed by the side, grabbed the gun, and killed the shot spear. Yuan Gang grabbed the spear in his hand, waved it, and the spear whistled 20 meters away. Slammed, the spear directly penetrated the flagpole 20 meters away, stuck at a height of about 10 meters. It is estimated that it is a little difficult to remove it, which is also a way of Yuan Gang's uncomfortable expression. This arm strength, this precision, let the female brighten her eyes and look into Yuan Gang's eyes blooming splendidly. She is not an inexperienced person, seeing that Yuan Gang is not a monk, because Yuan Gang does not see the energy of being outgoing when she exerts force, such as the blowing of clothes and the like. She does not believe that Yuan Gang's youthful cultivation can achieve that kind of breath. In the realm of a movable wind, then there's only one possibility: real strength. Yuan Gang shot, moved the curtain behind the stage, and 4 people flashed in a flash, falling to the left and right of the female general, all in a black dress, carrying swords, all women, staring coldly at this side. Niu Yudao only glanced at the eyes, and he saw that the 4 of them were monks and watched the speed. 2 of them were afraid that their cultivation could not be compared. There is no need to think about monks as guards. This majestic woman is afraid of Feng Runin. The woman came to this side, stood on the edge of the stage, looked down at the 2 of them, looked at them, and asked, "Which one is Niu Yudao?" The focus was on Niu Yudao. On his face, he clearly guessed who is the Lord. Niu Yudao arched. It is Niu Yudao who has seen General Feng. That's right. This female general is Feng Runin, the youngest daughter of Feng Lingbo's 3 children, and Wen Yan raised her brows slightly. "Old man, which one are you and me?" Neo Dao said with a smile. Does the general still remember the bamboo rafts along the Ziyun County River? Neo was very impressed with the general, but he escaped the general's arrows and almost died in the river. Feng Runin raised her mouth, and she was impressed. Even if she was not notified by Shang Chaozong and her party, she was also impressed with the name Neo Dao. She remembered that when the nameplate was shot and left, she would not freeze to death. Are you in the river? I wanted to go back and see afterwards, but considering the direction of the river, I can't find it anymore. But what impressed her later was that the people of the Shangqing sect found her with her nameplate and verified with her if they had an intersection with Neo Dao. She only knew that the clever kid on the bamboo row was named Neo Dao. Joined the Qing sect, but Neo Dao didn't even know about it. Then recently, when I heard that the sect master of the Shang dynasty was a disciple of Shang Qingzong, named Neo Dao, she immediately remembered who it was. According to the news she only saw this morning, Neo Dao defeated Song Yanqing's 3 brothers in a row, which surprised her even more. It was only a few years before Neo Dao entered the Shangqing sect. The shot just thrown out has a tentative meaning, and I don't want Yuan Gang to intercept it. It turns out to be you. Feng Runin slightly disdained, with a sneered face. Why? Are you looking for revenge from this general today? Neo Dao said, Don't dare. Today, I came to the county to purchase at the order of the prince. I remember that there were old people here, so I came to visit. Feng Runin. Just for this, Neo Dao said with a laugh. Of course, there's a little thing to ask the general for help. Feng Runin couldn't help but sneer. It was obviously saying, Why should I help you? However, he still said cheerfully, Let's talk first. Neo Dao rubbed his hands, a little embarrassed. Want to find a general to borrow some money. I wonder if the general is inconvenient above his hand. Borrow money? Feng Runin was stunned for a moment, and he doubted, How much? Neo Dao happily extended a finger. Not much, just 10,000 gold coins. Feng Runin's face changed slightly, and if he made any jokes, it would cost him 10,000 gold coins. For her, the amount was not too big, but it was not small. It was just that her relationship with Neo was not enough to borrow so much. At the point of money, not to mention the fact that the other party got involved with Shang Chaozong and immediately waved unkindly. It's very tense on hand. It's not convenient at all. The maid should find someone else. Come, send off. A woman in black flashed to the stage immediately, reaching out. Please. Neo Dao raised his hand to wait for a while, then said with a face, The general may wish to open a condition. How could he borrow it? Seeing the other person impatient, he was reluctant to talk at all. His thoughts changed sharply, and he felt that the other party's just curiosity and immediately changed his mouth. Every hour, just borrow an hour, and immediately return to the general after an hour. Another finger was extended. 10,000 gold coins to borrow an hour? Feng Runin was really curious about what this guy wanted to do, and said coldly, Why should I believe you? If you run away with money, who will I collect? She said, on her sight, I'm really not afraid where Neo Dao can go in an hour. Neo Dao patted her chest and said, If you don't run, how am I going to be a hostage here? If, after an hour, if you can't return the money, let it be disposed of and confess to killing. Feng Runin in disdain. What's the use of your life? For your little life. The Song family is afraid to take it sooner or later. Obviously, you already know that Neo Dao killed Song Yanqing. Neo Dao laughed and said, My little life, the Song family is not so easy to take away. However, since the general thinks so, I would like to make a bet with the general. If I lose, I will lose 10,000 in 1 hour. The gold coin is willing to return the profit to 100,000 gold coins and never give up. 100,000 gold coins? That's really not a small amount. Several black women looked at each other. Feng Runin was a little bit moved. 100,000 gold coins was enough to send a few waves of rates to everyone in the Broad County, but his mouth was not spared, and he said sarcastically, You still have to borrow 10,000 gold coins. Where can I get the 100,000 gold coins? Neo Dao said, Even if you can't get 100,000 gold coins, you must take out something worth 100,000 gold coins to pay off the debt. Although my prince has no money, there are still some valuable possessions. If the general does not believe, I would like to use this thing as a token. He took out a token from his arms and threw it. This was borrowed from Shang Chaozong before he left, saying that a Sifeng Lingbo always have a token to confirm his identity, and it was also for the convenience of ordering his entourage. Guard. Opposite the woman in black received the hand examination and handed it over to Feng Runin. The latter took a look and found that it was the king token of the Shang dynasty. After repeated inspections, it was confirmed that there should be no fakes. There are royal seals on it, which are difficult to fake. This token is said to be valuable and valuable, and it is said that it is neither valuable nor valuable. The key is to look at the power of the owner of the token. For today's Shang dynasty, its token is obviously worthless, but then again, it is a question of credibility and major phase to the Shang dynasty. That is, it is not valuable to others, but it is valuable to Shang dynasty. With this token in hand, Feng Runin felt relieved and was not afraid of the Shang dynasty's disapproval. The token fiddled with it and said indifferently, "What do you want to bet?" Niu Dao said, "It is still the same sentence. I will find a general to borrow 10,000 gold coins. I will return it within an hour. This token is a pledge letter." Feng Runin shook the token in his hand. "I asked, how do you bet?" Niu Dao scolded, "This woman's appetite is really big. It seems that she really wants to earn that 100,000 gold coins. The so-called bet, he just wanted to arouse the interest of the other party to talk about it. Don't get banged away in a sentence or two," and said with a smile, "Betting is unnecessary?" Feng Runin raised his eyebrows, his face cold. "Dare you play me?" "Don't dare, well, let's make this bet." Niu Dao raised his hands to make a confession of surrender, and worked out a gambling method. 10,000 gold coins, borrow an hour. I will bet that the general will not let it. I repay the money and let me leave the barracks safely. If I bet and win, the 10,000 gold coins will naturally not be repaid. If I lose and bet on 100,000 gold coins, I don't know what the general wants. Feng Runin thought about it. Feeling that there was a problem with his gambling, his eyes flashed and sneered. "I don't mean it. It is better to change the gambling method. I will borrow you 10,000 gold coins, and I will limit you to return it within 1 hour. Return it. I will let you go away safely. If it is overdue, even pay me 100,000 gold coins, and you will let me dispose of it." And Zhao Yuangang raised his chin. "Can't pay the money on schedule. He gets I'm accountable for my life, how?" Niu Dao could not help but find that this woman is really a loser. In this way of gambling, no one will lose. He deliberately put on some embarrassing taste. "General, your gambling method. I seem to have no benefit at all." Feng Runin glared. "Is it not good for me to lend you money? Can anyone borrow money from me? Why, you're not sure to repay the money within an hour. In this way, you intend to run. Are you cheating?" Niu Dao smiled bitterly. "I would like to be taken hostage here. How could it be cheating money?" Feng Runin drank. "If you can be sure to return the money within a time limit, what are you afraid of? Gambling or not?" The hand raised the sword on the waist, a pair of anger to pull the sword. Niu Dao can only cry and laugh. "Well, listen to the general. I bet." Feng Runin stared at Yuan Gang. "Hey, big man, do you agree?" Yuan Gang nodded, and Feng Runin waved decisively. "Take 10,000 gold coins." Soon a few people carried a heavy box, and the lid opened, revealing a pile of golden coins. An empty box was placed on the side, in the face of Niu Dao and Yuan Gang, upside down for the box. The above is a clear inventory. Confirmed that the amount of money was correct. Feng Runin waved again. Pen, ink, paper, and ink, intended to gamble. Someone immediately took a pen, ink, paper, ink, and wrote a gambling form, and asked both parties to draw a bet. Feng Runin, Niu Dao, and Yuan Gang all signed a bet on it, and each side held a copy. The process of borrowing money is considered complete. I saw Yuan Gang crouching down, and high sound www.himtailnovel.com exhaled and picked up the box that only a few people could lift up, carrying his arm halfway up shoulders. This action once again made Feng Runen's eyes shining brightly and praised him. Good man, great strength, but a great general. General, I will send him to the door and give a few words by the way. Niu Yudao turned back to Feng Runen and asked for a sentence. After all, he had agreed to be taken hostage. Feng Runen waved his hand generously, not afraid that Niu Yudao could run on his own ground. After the two brothers went a little further, Niu Yudao looked back and muttered Yuan Gang carrying a box on the side. This woman is not good-hearted and has a big appetite. Look back at how she cried. Yuan Gang said, Dao Yi, you pit her like this. Be careful she hates you all your life. Niu Yudao said happily, I'm obviously helping her, okay? Monkey, after all, this woman's size seems to match you well. You have a problem with your eyes. Yuan Gang despised and changed his mouth. If you can let her agree, I don't mind. Niu Yudao said with a smile. Forget it. Not everyone in this sturdy horse can be qualified to ride. You and my brother are blessed to endure it, or leave it to the blessed to enjoy it. Point the stage. Watch the two go away. Feng Runen said to the left and right. Go stare and see what they want to do. Don't let them run away, if necessary. Pass me directly to close the 4 city gates. Yes, be prepared. If they can really repay the money on time and set up obstacles on the way, they're not allowed to come back within the prescribed time. This bet I won. I want the money, and I want the people. The 4 female guards beside me named Mei, Lan, Zhu, and Zhu. The 4 laughed at the words, and they knew that she was not attentive. Both Zhu and Zhu nodded and left to prepare. At the gate of the military camp, the 6 guards outside the fence saw Niu Yudao and Yuan Gang coming out. They wanted to greet the gate, but were stopped by the guard. The 2 came out. Niu Yudao waved his hand. Carriage. Immediately led the carriage over here. Yuan Gang put the heavy box on the carriage and turned back to ask Niu Yudao, Is there any danger in staying here? Niu Yudao said, As long as you're clean and neat, I will be fine. A guard curiously said, Dao Dao, don't you want to go? Yuan Gang turned around and shouted, Don't talk nonsense, go. He also turned his horse. Niu Yudao urged, Be more dynamic and quiet. Yuan Gang nodded, showing that he understood, and turned back to greet a few people to leave quickly. Came to the chrysanthemum in front of the fence and stared at the scene, and found that even the carriage is ready here, which is sure to borrow money from the general. Niu Yudao turned around and saw her, nodded slightly and smiled, passed by, and returned to the barracks. Zhu turned to look at him, and quickly left the barracks, chasing Yuan Gang's whereabouts. And Yuan Gang did not go far. As soon as he reached the corner of the street, he immediately recruited 6 guards to step forward. Some of them got into the carriage, and some were stuck on the outside of the carriage. Yuan Gang in the carriage opened the box, and a box of gold coins was dazzling. Everyone could not help but yell at each other. They all looked at each other. They actually got so much money in a blink of an eye. Obviously, it was obtained from the military camp. Yuan Gang began to divide the money, packed a bag for 4 of them, and ordered them to buy things in groups of 2. The place and price of the things were already prepared for them. Let them go directly to the designated place to buy. Buy good things, and then bring them to the designated place to meet. There's only one requirement, and not only must things be done well, but also quickly. The 2 groups of people dispersed with their money, and they didn't know what Yuan Gang meant by this command. Anyway, Yuan Gang took the remaining 2 and most of the money away. Followed Zhu saw a group of people divided into 3 destinations. I don't know which one to follow, and finally followed Yuan Gang. After all, Yuan Gang was the head of a group of people at first sight. But she didn't let the other 2 groups go, and she pulled out a few guys from a shop nearby. As soon as she showed her identity, a few buddies naturally dared not to obey and ran to stare at the movement of the other 2 groups as she wished. Yuan Gang's first stop was a satin village. After entering, he purchased a batch of the best satin, paid a deposit, and asked the store to deliver it to the designated location within the specified time. The store was not happy and encountered a patriotic patron and repeatedly assured that there would be no mistakes, so that Yuan Gang was absolutely assured. Came out of the satin village, and the second stopping point was the best jewelry shop in the city. As before, it was a large deposit and asked for a bunch of good jewelry. This way is really like spending money like running water. Zhu followed along all the way, a little confused about what Yuan Gang was going to do, and finally saw Yuan Gang went to a troop and brought out a group of people who sang and sang out from it, not knowing where to go. After coming to the center of the city, Zhu found that the place was not lively. There was a cart of things pulled by the cart, and there were flocks of cattle and sheep, and a selection of chickens, ducks, geese, and geese. The people in 3 batches had already joined Yuan Gang. I'm at my head here. The jeweler arrived with a drawer of jewelry, and the satin shopkeeper brought the goods delivered by the guys, and according to the requirements set in advance, the service was attentive and helped to load the car. The items were tied with festive red silk. Yuan Gang commanded everyone else to wear red and hang color. A group of people were busy. Crowds gathered on both sides of the street are watching the lively. Many people are not envious of the envy, are talking about, who is this marrying? It is really a big hand. The chrysanthemum watching from the crowd is also strange. This really looks like a wedding. Is this a gift or a wedding? The guards who cooperated with him were also a bit ignorant. What is Master Yuan doing? Seeing that everyone was ready to wear red and hang color, Yuan Gang motioned to the 6 people to press the guard around, left and right, and immediately led the front and shouted to the troop in the back line, "Let's go with me." The sound of ding, ding, dong, dong, banging gongs and drums was instantly noisy and lively, which attracted many people from both sides to applaud. Yuan Gang waved his hand, riding a tall horse, and led the mighty team along the way. Many people followed along, trying to see which one was doing a happy event, and Zhu was also wondering. The final destination of the mighty team finally made Zhu a little dumbfounded. Junxing Taishufu. He was heavily guarded around Taisho Mansion, and there was an open field in front of him. A group of soldiers stood guard. When he saw a crowd of people coming around, the defensive horses were highly vigilant, and they were immediately armed with guns. However, the guard were surprised to see this festive and lively wedding team, and I don't know what happened. A team of sergeants came out from behind the horse and stopped the approaching wedding team. The first one will shout, "Who?" Yuan Gang, who was sitting on horseback, shouted, "Yongping County Wang Shangzong came to marry Feng Runan, the daughter of the broad guardian. Yongping is the title of the Shang dynasty. Since the Shang dynasty's imprisonment in Beijing, the hereditary title Ning has been deprived, and the prince has been reduced to the county. The title of Yongping can be imagined." Chaozong's attitude. As soon as this remark came out, the chrysanthemum watching was a bit ignorant. Married to the general? Have you been married for a long time? The 6 guards were dumbfounded, too. Some people in the surrounding area were stunned, and some people were cheering. For some people, Yongping County King Shang Chaozong was very famous, but for people in this place far from the capital, many people did not know who the Shang dynasty was at all. The 2 words know that there is a very identity person, which prince is going to marry General Feng. The people who came to block were also ignorant. The people behind the refusal looked at each other. What happened? Why didn't I hear any news? With such a big event, why didn't Taishifa move at all? Asked the teenager. Stunned, Shang Chaozong jumped off the horse and presented a big red gift list with both hands. "This is the wedding gift list. Please submit the army to the guard." The teenager wanted to stop talking. He couldn't do such a big thing. He had to ask Yuan Gang to wait for a while and trot all the way into the Taisho Palace. Yuan Gang unhurriedly bowed to the crowd around him, "Thanking you for your manners. There is no way to engage in this raid here." The dynasty of the Shang dynasty was under the influence of King Ning. If he came directly to visit, I was afraid that even Feng Lingbo's people would not be able to see him. As soon as the news came to the Taisho Mansion, there was a chicken and a dog jumping in the Taisho Mansion. Someone ran to the door to look out of the movement, and some people climbed up on the wall and looked out. That was really a long list of wedding gifts. Can't count how many cars are installed. After a while, the teenager ran back and invited Yuan Gang to the Taisho Mansion. As for the others, they would not be allowed to enter. Zhu also walked out of the crowd. Others could not get in. She was naturally okay to enter the Taisho Mansion. She was still a little embarrassed. She had to go in and figure out what was going on, so she could report to Feng Runan. There are many people whispering outside the main hall of Tai Shifu, both men and women. There are only a few people in the main hall. A thin, tall man with a short beard robe walks back and forth in the hall. He has an extraordinary temperament and is quite prestigious. There is also a tall Chinese woman sitting on the side, holding a gift list to check. It is Feng Lingbo's wife, Peng Yulan. I'm afraid the things on this gift list are not less than 10,000 gold, and it is worthy of being a king of the county. One shot is 10,000 gold for fun. As soon as Yuan Gang entered the Taisho mansion, he was immediately by swords and axemen on both sides, and he also suffered a few punches, but Yuan Gang did not resist and let be by the capture. Yuan Gang, who was by the 5 flowers, was pushed into the main hall, standing there in a hard state, without worrying or insulting. I knew it wasn't done at first glance. Feng Lingbo glanced at it and praised it, a good man, but there was a sneer on the lips. Who are you? Who dared to impersonate Yongping County King to meet the relatives? Yuan Gang calmly said. Yuan Gang's younger Yuan Gang is indeed welcoming relatives at the order of the Lord, never faked. Yuan Gang? Feng Lingbo glanced up and down at him. According to the news, there was indeed a person named Yuan Gang under the Shang Chao Zone. Even if you're a member of the Shang Chao Zone, when did Feng promise to marry his daughter? Royal family. Don't you even understand the number of gifts? Yuan Gang said. There is something inevitable in a hurry, but the wedding gift presented by the prince is sincere. Joke. Peng Yulan took the case, www.ntlnovel.com. The letterman smashed the gift list on Yuan Gang's face and said angrily, I want to marry my daughter at this point. Yuan Gang said, the gift list that madam just looked at was just a few weeks to decorate the facade for others to show to others. The real gift is never put out. Another gift list is in my arms. It is an absolute gift to ensure that the guard and his wife like it. The couple looked at each other. Feng Lingbo nodded and gestured, and immediately someone stepped forward and reached into Yuan Gang's arms for a while, and finally pulled out another gift list and handed it to Feng Lingbo's hand. Feng Lingbo opened the gift list, and after only a glance, he immediately jumped his eyelids, snapped, and quickly closed the gift list, looking at Yuan Gang's eyes full of surprise. Peng Yulan wondered, what gift can make his husband so sick? Then he reached out and drew a gift list from Feng Lingbo. He opened it with a little curiosity. Who would have thought that the pupil suddenly shrank with just one glance? And he quickly closed the gift list with a snap, seeming to be afraid of being seen by others similar. Pressed his heart and wondered. Feng Lingbo pointed at the person who probed the brain outside the door and drank. Look what is hilarious, get out. Men and women outside the door immediately dispersed, hurried away, and returned the courtyard to clean. Feng Lingbo looked at Yuan Gang and said in a deep voice, Is the thing on the gift list serious? Yuan Gang said, I am not the official who greeted the relatives, and I have not seen the gift list. Feng Lingbo narrowed his eyes and said, Since it's coming to meet the relatives, why don't you see the ambassador? Wouldn't it be rude? Is there such a way to welcome the relatives? Yuan Gang said, I am not willing to come, but I can't come if I want to. At this time, I am being ordered to be detained in the military camp by Qian Jinfeng Runin. I am afraid that there will be life worries at any time. The husband and wife looked at each other. Did her daughter already know this, so she would be detained to meet her? Peng Yulan couldn't help but asked, Who is the messenger? Is it Lan Ruoding? Yuan Gang said, It is the prince's follower, Mage Niu Dao. Niu Dao? The couple choked, and later Feng Lingbo frowned, blind. I don't know if Feng Runin or Niu Dao. Peng Yulan looked back immediately and greeted, Bai Yao, take 2 people and go to see them immediately. Bring the people over, don't let that girl mess around. There was a middle-aged man behind him, his arms crossed his chest, leaning on a top beam, and a sword in his arms. Looking at the young age, his white hair was like silver frost, white, and nodded calmly, and quickly walked out. In the main hall, 2 people were greeted outside, directly vacated and landed on the roof. The 3 of them walked out of the Taisho mansion and flew all the way on the roofs of the streets and alleys of the county. They were as light as yin, and few passers-by on the street actually noticed. Soon after, The three men flew down from a roof and landed on the open ground outside the barracks, striding towards the barracks. Although no one was blocking the barracks guards, Yao lit the pass token, and Fong led the people to break in. A party went straight to the Chinese military account and broke in without Guardian's report. I was afraid that Feng Runin had done something confusing to kill the envoy. When he saw the account, he wore armor and looked at the map on the wall. Feng Runin. General, the guards who ran in were a little embarrassed because they were not informed in time. Feng Runin turned around, froze for a moment, waved the guard back, strangely said, "Uncle Bai, why are you here?" Bai Yao asked. "You detained Lord Dao?" Feng Runin was startled again, nodding his head. "Yeah, what's wrong?" Bai Yao looked around. "Where's the person?" Feng Runin. "I am in the tent next door." Before she finished talking, Bai Yao turned her head and walked out. When she left the tent, she looked around and saw that there was a tent on the left. There was someone at the door, and she immediately strode away. Bai Yao enters and sees Yu, who sits in the tea drinking tea, dressed in a black-backed orchid, and quietly guards it. "Master Uncle." Mei quickly bowed to the ceremony. Bai Yao ignored her, stared at Lord Dao, and looked up and down and asked, "Are you Lord Dao?" Lord Dao slowly stood up. A smile appeared on his face, arched his hand. "It's right down. I don't know any advice." At this time, Feng Runin also opened the tent and came in. It was strange, but he saw Bai Yao reaching out to Lord Dao and motioned, "Come with me." Lord Dao, no matter who the person is, he speaks well, smiles, and nods. "Okay. Slow down." Feng Runin immediately glared at him and said, "Uncle Bai, he can't go. I leave him in trouble." Bai Yao calmly said, "Your mother wants to see him. What's the matter when he sees your mother before talking?" Lord Dao said with a smile. He could confirm that Yuan Gang had successfully seen the goal there, and he was still comfortable with Yuan Gang's work. Feng Runin's expression twitched, his mouth stiffened. "No, he still owes me money and can't leave." "Can money compare to your mother's?" Bai Yao stared at her with a frown, a look of ignorance, and said in a deep voice, "We will talk about the money again." Feng Runin. "Uncle Bai, we are betting that we cannot let him go now." Lord Dao suddenly sighed and said, "General, I'm not bad about it. I can't run away." With his words, Bai Yao will not be nonsense. And he said to Lord Dao, "Follow me." Lord Dao arched his hand at him, followed behind him, and passed Feng Runin's side with a smirk in his mouth. Feng Runin looked at the fire, but he couldn't stop Bai Yao from taking him, followed the tent, and shouted, "Lord Dao, if you dare to lose me a point, I want you to look good." Lord Dao turned back to her and said goodbye to her, but he laughed away and laughed arrogantly. "I make you laugh. Look back at how you cry." Feng Runin gritted his teeth, and here he was about to order people to go to Taisho House to find out what was going on. Zhu came back in a hurry at this time. Feng Runin temporarily pressed down to inquire about something and asked the coming Zhu, "Is it clear what is going on?" Zhu's expression is a little weird, with a bit of a weird taste. That Yuan Gang took someone to the Taisho mansion to raise relatives. Propose a relative? Feng Runin stunned. "What kind of pro?" Zhu patted his mouth, blaming himself for not speaking, and explained, "It is not to raise relatives, but to help Shang Chaozong directly." "Welcome relatives?" Feng Runin curiously said. "Which sister will the Shang dynasty want to marry? Who will marry? How could I not hear such a big thing?" Zhu was speechless and found that this man hadn't reacted yet, and said with a bitter face, "General, it is to marry you." Yuan Gang sold a bunch of gifts to welcome the relatives, and came to the court to ask you to marry the general. Feng Runin was dumbfounded. His head turned for a moment, but looked at her stunnedly. "Are you confused? Shang Chaozong marry me? How is this possible?" Mei and Lan behind her are also at a loss, obviously also feel impossible. Zhu stomped and said, "General, it is true. Yuan Gang announced it out loud in front of the people in the city. This is estimated to be spread all over the city soon. I saw it with my own eyes and heard it with my ears. There will be mistakes." Feng Runin suddenly felt a chill, feeling a little nervous, and comforted himself. Even if it is true, the father and mother will not agree, It is impossible to marry me to the dying person of Shang Chaozong, no. Zhu shook his head and said, I don't know this. I don't know exactly what Yuan Gang talked to Taisho and his wife, but it seems that there seems to be some discussion about this matter. Impossible. Feng Runin categorically rejected it, and she suddenly understood something now, and understood why Niu Yu Dao had made that bet with her before and bet on what hour she would let him leave. This is to know that her family would send the man, took him away, knowing that she couldn't stop it. This was to get a cover to let her drill in, and made it clear that she wanted to pay the bill. Thinking about the 10,000 gold coins, she quickly asked, where is the money lent to him? You take someone to find a way to sneak back. Zhu was stunned, and was stunned by the marriage. After being reminded, the idea came back to the money, almost jumped. I am afraid that the robbery will not come back. Yuan Gang bought a large amount of wedding gifts for the borrowed money, which has been sent at the Taisho mansion. Feng Runin exclaimed suddenly, what? Borrow my money to buy a gift? When I was married, I couldn't say it, and my eyes widened. Zhu nodded bitterly. Mei also exclaimed, despicable and shameless. Lon gritted his teeth and said in hate, I have seen shameless. I have never seen such shameless. Several women clearly hated this behavior. Ah! Feng Ruo's strange monster shouted, covering his face with both hands, annoyed that his face was almost nowhere to be put. He wanted to pit others. He also wanted money. And people also, they are really money. If you want, you need people. His face is really big. It is not that you have ain't lost people in this life, but you have ain't been so embarrassed. It is just an idiot. I think I am under control. She was almost stunned. She stomped her feet and vented her endless annoyance. Suddenly she looked up and her helmet exploded. She screamed, gather people, let me kill thieves. Quickly gathered more than 100 iron rides, galloping away. Feng Runin was really hot this time. It was a rampage in the city. Wherever he went, there was a mess. The bamboo waiting on the roadside witnessed Feng Runin's group, leaving in a hurry. Surprised, a little bit puzzled, she was still waiting with someone here, preparing to set up obstacles, so that Niu Yu Dao could not return on time to pay back the money. What? Niu Yu Dao, as Bai Yao arrived at Taisho Mansion, it was natural for Bai Yao to lead the way to the main hall. Feng Lingbo and Al's eyes were all focused on the incoming Niu Yu Dao in a moment. Just one feeling, young. The news from Nanshan Temple also came. The image of easily defeating Song Yanqing and the three people was difficult to match with the person in front of him. Bai Yao walked back to Peng Yulan again, leaning against the top beam with his sword. Niu Yu Dao glanced at a few people and paused a little more on Peng Yulan. Yu read a book www.yukiangshu.com, whispered in his heart. No wonder that Feng Runin is as tall as it was genetic. His gaze finally fell on Yuan Gang, who was with big flowers, frowned slightly, and ignored others. Only asked Yuan Gang, are you all right? Yuan Gang shook his head slightly and was relieved to see him coming. Niu Yu Dao stretched his hand to pull the knot, untied the rope, and unscrupulously tied Yuan Gang first before everyone, and then gave the courtesy to Feng Lingbo and Peng Yulan standing in the throne. Niu Yu Dao, see the Taisho? I have seen my wife. Feng Lingbo asked coldly, are you the official of the Shang sect to raise relatives? Exactly, Niu Yu Dao responded and corrected. It's not a marriage proposal, but a marriage. This should not be dragged on. My prince is not in a hurry. It is better to marry the door as soon as possible. Did I promise to marry my daughter to Shang Chaozong? Feng Lingbo wanted to spit him in the face, but the matter was important, otherwise he would not be so eager to recruit people, raised the gift list in his hand, and said in a deep voice, do you know the so-called heavy gifts on this list? Niu Yu Dao looked around and found that there were several people besides the couple who seemed to be monks. He couldn't help but hesitantly said, is it appropriate to talk about this here? Peng Yulan said, you can rest assured that here are reliable people, but it's okay. These monks are all her fellows, and the things to be discussed are not trivial. Some things need to win the support of Tianyuman, otherwise the husband and wife can't be the master. Niu Yu Dao only nodded and said, the prince has discussed with me in advance, and I am naturally informed. Feng Lingbo shook the gift list again. How do I know if the items on this list are true or false? Niu Yu Dao said with a smile. Is it true? I must have kept my judgment in my heart. So why do you ask? Feng Lingbo didn't have a good air. Nonsense. What judgment should I take? Niu Yu Dao was surprised and said, The facts are all there. Can't Master Taisho see it? Feng Lingbo said coldly. Let me be ridiculous. Where's the thing on the gift list? As long as I give it up, I can consider marrying my daughter. This kind of beautiful words can't be taken seriously. I really need to hand over the things first. It's strange that you can marry your daughter. Immediately, without showing any weakness, the hard-boned state pushed back. Not considering marrying, but must marry. Making love? Our prince will marry. Feng Lingbo sneered again and again. It's a big tone. When people arrive at the sight of this seat, do you still have to pay if you want to, or not if you don't? Niu Yu Dao Huoran turned around, waved his finger to the door, and threw a voice. As long as Lord Taisho dares to go out and say aloud that there is 100,000 crows in the hands of Yongping County King, this 100,000 crows will immediately be served by our prince. You threaten. Everyone in the hall stunned. 100,000 crows will? There are 100,000 crows in the hands of Shang Dynasty? Someone secretly panicked. Is this the so-called heavy gift on the gift list? Feng Lingbo's eyes are weird. I don't know what Niu Yu Dao meant, but then again, how dare he run outside and expose the matter publicly? Niu Yu Dao turned back and asked aggressively, Dare the big guardian dare? Dare to ask, is the big guardian dare or not? Feng Lingbo still didn't turn around. Don't surrender things. Do not want to leave the broad county. Niu Yu Dao swiped at his sleeves with a disdainful face. If the prince dared to let me come, how could he not be prepared? What can it do without the broad county? As long as it is too guarded to dare to chaos, someone will take 100,000 ravens. Poke out. I'm afraid I won't say more about the consequences of this projectile place at that time. Don't talk about dying kingdom. I'm afraid that Zhaoguo in the west will be the first to break through the Qingshan County and enter the broad county. Is it too guarded? I would like to ask which of the great heroes of the nations can sit back and watch too well? Feng Lingbo's face was dull, and he understood the other party's dare to ask questions before. This was sure that he was afraid to speak out. He directly skipped the question of whether to detain Shang Chaozong and said in a deep voice, Since the things are attached to the gift list, isn't it for the seat? I don't see the things on the gift list. How does this seat marry his daughter to him? Niu Yu Dao's expression slowed down. Something, the bright people don't tell secret words in front of their eyes. There is no need to cheat too guarded, and they can't cheat. The Lord hasn't yet had the 100,000 crows. What? Peng Yulan's eyes widened. Wasn't this the case with her daughter? I couldn't hold back the fire. Dare you dare to add to the gift list if you don't have it? Can't we tease us? Niu Yu Dao pressed his hands and gestured for the other person to anger. Temporarily. I said it is temporary, but there will still be. Feng Lingbo smiled and said, Red mouth and white teeth, full of buzz. You dare to take something that you don't know if there is anything and dare to come and threaten to marry my daughter. When we are stupid, I think you are impatient. Already. Red mouth and white teeth. Niu Yu said with surprise and resolutely asked, Does Taisho think it is a fool today? Why did King Ning suddenly die when he died today? With Taisho's eyes and ears, it is not difficult to know the truth. Ning Wang, who has been in the army for a long time, has clearly wanted to eradicate Ning Wang's veins. But why did he imprison the prince for so many years? Is it because he is soft-hearted today? Why is he suddenly released again? Affection with the blood of the royal family? Why did this come? Isn't it worth pondering too much about this one or two? As soon as this remark came out, most of the people in the hall showed a thoughtful look. Peng Yulan was silent, and Feng Lingbo had a thoughtful look. Yuan Gang stood there calmly, watching Taoist calmly and screaming at Feng Qi, seemingly not worried at all. Niu Yu Dao hurried up 2 steps to Peng Yulan's face, pointing outside, seemingly indignant. It is not that today does not want to kill the prince, nor is it today who is soft-hearted, and today is not thinking about the royal family's blood and affection, but knowing that King Ming has left 100,000 crows will be given to the prince, and he wants to control those 100,000 crows. He hurried forward to Feng Lingbo again and was passionate. How can the Lord hand it over easily? Naturally, he knows that if he surrenders, he will surely die. So for several years, the prince trapped in the prison has been tortured by the torture, but he would rather die. Fortunately, the sky has a sense of self-sufficiency, and today the old Ning Wang ministry is cleaned up, causing the situation of Dian to be turbulent. Inside, for example, the defenders hold their own weight, and outside are leading Xiao Dingyun to the enemy's South Korean army. The surrounding enemy countries are eyeing to divide Dian. It is difficult for even a few princesses to go out and get married nowadays. Under internal and external troubles, why is it that the prince is released from prison today? It is no regret. Just because he knows that he cannot let the prince go, he will try to escape. The prince knows his own current. If the strength takes out the 100,000 crows, it will inevitably be the wedding dress for the present day. How can the prince treat him like this now? Under the end of the road, the Lord will fight for the first line of life. Monado will be dedicated to Taisho, and he is not willing to take advantage of it now. Why did the prince marry Ling Ai? Because Ling Ai is the pearl of Taisho's palm. And because of the merits of conquering the broad county, the prince marries Ling Ai. Taisho will not cross the river and demolish the bridge after getting the 100,000 crows. At least he will not kill our Lord. At least the Lord can save a life. The cause and effect are nothing more than this. I don't know why the keeper is suspicious. Do you think the Lord is living impatiently and deliberately CA and play it? If that is the case, it is not ridiculous. The prince wants to marry Ling Ai's heart with sincerity and can be seen every day. Does the show need to doubt? There was a snapping speech, and in a hurry, the speech was not chaotic. The pressured listener felt out of breath, but when he thought about it, he felt relieved. The hall fell into silence, and everyone was thinking about recollecting the words just now, when the voice of Feng Runin was heard from outside. Dog thief die? All the people in the hall looked out together, and they saw that Feng Runin, who was wearing armor, came up with a spear, which was called a murderess. She was the only one who dared to rampage in Taisho Mansion. The iron horse brought under her command has been intercepted outside the mansion. How dare someone in the Taisho Mansion carry a weapon to break up in Taisho Mansion? Feng Runin didn't talk about it, but really moved to kill her. For her, borrowing her money to buy a gift to marry her is tantamount to humiliating her appearance. She doesn't want to marry, let alone I've cheated her money. I have seen bullies. I have never seen such a bully. I am ashamed and impatient, and it is hard to dispel her hatred if you ain't kill cattle. Rushed into the hall anxiously, without a word, with a trembling gun, and stabbing the cow's chest with a strong wind. It can be seen that the woman's power is not small, and she is a long-term martial arts person. Feng Lingbo and Peng Yulan have a bit of cold eyes, and they seem to want to see how powerful Lord Dao is. However, Yuan Gang didn't let their intention succeed. He killed him horizontally, his footsteps moved, his figure flashed, and he was stopped in front of Lord Dao. Next, I fixed a shot that was stabbed in front of me, so I couldn't stab it back. Yeah. Feng Runin exhaled and screamed, holding the gun in both hands, his body stretched in front, struggling with his strength, and Yuan Gang, silver teeth bite hard, blushing. Yuan Gang grabbed the gun in front of him and squinted with cold eyes, letting the other party exert his strength to breastfeed. Everyone in the hall looked at Yuan Gang's eyes, quite surprised. Here we all know that Feng Runin learned martial arts from an early age. In addition, he is born with great strength. Most men are far less powerful than Feng Runin. And here we can see that Yuan Gang is not the monks. We're all amazed that Yuan Gang was so young and had such a powerful training skills. It was quite rare. Lord Dao has a bottom of his heart. I would like to ask someone who can use brute force and Chun Guishuo and other people to face up to the wind. How can Feng Runin take advantage easily? He did not expect Yuan Gang's hard Qigong to come here. Can be tough like this. Feng Lingbo's eyes flashed to Yuan Gang, and he judged in his heart that he was on the battlefield and could fight for the generals in the army of thousands of soldiers. From this, he could see the whole picture. Lai Wei really deserves its reputation. The news reported by the following people did not mention the origin of Yuan Gang. He mistakenly thought that Yuan Gang was born in Yingyang Wuliwei. Seeing that her daughter could not touch Niu Yu Dao at all and could not take advantage of it, Peng Yulan gestured with her head. A slightly wealthy old man stood at the side of the hall, www.untilnovel.com, dressed up, gray hair, flashed out, and slapped a palm on the barrel of the gun. The barrel hit the holding Yuan Gang chest. Shocked Yuan, he staggered and kicked back. And the old man seized the spear in Feng Runin's hand. One hand floated gently on the shoulder of Feng Runin, who was almost mad. He gave Feng Runin the place he couldn't break free, and his strength could be imagined. Niu Yu Dao flashed out and waved his palms against Yuan Gang's back. He found that dark energy came, and he took him back and quickly withdrew one leg to kick the ground. Talent stabilized and stopped. Niu Yu Dao Horan turned his head to stare at the old man. The other party's obvious shortcoming was to give Yuan Gang a lesson. The shot was not light. It seemed to be careless, but in fact the hidden power was enough to hurt people. Niu Yu Dao said with a fierce glance, coldly said, "Old man, are you living impatiently?" Suddenly emerged such harsh words, causing everyone to stare at him. The old man was a little surprised to see Yuan Gang's eyes. Although he didn't exert much strength on this palm, he thought he could give Yuan Gang blood to the shock. Who wouldn't expect it? Ordinary people's kung fu, all of them are musculoskeletal skin. Can this person's horizontal training be able to exercise the internal organs? Yuan Gang lifted his arms a little and exuded the strength of his body. The swollen internal organs finally rested. He exhaled slowly and said to Niu Yu Dao, whispered, "Don, it's fine." Niu Yu Dao immediately changed his smiley face and smiled at the old man. "Old man, I took note of this palm. If there's a chance in the future, the old man will definitely give me a try." The old man was kind and owed. The old slave is waiting. "Okay." Niu Yu Dao smiled and nodded slightly. His eyes were very deep. He seemed unwilling to move away from the other person's face for a while. Generally speaking, he is a very generous person. The things he does on his own are not unexperienced, but he is very careful about certain things, such as the matter before him. It is normal for Feng Runin to kill him. It is normal for Yuan Gang to block the affection and reason. Yuan Gang is also very polite, but it is blocked. It does not matter. The old man came out to mediate. There is no need to secretly put this poison hand. Listening to the other party claiming to be an old slave, it is obviously a servant who protects his shortcomings and takes his place for the young master. He can understand this mood, but he is not vegetarian. Just asked if the other party was living impatiently. It was not a lie. He could completely punish this old man with the help of 100,000 crows. At least he had to force the old man to apologize and make him not come to Taiwan. However, considering the matter in front of him, in order to avoid extracurricular matters, he decided to withdraw one step. As for any apology he did not want to apologize, this matter remains. A small episode seemed to pass, but Feng Runin, struggling to hold his hands, stopped shouting, "Mother, I will not marry. I will marry a man of uprightness, and I will never marry the scrupulous and secretly born rat of the Shang dynasty." She said this. Niu Yu Dao can't do it. How can this woman do bad things? So you don't want to marry if you want to? Anyway, the other party was unable to move and could not bite. He walked to Feng Runin and wondered, why did the general say this? Can we find a man more upright than my prince in this world? Utterly cracked all the other men in the world, making the group of men present speechless, but they all knew that this was not true. Feng Lingbo's mouth moved a bit, whispering in his heart, "You have nothing to praise the Shang zone. Can you devalue others?" Such words are even despised. Niu Yu Dao can still care about the ideas of other men. Fart. Feng Runin sprayed it extremely rudely, which made Peng Yulan a little embarrassed. Although she was a female general, it was her daughter's family after all, but this was her daughter. Niu Yu Dao ignored his rudeness. Anyway, it was not that he married back, but asked aloud, The general has seen my prince and knows how much my prince? If not, how can we conclude that my prince is a stolen rat? Feng Runen, bah, I want to see him do something. Let him roll far away. It is best not to let me see, otherwise you will be shot and stabbed to death. And you dog thief, a dog thief who has lost his conscience. It's a snap and a curse. Curse 2 words will not be less meat. Niu Yudao understood her feeling of dying and struggling. She did not care about her. She suddenly shouted loudly and suppressed the voice of Feng Runen. The general is too arbitrary for the prince. The general knows what it is like to stay in the prison for a few years. Taste, especially when faced with torture and confession every day, and faced with that kind of torture, how many people in the world can survive and die in a few years? As far as I know, only my prince. He looked around and gave a thumbs up. After suffering and not surrendering, this is the real man. This is the true man. This is the true hero. The fact shows everything. Time is the truth. Not those so-called heroes can compare. Then he asked Feng Runen. The general knows that outside the gate of the capital, the guardian will deliberately humiliate. The Lord dragged the withered sick body just out of the prison cage and swept his sword under his eyes. How many people in the world dare not fear life and death? Kill the defending general? Do you dare the general? This voice was particularly loud towards Feng Runen. Fu turned back and asked everyone, "Who dares to do this among you guys? Dare to stand up and have a look." His eyes were fixed on Feng Lingbo. Dare Lord Taisho dare? Asked Feng Lingbo that he had the urge to roll his eyes. He wanted to say that Shang Chaozong was afraid that he wouldn't kill him now and dare to do that. However, Niu Yudao turned back to Feng Runen and gave a thumbs-up praise. This is the hot-blooded man. This is the true man who is truly up to earth, not the so-called man who was imagined by the general. The assumption is useless, and the facts are in front of us. Why did the general turn a blind eye? Why do you have to stay close to seek the distance and seek truth from the real? Feng Runen was not turned by him for a while. Niu Yudao turned his head and walked to Peng Yulan again. My grandfather is a hereditary nobleman. His father, Ning Wang, is in the world. He still fears a three-pointer. Although he is now deprived of his prince title, he is also an upright prince. Marrying the prince is the upright princess. And how many women in the world can enjoy such a glorious honor? Does the word son of Ning Wang only humiliate young love? This is the words of the heart. Mrs. Wang Mingming. Princess? Peng Yulan flashed the word in his head, squinted at Feng Lingbo's complexion, and then waved at the old man. Take it and watch. The old man immediately pushed Feng Runen's shoulders away. Feng Runen recovered, but couldn't help himself, turning his head and shouting, Mother, I don't marry. This villain is a liar, a liar. If a liar, don't believe it. Mother, Niu Yudao, you pay me back, you pay him. Disappeared. The voice of repaying money was still echoing, and the expressionless Yuan gang frowned twice. Peng Yulan is also slightly strange, and asked Niu Yudao, what's going on with the money? It is embarrassing to ask this question, Niu Yudao said happily. Let us say that I and Ling Ai are also old knowledge. I was almost shot by Ling Ai with a single arrow, and later I was given a nameplate and other things by Ling Ai, and let me find her later in that. In general, ashamed, shy in the bag, borrowed some money from Ling Ai. You must pay it back, he deliberately vaguely said. Peng Yulan suddenly realized she seemed to have heard about the incident of Shunjiang. Did she still borrow money? I haven't heard of it. It is estimated that a downcast kid can't borrow a few dollars. Feng Lingbo said, okay, let alone those useless things, say business, and can't get the things on the gift list. Why should I marry my daughter to Shang Chaozong? Was able to say this, indicating that he believed in the existence of the 100,000 crows. Niu Yudao pointed to the outside world. Things are in Kangwu County in the Qingshan County, where the Lord is enclosing the land. This is the reason why the Lord is forced to return to Kangwu County today. Feng Lingbo narrowed his eyes and said, since I know where I am now, can I still wait for me to get it? Niu Yudao said, If you can find it so easily, the prince is afraid that he would have died in the prison. How could he wait until now? This matter is not trivial. Ning Wang can imagine the secret when refining this thing. Even if it is when Wang Yi went to Kangwu County, he had to find it slowly. Feng Lingbo. Even if he has to look for it slowly, then I want him to do it. I will look for it. Before the words were over, I saw the cow looking at me with a smile, without a word in my heart. People said before, well, there is already a layout, dare to throw away the Shang dynasty, and look for a try. Everyone can immediately stab the matter to everyone. Then he will not be able to eat Feng Lingbo. Turn a little bit of thought and change his mouth. If I really promise to marry him, as soon as I go to Kangwu County, I am afraid that I will react immediately, suspecting that I already know this secret. Lord Dao spread his hands together. So what? Now that Dian's internal and external troubles are caused by him, is he daring to openly open his eyes with Taisho? If he dares, today he is afraid of eradicating Taisho. Let foreign enemies enter the chaos? He did not dare to disclose this matter. If the countries know that there is this thing in Dian, the consequence will be that the countries will attack and Dian will die. And now that the Taisho has mastered this, the secret, instead of throwing a mouse, would int dare to overdo the Taisho. If the Taisho had such a handle, the generalized county would instead be a golden soup. At least the court would not dare to commit it again. This is a double-handed thing. Taisho does not need to hesitate. Make a decision early. Feng Lingbo touched his jaw-short beard. Peng Yulan splashed cold water beside him. The son of Ning Wang said it was nice. Don't tell me that you don't know the extreme propositions of Ning Wang's life. Every monk in the world is dissatisfied with Ning Wang. He accepted his son and placed me in Tianyumen. Where is it? Lord Dao immediately turned around like a blood of blood, and the tit-for-tat defense argued. The lady is a woman in the middle of a woman. Why is this ordinary woman's opinion? Is King Ning silly? A well-known battlefield leader would easily put himself in a defeat. Among them, even if he has such extreme thoughts, under normal circumstances, does his wife think that Ning Wang will promote it? Others do not know, but my father is the most aware of the internal reasons in the Bureau www.mtlnovel.com may wish to think about the situation at that time. Just as the first emperor had a better eye on Ning Wang, for many people, Ning Wang has succeeded in succeeding the throne, but he just emerged that Ning Wang was going to do something against the monks in the world. Strange? After the incident, First Emperor Xindi was under tremendous pressure. I was afraid that Tianyumen was also putting pressure on it. Afterwards, Emperor Xindi suddenly collapsed without any warning. The situation is completely reversed. Who will benefit in the end? Although there is no definitive evidence, anyone who does a good thing can be guessed by anyone who is not stupid. Turning around and looking around several monks in the hall, Lord Dao is estimated to be the people of Tianyumen, explaining to everyone, his father's claims do not mean that his son will inherit. Even if people are unpredictable, this is aside for a while. Say, as long as Tianyumen is willing to accept Yongping County King, it is publicly announced that Yongping County King has given up his father's proposition. Whether you believe it or not, Tianyumen's strength is here, and no one will be because of an exhausted county king in Tianyu. The Jade and Jade are all burned to the end, and it is not worth the loss. The worry is nothing more than the fact that today's cultivators in the country of Yan will jointly launch pressure on Tianyumen. But Tianyumen has the handle of 100,000 crows in his hands. Now, the consequences of shaking out cannot be afforded today. Can you dare to force Tianyumen today? So the worry of the wife is actually not enough. A flick of the sleeve is indeed not enough to look like. Turning around and facing Feng Lingbo, he continued to persuade. In this way, there is a benefit. Taisho can use this to test whether the 100,000 crows general is true. If today dares to launch a large army to attack Guangxi County and mobilize various parties to persecute Tianyu, the matter of 100,000 crows general must have been in vain. The Taisho can give up the king of the county at any time. Even if it kills me, I have no complaints. If you dare not, today's worries will not need me to say more. Said Zhao Zhao. The couple arched their hands. My prince is indeed sincere in marrying the young love, and I hope that Taisho and his wife will complete. Feng Lingbo and his wife both fell silent. And what kind of Chechen the Shang dynasty was about to marry had already said very clearly that it was not how much they loved, but that it could rely on the forces here to gain a little life. It's just that her daughter is one of the heavyweights who rely on it. It seems a bit wrong to marry easily, but then again, if it's like what the other party said, if you can hold it in your hands as a handle, the court will the pressure here must be reduced, and the daughter seems to be married. You are a disciple of Shang Qingzong, and the reputation is not as good as that of King Ning. It seems that it is not much better. If you accept Shang Chaozong and say another, it seems that there is no need to provide you with asylum. Leaning on the back next to the top beam, suddenly a casual word came out of the general. Niu Yudao glanced at his head and casually blocked. I have been expelled from the division by the Shangqing sect, and has nothing to do with the Shangqing sect. Everyone in the room was stunned. Other words can be said arbitrarily. If the practitioners are so separated from the teacher, there is a suspicion of deceiving the teacher and destroying the ancestor. Bai Yaoyao emphasized once again, you and Song family don't want to get involved in Tianyuman. As the above sentence means, Tianyuman doesn't need to protect you, so please ask for your own blessings. Niu Yudao didn't take it for granted. He made a joke. When he resigned from Nanshan Temple and Shang Chaozong and others, he talked about the revenge of the Song family. He said that he would solve the problem. Now, if he comes here, how can he run for nothing? Trip? Facing Feng Lingbo, he smiled and said, Forgot to inform the prince, my master's name is Dong Wahaoren, and only one of my disciples is under the teacher's seat. Ning Wang's refining of 100,000 crows is done by the master alone. Looking for that 100,000, maybe I can help with the matter of the crow. If I do need to help in the next, I will go away without disturbing. The implication is that you are doing it. This guy is actually a disciple of Dong Wahaoren. Everyone is speechless. If it is true, it is really possible. The relationship between Ning Wang and Dong Wahaoren is no secret. Bai Yao closed his eyes slowly and said nothing if he was blocked. Feng Lingbo said a little strangely, Let's not say that the Shang dynasty is a person. The current situation of the Shang dynasty is not a clear master. Why are you so hard to follow? Niu Yudao did not change his color and said, Know your heroes and be a man. It seems to respond to the words of persuading Feng Runin. Feng Lingbo sneered with a sneer and squinted, How much do I know about the Shang dynasty? Although I'm not a fool, but I'm not as good as his father. I can't get there, otherwise I wouldn't get into the jail. This design, but it was Lan Ruoding, Luo Xiaofu's disciple, who made you a lobbyist. Luo Xiaofu is Lan Ruoding's professional teacher. He is the heart of King Ning and the first strategist of King Ning. Under such adversity, King Ning can support for many years. Everyone knows. Niu Yudao was a person who did not like the limelight, and the people of Taiping prosperous age who did not want to sway. Why bother in this chaotic world? Nodded immediately. Dare not to hide. It is Mr. Lan's advice. Lan Ruoding, the famous teacher, is a high disciple. Feng Lingbo sighed with emotion and looked at Niu Yudao and asked, Will you come to my service? A bit fancy, he is not blind. The other party's indisputable tongue in this hall is also a skill, and it is also a personal talent. His eyes glanced down at Yuan Gang again, and he found that there were still quite a lot of capable people under the Shang dynasty. There was a slick cow in front of him, and Lan Ruoding, who was good at strategy. Yuan Gang was also good. I didn't know if there was any. Others, he was quite looking forward to it. It might not be a bad thing if he really included the Shang dynasty together. Niu Yudao said with a smile, Taisho will be the same family as the Jun King in the future. To serve the Jun King is to serve the Taisho. There is no difference. In the future, if he has a life, dare not to follow. Like a man, Peng Yulan couldn't help but scolded. What a clever tooth. Niu Yudao smiled right, and once again handed over. Madam has won the prize, but sincerely hopes that Madam will become the mother of the princess as soon as possible. His eyes turned to Feng Lingbo again. waiting for his exact reply. The word princess moved Peng Yulan's heart once again, and her mood was very complicated. I will consider this matter again. Feng Lingbo slowly pondered. When things got to this point, Feng Lingbo's attitude was so gentle. Niu Yudao knew that things had been stabilized, but it was only a matter of such importance that Feng Lingbo could not take the lead. I was afraid to ask the Tianyuman behind him. Niu Yudao did not sweep his face, reminding, "There is something to remind the guard. The county king is still in Nanshan Temple and other news. There is so much movement to marry here. People in the court are afraid to have heard the news and reported it. It is hard to say that the master of the monarch has not followed the monk masters of the court. After a long delay, the monarch may be in danger. Whether Taisho agrees or doesn't agree, I hope that Taisho can send someone to answer it, so that the monarch will not be poisoned." Said this to make Feng Lingbo and Peng Yulan's faces clear. "Peng Yulan, who made you make such a big move?" Niu Yudao thought that everyone who did engage in it would know that Shang Chaozong married Feng Runan to take advantage of Guangzhou County. Why did he let the court be afraid? In case you quietly control our side, right? If you want to grow a branch outside of nature, it is natural to cut off the non-divided thoughts that may arise on your side. He could only smile and continued to urge. The king of the county should not be procrastinated, and later it will change. Feng Lingbo immediately looked at the old man who had just returned and said in a deep voice, "Shonyan, you personally took a few masters to meet over at Nanshan Temple, and the rest will be there soon." Niu Yudao glanced at the old man who had just started dealing with Yuan Gang and wrote down the name of the other party in his heart. "Yes." The old man responded, turned and strode out, walked to the door with a hand, and somehow threw a sword, grabbed it with a snap. The whole person's back changed, and no one looked like a respectful old man. "Slave." Niu Yudao slightly squinted. It seems that there are many masters in this Taisho mansion, and it is not easy for a person who looks like an old slave. But also understand that if it were not so, Feng Lingbo was afraid that he would be destroyed by the court people. When walked out from the side door, there were already 4 men in black behind him, and 5 of them went off together, came out of the city gate, and the 5 men immediately accelerated their gallops and let go of their gallops. Shortly after the 5 of them left the city, the 500 iron riders galloped out and ran in the same direction. In front of the 5-person first station, there is a horse transfer, and the back 500 riding station must not have so many horses to change, and the speed cannot be caught up. It didn't take long before another ride out of the city. It was Niu Yudao who arranged to go to the newspaper first. Shang Chaozong didn't know anything at all and was afraid of any misunderstanding. At this time, the sky is getting dark. There's a lot of discussion in the broad county, and the people in the city are talking about the marriage of Feng Runan to the Shang dynasty. Taisho Mansion. The news has been sent to Tianyuman, waiting for Tianyuman's reply. In the study, candlelight was shaking, and Feng Lingbo paced back and forth, asking a question in thought. "Ma'am, do you think Tianyuman will agree?" Peng Yulan, who was sitting on the side, put down the teacup in his hand. Niu Yudao's words are completely reasonable. Tianyuman has no reason to miss the opportunity to grow himself. This matter is entirely worthy of Tianyuman's secret efforts. "I think so too, it's just room inside." Feng Lingbo's words were not finished, and someone from outside came and gave a secret letter. After receiving the secret letter, Feng Lingbo sneered and turned to the next man and said, "Tell the news to the people on the other side of Beijing to avoid the limelight temporarily." "Yes." The next man left in response. Peng Yulan got up and walked. "What happened over the capital?" "Wang Heng. Niu Yudao killed his son-in-law. What else can you say?" Feng Lingbo handed her the secret letter to her. Peng Yulan took over to check that the content was that Wang Heng wanted Feng Lingbo to help detain Niu Yudao into Beijing, and what he said was what Wang Heng owed to Feng Lingbo. Wang Heng's affection is a little bit insignificant compared to those 100,000 crows. Feng Lingbo let the people in the capital avoid the wind. Yu reading books www.yukingshu. Peng Yulan knew what her husband's attitude was and asked, "How to return to Wang Heng?" The marital movement is so loud. Wang Heng will soon know the news. Will he use it again? Feng Lingbo waved his hand, not mentioning it, but sighed. If the man is not too young, it should be married. This has become my heart trouble. But she looks down on the east and west. How can there be a perfect man in the world? After all, it is still a bit shameful, and the surface is hard to pretend to cover up. If the man is still there, I want you to be a mother to persuade. You women should speak well, be patient, and reason to explain to her. Alas, to be honest, it is really awkward to marry Runin. But again, Shang Chaozong, after attaching to our side, it is up to us to look at our face, which is better than marrying a man who is not under our control. The daughter marries him, and we can rest assured that at least we will not lose money. You could talk to her. Ah, Peng Yulan sighed and nodded. She knew in her heart that if Tai Yuman had made a decision, her daughter would not agree. Then again, her daughter was too strong, and her appearance was indeed not too coquettish. The normal men did not dare to marry. This year, she had passed the age of marriageable marriage, and she was anxious. Although he knew that Lord Dao was a sharp-talking lobbyist, it was not unreasonable to think about what others said, and it was not bad to marry Shang Chaozong. If the daughter does not marry, she will become a princess as soon as she marries. The result is actually better. She is really not dissatisfied, and she can fully understand the interests of Shang Chaozong. She also knew something about her daughter's appearance, personality, and temperament. The men who really wanted to marry were probably from the background of the Chongfeng family, and they were also placed on the head of the Shang dynasty. I'm going to see the girl. Peng Yulan walked away with a sigh. Every family had a heart to read. After she left, Feng Lingbo, wandering around in the house, turned around and greeted, "Come here." A servant came in. He pointed to the secret letter placed on the bookcase and said, "Send it to Lord Dao." Yes. The next person took the secret letter and left. Lord Dao temporarily settled in the guest house of the Taisho mansion and was supervised. Under the lamp, Lord Dao repeatedly read the secret letter several times. Wang Heng? He didn't know who Wang Heng was. He had heard of it, but he went to the capital to judge from the content. There was no one else in the capital except the Song family. It is not hard to guess who was hurting him. This is nothing. The Song family wants to retaliate that he had psychological expectations. It is not surprising. What makes him feel interesting is that Feng Lingbo showed himself this secret letter, which means a lot, and naturally there's no lack of meaning to scare himself. It is estimated that the Song family already knows that it seems that Tang Susu did not fool the Song family over there. The old lady Tang was afraid that she would lift a stone and hit her feet. Lord Dao handed the secret letter to Yuan Gang aside. Yuan Gang repeatedly asked, "Who is Wang Heng?" Lord Dao shook his head slightly. "I don't know, it must be related to the Song family. Those who can talk to Feng Lingbo like this are not inferior. Just ask someone who should be able to inquire." Yuan Gang was silent for a while, and then he tried to ask, if the Song family retaliates against the Qing sect, will it affect the Tang? Lord Dao has slightly drooping eyelids. Is this important? Yuan Gang was silent and stopped talking, handing the paper to the candlelight and burning. The night in the mountains was extremely desolate. The white streamers on the bamboo poles fluttered gently with the wind. A pile of bonfires next to the new grave. Shang Shuqing played the piano on the floor. The sound of the piano was so sad that it was sad. The sea people have passed away, and they remember the memory of the piano. Shang Chaozong stood next to him, looking at the shadows and shadows under the moonlight, and had a lot of thoughts in his heart. When he thought about that year, his home was infinitely beautiful, and his eyes were down like this, like a dog for the bereavement. Sometimes even like a nightmare. All the mutations and misfortunes have already passed by. He doesn't resent anyone. He only complains about his incompetence, and more is dazed about the uncertain future. S. younger sister who caressed the piano was extremely intelligent, gentle, and well-versed in piano, calligraphy, painting, calligraphy, and poetry, but she was forced and courageous by life. Originally a famous lady, she often holds books and ink, but now she has a sword hanging from her waist, and she is separated from a group of men on horseback. She is not afraid of hardships and has not complained for a long time. Instead, she often comforts and encourages his brother. Regardless of the evil spots on the face, no matter from what point, the sister should have been a good woman hard to find in the world. But because of his incompetence as a brother, he could not afford the burden and missed this life, ashamed of his parents in the spirit of heaven. Let's look at the guards in the bright and dark woods around him who are guarding him. They are all veterans on the battlefield. Even if they can't see the future and the light, they still leave their homes and follow him to pursue the unknown future. He knew that this benefited from his father's legacy, but this made him even more disturbed. He was afraid of disappointing these people and wondering where he could lead them. He could only keep telling himself, forward, forward, but the future is slim. Here, pretending to act according to Neo Yudeo's meaning does not make him feel at ease. It is really Neo Yudeo's specious behavior that makes him unsure. The night is long. Looking out the night sky, every night, I look forward to the arrival of the dawn. Overnight, the morning light bloomed, and in the simple hut next to the grave, Shang Chaozong and Yi leaned back to take a nap. A hurried footsteps came, which made him awaken. Horan subconsciously reached out and grabbed the knife beside him. Yourself, a personal guard said. Your lord. A few people came from outside the temple. They said they were from the Taisho mansion of the generalized county, and they said they were from the master. Neo Yudao invited? The spirit of Shang Chaozong was revitalized. Before, Neo Yudao let this side try to drag for a few days, but I didn't expect the news to pass in a day. Hua Ran stood up, but one leg was paralyzed because he was too long, and he was a little unstable. He stomped a few times, cleared the meridian, and Fong strode out. After a while, Shang Zhaozong, Lan Ruoding, and Shang Shuqing led a group of people to the mountain quickly. The reason why I stayed all by the hillside grave was also because Zunyo Yudao pretended to be a mourning sacrifice for the undead, and Zunyo Yudao was purely a dead horse as a living horse doctor. Shonyen led 4 people to wait outside the temple gate of Nanshan Temple. When they saw Shang Chaozong and others going up the mountain, they were still wondering there was no house to live in. What does it mean to live in a mountain forest? Shang Shuqing often stayed in her boudoir because she was a woman and didn't know her life. Shang Chaozong and Lan Ruoding glanced at each other, but they knew each other's birthday. Ning Wangshang was in charge of Yangua's soldiers and horses. Every year, Guangxi County sent people to give gifts representing Feng Lingbo. The most frequent is the life of the Feng family's housekeeper, which is the one in front of him. The two were a bit surprised, but Feng Lingbo's housekeeper came in person. When I saw someone, I smiled for a long time, holding my sword and arching my hands. The old slave has seen the prince and Mr. Lan. This one must be the lord. The old slave is courteous. Shang Shuqing joined hands to return to the ceremony. Shang Chaozong and Lan Ruoding clenched their fists, and Lan Ruoding, who dropped his hand, smiled and said, Brother Shou, I haven't seen it for many years, and my style is still the same. Looking at the first birthday, gentle smile, Mr. Lan has won the prize. Lan Ruoding, Brother Shou was invited by Neo Yudao? Shou Nian nodded. I am instructed to protect the Lord. Speaking of this, I was slightly puzzled. Isn't Neo Yudao sent by the prince to see the guard? That's exactly. I don't know where Neo Yudao is now. Lan Ruoding nodded chuckledly, a little vaguely. It's really Neo Yudeo's acting style that makes people feel helpless. He doesn't explain anything clearly. I don't know here what Neo Yudao talked about with Feng Lingbo, how exactly he talked about it, and what the outcome of the talk was, and he was afraid of saying the wrong things badly. It is really hard to believe that Feng Lingbo can lend troops to Shang Chaozong, but it seems that the posture of life here really has become possible. Is it possible? Feng Lingbo really dare to intervene in this matter? Hell, Neo Yudao didn't come back, and he didn't even send a person who knew what was going on. They didn't even ask if they wanted to. Neo Yudao paused in the Taisho mansion to wait for the Lord. The Lord, this wild mountain and wild land, may be dangerous and not suitable for a long stay. Please also return to the county town with the old slaves. The reception is sent by the Taisho, is already on the way. The road must be can meet. Shonyen made a gesture of reaching out. It is very embarrassing here. I don't know whether to go or not. Lan Ruoding thought about it a little bit and was preparing to spy on the conversation. Someone came under the mountain suddenly. It was Niu Dao who sent him back to spread the word. Lan Ruoding and others, the spirit of seeing was revitalized. Here, please wait for a long time, and took the guard who was back home. Lan Ruoding couldn't wait to ask, "Can a master come back?" The guard nodded again and again. The mage said that major events can be expected, and that he can make sure that the prince will return with the people of the Broad County. He is temporarily inconvenient to come and wait for the prince to drive in the county. 10 to 9 is stable. The three of them were excited by the words and really borrowed soldiers. It's unbelievable, God. I really don't know how Niu Dao did it. Shang Shuqing's bright eyes under the veil. Shang Chaozong excitedly boxed his palms, as if he saw a light in the dark. Lan Ruoding cared with excitement and said, "The mage is okay. Is there no accident?" Pro-military said, "The mage is well, and the matter of courtship is very smooth." Lan Ruoding froze, blinking, thinking he had heard wrong. Approach. Shang Chaozong suspiciously. What kind of pro? Shang Shuqing's expression under the veil is also stunned. Is it to ask for a marriage? Isn't the prince going to marry the daughter of the general guard of the Broad County? The guard asked dumbfoundedly. He thought that what Niu Dao did was arranged by the prince. Now how does the reaction of the prince and others feel different? The Shang dynasty pointed at himself and asked inconceivably, "This king marries Feng Lingbo's daughter?" The guard nodded dumbfounded. The look in his eyes seemed to be asking, "Didn't he?" Shang Chaozong asked again. "Mage said so." Guardian, "The master has already done this. The gift has been given to the Feng family, and it has been announced in public that the prince is going to marry Feng Lingbo's daughter." Shang Shuqing and Lan Ruoding looked at each other. www.mtlnovel.com. How did it feel? A little messy? The Shang dynasty reconfirmed unbelievably. "I marry Feng Lingbo's daughter? Which daughter should I marry Feng Lingbo?" The guard realized that the problem was getting bigger and wondered, "Your grandfather, Feng Lingbo, how many daughters can't succeed?" Of course. He remembered the situation when several people were guarding the ceremony outside Taisho Mansion. Feng Runan came in anger, and after seeing Feng Runan's appearance for himself, several people seemed to mention Wang Yi as a boo. "Feng Ruanan? I marry Feng Ruanan." Shang Chaozong's eyes widened. How did he become a married Feng Nan with his soldiers? Lung Lung said, "How is this possible? You said that the major event is expected. Tenure and stability means this thing." The guard was speechless and slowly nodded, saying yes. Shang Shuqing and Lan Ruoding are also a bit ignorant. Marry Feng Runan? How does this feel more unreliable than borrowing soldiers from Feng Lingbo? How could Feng Lingbo marry one of his daughters, one of the generals of Guangzhou County? To Shang Chaozong, Lan Ruoding pointed to the guard. "What's the specific matter?" "You quickly go through the original details. After we arrived in Guangyi County, we settled in an inn, and the master immediately ordered us to explore where Feng Lingbo and Feng Runan were." The guard detailed the situation in Guangxi County, how to inquire about the news, how did Niu Dao. I went to the barracks and got a box of gold coins from the barracks. How did I buy the gifts and send them to the Taisho Mansion? How did Yuan Gang announce the good news in public? Yuan Gang and Niu Dao entered Taisho Mansion. Outgoing messages, etc. The three of them were completely speechless after listening. From the perspective of the rhythm of arriving at the county seat, it was clear that they went directly to raise their relatives. Blinds. Shang Chaozong was angry, his face red and white. Is almost awkward. It is an unbearable sign, a sign of madness. Normally, the Sui-Hu master is also considered as a man. Although the situation of this Sui-Hu master is not the same, because of his limited personal strength, there is no way to contain it, and he can't restrain others at all, but the apparent name is placed here. Have you seen such a man? How dare you help the protagonist to marry a relative without permission? Such a big thing does not even say hello. What is the difference from selling the protagonist? The guard was clear, and the prince really didn't know it. Lon Ruoding twisted his beard slightly, waved his hand, and signaled that the guard had retreated first. Fong Su said slowly, "The prince is angry. This matter is still going to borrow troops." Shang Shuqing also nodded slightly. "Brother, sir is justified. There is no contradiction between marrying a relative and borrowing a soldier. Instead, it may be helpful. Remember that he said that he might be wronged? This matter." Shang Chaozong tried to calm down his mood. His anger was slowly depressed, and after a little sensible, Shun said, "Feng Ruinan is one of Feng Lingbo's generals. How can he marry easily, let alone marrying a daughter from another family and borrowing other soldiers? Do you think it is possible?" This thing made them feel a bit strange. In order to borrow a soldier to marry someone's daughter, Feng Lingbo is not a fool. Besides the current situation of Shang Chaozong, how could Feng Lingbo marry his daughter to Shang Chaozong? It is impossible to add another impossible, which is absolutely impossible. Shang Shuqing said in a deep voice, "It stands to reason that Feng Lingbo will never marry his daughter to his brother. But depending on the situation of these two comers, even the housekeeper of Feng Man came in person, it seems really possible. If it is impossible to return it, Shang Chaozong is afraid that this is possible. Isn't it a joke?" He gritted his teeth and said, "Who have you seen, Feng Rumen? I heard that this woman is more powerful than a man, and I don't know if it's true or not." The corner of Lon Ruoding's mouth was strained, and Shang Shuqing's voice asked softly, "Brother, is appearance really important?" Shang Chaozong stunned and quickly explained, "I don't mean that. I think Feng Lingbo can't agree. My heart was full of self-blame, blaming myself for forgetting my sister's feelings by saying that, after all, my sister's appearance. Guessed about it and couldn't guess the truth. Several people decided to go to the county town to find out. Assembled together, after worshipping and saying goodbye in front of the new grave, together with others such as Shon Yin, they went out to the mountain, went up the official road, and ran away galloping. Along the way, Shang Chaozong called him melancholy. In fact, he really didn't care about Feng Runen's appearance. Of course, if you really marry, who doesn't want to marry a pretty lady? The key is that he has self-knowledge. At this point, he has no qualifications for picking fat and picking thin. As long as he can take everyone down, he can let everyone have a way of life and can give everyone a future. His personal gains and losses are no longer important. I haven't done that extravagance. Got angry and calmed down to think about it. He now expects Neo Yudao to live up to his expectations. As long as things can be achieved, even if he marries a dominatrix, he recognizes it. In the sound of long hooves, Shang Shuqing, who was undulating on horseback, turned his head from time to look at the melancholy brother. She also understands that Ruo Feng Runen is indeed as wrong as the rumors. However, she did not persuade, comfort, or show sympathy because she knew very well that neither brother nor sister had any extra choices at this step. Today, this step is no longer just a matter of brother and sister. These people who follow me have entrusted their lives to their brothers and sisters. They are not ordinary people's homes. Personal honor and disgrace are not important. Not to mention that his brother marries Feng Runen. Even if Feng Lingbo wants to marry her as a concubine, she will bite her teeth. Acknowledged, but her grimace can ward off evil spirits, and the scarf can be scared by opening the scarf. It is estimated that no man can look at himself. The escort's life year occasionally looked back, followed by a group of 20 monks, all dressed up in casual clothes with felt hats to cover up their bald monks, and everyone was carrying large bags of books. He was wondering, what did Shang Chaozong do with this group of monks? Long journey. Halfway through, met with the 500 iron cavalry sent by the Broad County, and the two sides merged into a larger cavalry lineup. Shonyan also noticed that occasionally sporadic members of Shang Chaozong ran out from the mountains on both sides to join. The progress of this line is obviously not as good as the change of horses in the station all the time. It was too late. The first lantern of the Taisho mansion was at the beginning of the day, and after receiving the express, I learned that Shang Chaozong and his entourage would arrive in the county after about 2 hours. Niu Yudao decided to meet at the gate in advance. It is good to say clearly, if the Shang dynasty sect was not stubborn, he had to find a way to get out. It is not easy to get out of the Taisho mansion with many masters. Here, people asked Feng Lingbo for an explanation. It was justified that the master who met his protagonist, and Feng Lingbo did not stop. With permission, Niu Yudao and Yuan Gang just walked out of the guest house and saw a group of people blocking the way. At first glance, it was no one else. Peng Yulan took a few people to stop. "I've seen my wife," Niu Yudao said happily. "If you don't want to spend your time, just look at yourself." Peng Yulan shook out a piece of paper and let people around him pass it to Niu Yudao. Niu Yudao took a look at the light in his hand, and suddenly Khan gave it a hand. Wasn't this a gamble between him and Feng Runin? There was also the signing of him, Feng Runin and Yuan Gang, and he also had a copy. Without further thought, Feng Runin must have told everything to his mother. He also hoped that Feng Runin would care about his face and be ashamed to tell others. He did not expect that the big woman was really not afraid of embarrassment. Yuan Gang squinted the handwriting above and recognized it. Niu Yudao said happily, "Ling Ai is really naughty." Tried to put away the gamble, but Peng Yulan reached out and ticked it. Niu Yudao had to return honestly. When someone dared to come back, it was estimated that it was not enough to be beaten. Peng Yulan waved the gamble and asked coldly, "I have seen shameless, never seen you as shameless, and even done such shameless things." After learning the truth from her daughter, she was shocked and actually borrowed her daughter's money. No, it should be said that she cheated her daughter's money to buy a gift to marry her daughter, but all of this talked about it. But some people could do it. How can people be so shameless? Feng Runin himself is also embarrassed and angry, and he has the heart that killed him, but he didn't report it. Wouldn't it be cheap to kill a dog thief? This thing Feng Lingbo also knew afterwards. Let Peng Yulan forget it. Compared with the things to be done by the marriage, this money is nothing. Men have a big heart. But Peng Yulan couldn't swallow this tone. It was enough to wrong her daughter. How could she marry her daughter like this? She had to help her daughter to be fair. Niu Yudao sighed and said, "Madam, there's really no way." The current situation of the county king must have been heard by his wife. It is really shy in the bag. Yes, it is not shy in the bag, and it is not good to have a mobile phone. Before Feng Lingbo asked him if he was Lan Ruoting's plan, this is the advantage of being unobtrusive and low-key. He can now put all his responsibilities to Lan Ruoting. Peng Yulan said with a face, "I don't care whether he is Mr. Lan or Mr. Z, who signed the gamble. Who I am looking for, these 100,000 gold coins in him." Zhao Yuan Gang raised his chin. "What are you going to prepare? Give me." If you just ask for money, Niu Yudao can still push to the Shang dynasty. And if Yuan Gang wants to agree, he has no choice but to put a face on his face and say, "Ma'am, if you say that, then there is something wrong reasonable." "Oh," Peng Yulan sneered with a sneer, shaking his hand to gamble. "I don't make sense? Do these black and white characters fail?" Niu Yudao waved his hand and said with a solemn face, "It's not false, but the problem is if I really want to talk about it in terms of gambling, I didn't lose. Who dares to say that I can't pay back within an hour?" Question: the key point is that before an hour has passed, I was caught in the Taisho mansion. If Ling AI and the Taisho mansion are betting like this, there's indeed a win and lose. www.mtlnovel.com. You see it and talk about it anywhere. It S2 bullying was originally used by him to guard against Feng Runin, but he did not expect to use Feng Runin's mother. Peng Yulan was dumb and thought for a while. It was really such a reason, but it was wrong to think about it. This was clearly a trap, and he suddenly smiled and said, "Okay, I will not talk about gambling. What about the 10,000 gold coins? Are you two prepared to pay it back?" Niu Yudao nodded again and again. "Why can't I return it? Return it. I must return it." Peng Yulan shouted. "When will it return?" Niu Yudao said decisively. "When the prince returns, he will immediately let the prince return. He wouldn't bear the debt." "Okay, I'm waiting. Don't dare to say anything, but give it a try." Peng Yulan smashed the ruthless words and turned her head away. She was convinced that the other party is not yet available. Looking back to use this ashamed, blue-ruoting's arrogant idea, whether to repay the money immediately or to allow some time to comply with the gambling agreement to return the money, optional. With her staring, she promised that no one in the whole Guangzhou County would dare to lend money to Shang Chaozong, and made up her mind to help her daughter get out of the way. Without this panic, she was bullying. She left, but Bai Yao, holding the sword in her arms, left her, and she gestured slightly. I heard that you're going to meet the king of the county. Taisho, let me wait with you. Poisoning hands are also stalking. There is no way. This guy is a disciple of Donghua Haoran. Maybe it will be helpful to find 100,000 crows. Niu Yudao saw the look of contempt in the other party's eyes and said with a smile, It's really poor and short-sighted. So the seniors laughed. Bai Yao said indifferently, It is indeed shameless. Wan Ruoding hurts me. Niu Yudao shook his head and smiled bitterly, reached out and made a pleased gesture, and left. Generalized County Town, there is a ditch suspension bridge outside the city. The city gate opened before dawn, and the suspension bridge was put down for the people to pass through. When it gets dark, the suspension bridge is closed and the city gates are closed. If travelers do not catch up at the time to close the city gates, they will either spend the night in the city or stay outside the city. Ordinary people have no easy way to say. It was reported that when the Wu dynasty reigned, the city gates were almost closed day and night. For example, under the current battle for heroes, especially in places like Guangxi County, where the soldiers have their own way, the city gates can never see the situation of never closing the door at night. Outside the city is not completely dark. There is a burning oil pot. Placed at intervals, the fire is raging. In case someone is approaching and the people in the city are invisible, there is a small team outside the city stationed, responsible for adding fuel and fire. The soldiers from above and below the city at night all went up and down in the form of gondola. Niu Yudao was coming to meet the Shang dynasty, and Bai Yao brought Niu Yudao to the city wall and waited. Seeing Niu Yudao looking east and west, he seemed to be very interested in the defensive arrangement outside the city. If he didn't know that he shouldn't, Bai Yao was a bit skeptical of where he was sent to detect military intelligence. As everyone knows, Niu Yudao's archaeological background is only interested in the night defense mode similar to ancient times, because some things that pass by in time cannot be seen by archaeology. Don't say Niu Yudao. Even Yuan Gang paid attention to it, and after having been with Dao Yi for many years, he got some occupational diseases. This class waited until the middle of the night, and there were groups of torches on the official road in the distance, which attracted the attention of the defenders of the city head, and the commotion in the city head also alarmed Niu Yudao and others who were resting in the tower. Looking out of the watchtower, waited for not long, nearly 1,000 cavalry came. It was the people who escorted Shang Chaozong and his party arrived. Looking up, Shang Chaozong and others saw Niu Yudao standing beside the torches of the city walls and Yuan Gang, who accompanied the shadowlessly silently. The latter will always be cold. Anyway, seeing Niu Yudao here, I feel more or less reassuring. Verified that he was his own. He got the military order, put down the suspension bridge, opened the city gate, and put a line into the city. Came in, the city gate was closed, and the suspension bridge was hoisted again. Niu Yudao, who had fallen under the city walls, finally met with Shang Chaozong and others, and greeted each other with hands. Dao Yi, hearing Shang Chaozong and others like to call Niu Yudao, whether it is by Yao or his life, it is a bit surprising. Niu Yudao said he, Your lord, Taisho has vacated a manor for the prince and his occupants. It is too late now, and it is not too late to see Taisho again tomorrow. Winked. Shang Chaozong and others had a lot of questions, but they also saw Niu Yudao's glance, knowing that everyone is not the place to speak. And his party started up again and led to a manor in the city under the guidance of Shou Yin and others. The place is not small enough for hundreds of people to accompany the Shang dynasty. Shou Yin took the people and left, and his task was completed. The family members of the Shang dynasty temporarily took over the manor and immediately started a search, not worrying about Feng Lingbo, but a routine necessity. Confirm that there is no problem, the rest of the shift, the duty of the duty, the patrol of the patrol. Several core figures of the Shang dynasty entered the main courtyard. Despite the wind and dust, they were not in a mood to rest at all, and ordered people to guard around to prevent outsiders from approaching. Niu Yudao knew that several people had something to ask himself. As soon as he entered the living room, Shang Chaozong could not wait to ask, "Dao Yi, I heard that you were matching up with Feng Runin's relatives." Niu Yudao nodded frankly. If nothing unexpected happens, this family matter should be nailed down. In my opinion, Feng Lingbo is eager and will not drag on for a long time. It is estimated that the prince officially married Feng Runin in these days. Speaking with joy and joy. Congratulations to the Lord. Got confirmation. Lan Ruoding and Shang Shuqing look at me. I look at you, and look at the reaction of Shang Chaozong together. Shang Chaozong's expression twitched and said, "Dao Lord, why don't you discuss such a big thing with me in advance?" Niu Yudao sighed. The situation is so compelling that Feng Ruo is not too beautiful. Isn't I afraid that you can't figure it out? Lord, let's take a look. Yuan Gang didn't say anything. He knew Dao, and knew that Dao didn't trust Shang Chaozong's group very much. He wouldn't easily lay out his cards and hands in case of anything. Fortunately, there will be dangers. The old rivers and lakes like Dao will not easily push themselves into desperation. This is a question that will not be solved. Shang Chaozong could not help crying, but he knew that the relationship between him and Niu Yudao was somewhat paradoxical, and some things he didn't directly question or express his attitude, fearing that it would cause Niu Yudao's dissatisfaction or misunderstanding. He is not stupid. He can see that Niu Yudao has reservations about his attitude here and has not taken it seriously. Even his sister Shang Shuqing suggested that his words and deeds in front of Niu Yudao should not be too full for the time being to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings. Some words were spoken by her and Lan Ruoding. Lan Ruoding pondered, is it related to borrowing soldiers to match this family matter? Niu had a sense of fun and teased. The prince became Feng Lingbo's son-in-law. How can Feng Lingbo not protect the prince? And it is normal to send some soldiers to the prince. Dao, Grandpa's anxiety, we don't want to tease him. Lan Ruoding smiled and shook his head, raised a few questions. How could Feng Lingbo promise to marry Feng Runin to Wang Yi? Even if he married, I will lend troops to the prince, not to mention sending troops to go to Kangwu County with the prince, so that the prince will not stay in the Broad County. It is a blatant resistance. Feng Lingbo does not need to cause this trouble. Looking at the other party's long-distance, rushing wind and dust servants, he is not washed. His face is tired, and Niu Yudao is no longer amused. And he said, nature is not so easy to agree. There must be conditions, and the condition is to give him 100,000 crows. Several people were taken aback, because for them, 100,000 crows will never exist. So I didn't expect Niu Yudao to use a nothingness as a condition to negotiate with Feng Lingbo. Lan Ruoding worriedly said, if there is nothing, you can't even see the shadow. How can Feng Lingbo agree? Niu Yudao rhetorically asked, who said there is nothing? Is it not enough that your majesty's help proves today? Several people were shocked for a while, and there was a moment of no reaction. It's very simple. Just tell the facts and make sense, and let Feng Lingbo believe that 100,000 crows will exist. Niu Yudao explained the general persuasion. In fact, the logical relationship is really very simple, not something difficult to understand. After listening, the three of them suddenly realized that they were speechless. Is that okay? However, I have to admit that it is difficult for Feng Lingbo to disbelieve. There is no reason to let Feng Lingbo not hesitate to marry her daughter. The three of them have served this guy. How dare they start? Shang Shuqing was quite worried and said, this can only be deceived for a while, not for a long time. Wouldn't it be trouble if we can't come back with something? Niu Yudao didn't take it for granted. Sovereign, I don't like to hear your words. How come you become a cheat in your mouth? Do you look like a liar? Shang Shuqing thought to himself, what is this? But he waved his hand on the surface. Dao, you misunderstood. I don't mean that. Niu Yu Dao said, I know you don't mean that. I understand. No explanation. The Lord, this is not a cheat. This is a means. Have you seen a few thieves who won't steal because they are worried about being caught? The high school, the 3 religions, and the 9 streams, one by one, want to stand on the rivers and lakes, so they have to show their magical skills and rely on their own skills. This first foot is not stepped out. You are worried that you will step on the boat. Then do play. If the males became the wife of the prince. Yeah. Does Feng Lingbo really want to kill his son-in-law and make his daughter a widow? What's more, as long as there's a hand-in-hand, there is a stable foothold and room for development, we are not dead. Living people can still be suffocated by urine. Sooner or later, we will turn the borrowed horse into our own horse. Here, Feng Lingbo is also a puppet. The real word should be Tiananmen. In a word, finally we still have to see if the prince is of value to Tiananmen. As long as it is valuable. Even if we clearly tell them that there is no 100,000 crows to deal with this matter, the prince will not be renounced. Can't make people home on the eye. Otherwise, even if 100,000 crows are found, it will be given to others, and the worthless prince will still go as expected. You reading www.ukensha.com County Master. 100,000 crows will only be a means of monetization. Don't worry about 10 Monado will not be able to do anything bad in the future. Just think about how to use this borrowed capital to make money. Although looking ahead, the rest are all floating clouds. The rivers and lakes are running. The wind is good. The rain is no matter. The soldiers will block the water come here to hide. What are you afraid of? S opinion is quite different, but it makes the 3 people feel uncomfortable. It is really unheard of, but it really makes sense to think about it. It sounds very clear, and it also makes the 3 people have a strong confidence in the future. Master Dao has a high opinion, and Shuqing has been taught. Shang Shuqing respectfully bowed his hand and performed a salute. The bright eyes behind the scarves glanced at Yuan Gang again, remembering Yuan Gang's original reminder again. For your situation, Dao Yi is more important than his cultivation. Shang Zhaozong looked at Niu Yu Dao with a strange look in his eyes, which is awe-inspiring. Lan Ruoding smiled secretly. No wonder that this couple of lingering Feng Lingbo married her daughter. This mouth can be said to be alive. Nothing high. Just face the reality. Then, Lord, let's talk about the reality. Niu Yu Dao waved his hand to Shang Shuqing, coughed his fist, and reached into his sleeve, shaking out a piece of paper and handing it to Shang Chaozong. This is the cost of doing things this time. The prince will find a way to settle it. Shang Chaozong received it and opened it up. After reading it, he looked up suspiciously and said, You asked Feng Runin to borrow money? Niu Yu Dao yelled, I borrowed 10,000 gold coins, and the other party caught and paid 100,000 gold coins. I tried my best to help the prince save interest and pay back 10,000 gold coins. What? Lan Ruoding and Shang Shuqing were very curious about the content on the paper, and they took it in their hands to browse it and found out that it was a gamble. Tease enough to bet about 10,000 gold coins. The key 3 remembered something. They remembered that when the guard came back to the newspaper, Niu Yu Dao got a box of gold coins from Feng Runin's military camp. Think about it. The 3 of them are a little afraid to continue to think about it. Isn't the money to buy the gift of the ceremony borrowed from Feng Runin? I stared at Niu Yu Dao with wide eyes, and I was embarrassed that Niu Yu Dao was stared at by 3 people and said with a far-fetched smile, Why are you looking at me like this? I work hard to run my legs, and good things are also on Yeshiang. Will you pay me back? It's not a matter of not paying back the money. Shang Chaozong said a little bit angrily, Dao, why did you use this money? Niu Yu Dao shared his hands and said, What else can I use? Of course I bought a gift for the prince. The Lord is assured that I don't have much money for this article, and the guards who bought the gifts have kept a detailed account. I do not want to take advantage of this. The 3 people were dumbfounded and really speechless. The purpose of the money was really what they did not want to accept. You actually borrowed Feng Rumin's money to buy a gift to Feng Ruo's family to marry Feng Ruo male? Why does this matter a little bit? It has too much to do this thing. We see a in afford to lose that person no matter how poor it is. The mood of the three people is understandable. From the background of Tang Tang Ning's mansion, no matter how poor, they are still aristocrats in their bones, and they will never do such shameless things, even if they are poor. Shang Chaozong was a little dazzled and felt faint. For the sake of the overall situation, Feng Runan married him. But he really wanted to marry Feng Runan like this, so that he could face Feng Ruo's love in the future. Shang Chaozong really cried and said with a bitter face, Dao Dao, since you want me to marry Feng Runan, how can you borrow Feng Runan's money to buy a gift? Niu Yu Dao was shocked and said, I want you to get 10,000 gold coins. You shout for poverty. You said you can't get them out. As a monk who just came down the mountain, where did you get the 10,000 gold coins for you? Shang Chaozong almost mourned. There is no need to borrow her money. Niu Yu Dao glared. Your lord, you stand and speak without backache. I'm unfamiliar with my life. I can only have a relationship with a Feng Runan. In this broad county, I will not ask her to borrow who to borrow. Go, looking for other people who knows who I am. 10,000 gold coins are not a small amount. Other people I said that I can borrow me if I borrow someone. Of course, it is not impossible for me to find other people. It is quick to get rich people to steal, but we came to Guangzhou County to do things, not to get into trouble in Guangzhou County. Those rich people can stand on a ghost in troubled times and know what the background is. What is the origin of the family nursing home? Is it appropriate to start recklessly? Wait for me to explore these in detail before starting. Who knows that Feng Lingbo is still in the county? Others Feng Lingbo is also a busy person to deal with. Well, not to be honest, I waited for my relatives to wait in Taisho. It is normal for people to come and go. Our current conditions are difficult to control the movements of others. When I get the money, in case people leave the county and they are gone, things still happen. When I don't know what to drag, our current situation to resolve the matter as quickly as possible, not afford to delay, The three people who had said this were speechless, listening to what seemed to be the case, but they all felt awkward. How could they be so kind to see Feng family tomorrow? Shang Chaozong said, since I decided to use 100,000 crows as a guise, it really doesn't matter if I don't give me a gift. Feng Lingbo's eyelids aren't so shallow that I can pay attention to this gift. It doesn't matter if this thing is done. I really sit and borrow Feng Runan's money. He was the most embarrassed to meet Feng's family. Niu Yu Dao was surprised and said, Your lord, when I am willing to borrow this money to make such a big move. Lord, Feng Lingbo is also a prince. Can anyone see if you want to see it? Clearly, is Feng Lingbo willing to have a relationship with you? You really think this kind of pro is so easy to mention? You could just marry your daughter if you move your mouth? Can you see me without Feng Jinghua? I only have to report to my family. I am just afraid that people will drive me out of the city. It is possible that I can tell someone to tell me about the 100,000 crows when I see the person. See, and I confirm the object of the complaint. That is what I wanted to do, to let Feng Lingbo know that there is no way to hide this, and to completely cut off the non-divided thoughts of others. Otherwise, we are all in the territory of others, in case they are used by others. It is quietly controlled. I am afraid I would even find a place to cry. Lord, I am kind enough to think about you. You say, be without conscience. You don't really want me to repay the money? He made it clear it doesn't matter if it doesn't matter to me. The Shang dynasty was speechless, and people seemed to be reasonable. Think about what others said. It's really all about him. What else can he say? Shang Shu said softly, Brother, Dao Yu's done his best. Let's find a way to pay back the money. Lan Ruoding smiled bitterly, and Shang Chaozong could only nod it helplessly. The key is that he knew that Niu Yu Dao was sent by him to raise his relatives, so he could not pay it back. What? Still wise master. Niu Yu Dao praised Shang Shuqing with his thumbs up. Shang Shuqing leaned down to give a gift. Dao Dao worked hard and worked hard. It's not hard, it should be. Niu Yu Dao joyfully waved his hand, and then the words turned, but there's an ugly word, but I want to say it in front. The three of them immediately stared at him, and one after another came up with things that made them overwhelmed. I don't know what this guy was going to do. No matter how hard he could cover his mouth, Shang Xuqing had no choice but to say softly, "But it's fine," Niu Yudao said carelessly. "We have no problem with our work, and we absolutely have no blame. We don't need to go around the corner. Let me just say it. I only do things, don't take responsibility." This tone made the three men feel a little nervous and secretly asked one by one, "What's the matter?" Shang Xuqing tentatively said, "I don't know. What responsibility is Dao referring to?" Niu Yudao raised his chin toward Lan Ruoding. "Mr. Lan, is your teacher called Luo Xiaofu?" Lan Ruoding froze for a moment, nodded and said, "Luo Xiaofu is the teacher's name." His heart was full of suspiciousness. Why did he get his teacher's head again? What do you want to do? Do anyone let a dead person go? It turns out to be true. Niu Yudao snorted. "I still heard Feng Lingbo talk about it." Feng Lingbo seemed to admire Ling Ling. He shook the ceiling of Ling Ling and asked me, "The strategy of raising the relatives, is it not Mr. Lan's idea? I am young, and my shoulders are still soft, so I see I can't afford any responsibility. So I admit that it is Mr. Lan's strategy. Looking back, you're afraid to take more care." Lan Ruoding was a little dazed and thought for a while, keeping Fox questioning. "It doesn't need to take any responsibility. Maybe it could be appreciated by Feng Lingbo. How can I take my credit to Dao Yi? It's not a matter of credit. I want this credit. I'm always low-key and don't like the limelight. I also hope that Mr. understands." Niu Yudao scratched his nose subconsciously and said casually, "Yes, this borrow, it's naturally also Mr. Money's idea that money buys a gift. Mr. Wang takes more than one or two." Lan Ruoding was overwhelmed, staring at him with wide eyes, a little favored by panic, sad and angry in his heart. "This shameless thing is as embarrassing for you as a cheeky person. Actually said it was me idea." The brothers and sisters of Shang Chaozong and Shang Xuqing were completely speechless, and they understood it. No wonder this guy dared to do anything. Anyway, he did bad things, and he was responsible for others, and he was able to pick himself up cleanly. There's nothing to dare to do. Anyway, someone came out and blamed it. After this matter, the three of them knew this person, and Lan Ruoding couldn't figure out. How could a person like Dong Guohaoren accept such a disciple at his deathbed? Yuan Gang knew the Dao Yi very well and stood side by side without any surprise. It seemed not surprised at all. Lan Ruoding's expression didn't know whether it was crying or laughing, nodded daringly. It was agreed. The key is that you don't agree. The hard work is done by others, and they're not willing to help others take some responsibility. It just doesn't make sense. However, Lan Ruoding was a little worried about seeing Feng's family tomorrow and did not know how to be greeted by others. Has no debt and is light. Niu Yudao has a much more smile, www.mtlnovel.com, and discussed with several others how to do it when they meet with the Feng family tomorrow. The specific matters of the marriage with the Feng family were naturally handed over to Lan Ruoding. This kind of thing was not suitable for the Chaozong to personally discuss, and it was not appropriate for the unmarried sister to talk, and only Lan Ruoding was the most suitable. It is not impossible for Niu Yudao to talk. The key to this kind of red tape is Niu Yudao, who is too lazy to worry about it. For him, the bridge helped you build the road, and the road paved the way for you. Not saved, he will be exhausted to death with a group of pigs sooner or later. Then he might as well leave early. So he turned his head to find a place to rest, and the rest let them slowly chow. "Master Dao, I'll send you." Shang Xuqing followed and delivered in person. Of course, Niu Yudao's enjoyment did not refuse, but after all, she became more interested in the ugly woman who was reasonable, and casually made a joke. "Can you see clearly when you walk with the saris at night? Don't stumble." Shang Xuqing said gently, "I'm used to it." Although the words were frank, there seemed to be a hint of sourness hidden in the depths, which made Niu feel embarrassed to continue to make jokes about her, and change the subject smoothly. "I saw before, how did you bring all the monks from Nanshan Temple coming?" The models of Shang Xuqing accompanied them and said softly, "Dao Yi had an account before leaving Nanshan Temple. He wanted to keep the bear demon. When he left, he would naturally bring him an explanation. However, the bear demon died. He refused to leave alone, saying that once he had left, it would be difficult for the monks of Nanshan Temple to survive in this world. If the cohesion at the end of Nanshan Temple had dispersed, he would be sorry for the old presidency's trust. Ken left alone. Even if the knife rested on his neck, he would rather not drop the group of monks, even if he died. There was no way. We had to take them all and see what you said, Master Dao. Would you rather die if the knife rests around your neck? Niu Dao was somewhat surprised. He doesn't have a deep understanding of this world, but he knows a little bit. The Buddha who Buddhism believes in here is not Shakyamuni, nor is there the figure of Shakyamuni, and there are other people, and Buddhism is not in this era. Prosperity, it seems that there was a period of prosperity, probably prospered slightly during the Wu dynasty, and later the war was frequently affected, quite the taste of the poem of 480 monasteries in the southern dynasties. How many towers in the smoke and rain. Buddhism is gradually dying. The temples of Nanshan Temple are already sporadic. I did not expect that such a fallen Buddhism can still meet a demon with a firm belief. If I said that I was interested in the bear demon just because I hadn't seen the demon before, now I am interested in the bear demon. I see I can't help but say, I'm going to meet this fairy who will die unyieldingly. Go back, rest early, don't have to give it away. Shang Shuqing was not hypocritical and took out an interrogation quotation from his sleeve. I once read the Beast Record. After reading this interrogation confession, I found this bear demon looks like a famous thing on the list. I don't know if it's right or not, but please ask Dao to see for yourself. Fairy on the Beast Record? Niu Dao froze for a moment and became more interested. He walked under a lantern hanging under the eaves and opened the confession of the guard when he was interrogating the monks in Nanshan Temple. After reading it, he handed it to Yuan Gang and asked him to watch it. Look, groaning with his chin, the bear with golden hair is still invulnerable. Is it the Golden King Bear on the Beast Record? He also read the Beast Record. Yuan Gang hadn't seen any strange animal records, but just glanced at the confession to grasp the situation. Looking at Yuan Gang's confession, Niu Dao smiled slightly. This woman is a caring and careful person. Let's go. Let's see the goblin. The two found a personal guard and asked the place where the monks of Xian Nanshan Temple had settled, and ran straight into it. A small yard. 20 or so monks were playing on the ground, squeezed together in 2 rooms. The bear demon Yuanfang was also among them, and there was also guard accommodation in the small yard. After a long journey, the monks were mostly exhausted, all snoring and fell asleep, and the goblins were the goblins. Niu Dao broke into the house, and the monks were still sleeping, but the only way was to meditate in a circle. Open your eyes. Seeing Niu Dao and Yuan Gang, Niu Dao looked up and down a square, not tall old man, thin and slightly rickety, dark skin color but good spirit, white beard, eyes and dignity, monk clothes replaced with casual clothes, a felt hat covered with a bald head, but from the periphery under the felt hat can still be judged to be a bald. Look at the monk who slept. Niu Dao didn't bother. He waved his hand, greeted Yuan Fong out of the room, and came to the living room of the small courtyard. As soon as he entered the living room, Niu Dao turned and smiled at the following Yuan Fong. Take off my clothes and see. Ah! Yuan Fong stared, very hesitant. Niu Dao waved his hand and said, Don't be afraid, haven't seen the demon, and want to see it. So it turns out, Yuan Fong sighed and sighed, feeling helpless in words, slowly untied the jacket, revealing a body of golden hair that had not yet been fully transformed, and immediately lowered his eyebrows and stood down, letting himself be by his side. The two of them circled around and admired curiously, and their hair was pulled by the cow rightly twice. Can't stand it. He can rebel, but the consequences of rebellion will affect the monks of Nanshan Temple. Turned a few times, Niu Dao suddenly gave Yuan Gang a glance, but seeing Yuan Gang pulled out the dagger with his hand and waved a cold light. The blade edged across the round square. There was actually a metal friction sound, and the facts proved that the round side was really invulnerable. The hair was not broken, and the skin was not damaged. Yuan Fong was taken aback. Horan turned around, backed away again and again, his face full of surprise and uncertainty. Why did he still use a knife? Lord Dao said that he was not interested, and he said happily, don't be afraid, that, let's see the original form. When he saw the other party hesitated, he immediately raised his eyebrows. Yuan Fong has seen Yo Yudeo's means, and Song Yanqing and 3 people are not enough to fight one by one. He is an opponent, he succumbs under threat, and he slowly loosens his belt and takes off his pants. There are loose shorts inside. Has nothing to do with undressing. The key is being stared intently by the 2 big men. He has been cultivated to admire human nature and naturally has a sense of shame. After kicking off the shoes, Yuan Fong suddenly took a deep breath, which seemed to inflate the entire body. The limbs became thicker and larger. The face was also enlarged, and the bald head began to drill. She had blonde hair, and her skin was twisted and blackened. This process looks a little disgusting, and it is easy to scare people, but Niu Yu Dao and Yuan Gang are not ordinary people. There are many disgusting things like corpses in the grave. Even zombies have seen it. This situation does not scare 2 people. This process of change made the 2 feel new. Yuan Gang, who is always expressionless, is also obviously curious. In a blink of an eye, a big bear with golden hair and shiny water stood in front of the 2 in a stance of a bear. His body was 3 times stronger than before, tall and majestic and powerful. The baggy shorts have burst like a straw skirt around the waist. The bear paws and the face are thick and dark, and the claws are sharp. Is a new thing to see, opened his eyes, the 2 around the king-size golden bear, to appreciate. Golden Bear stuck his tongue, and his dark eyes followed the 2 people in a circle, and they could see innocently, and they didn't know when they would appreciate it. After a while, Niu Yu Dao gave Yuan Gang a look again. Yuan Gang waved his dagger in succession, and a few metallic rubbing sounds failed to pierce the golden retriever defense. Suddenly the gesture changed, and the dagger stabbed directly in the thigh of the golden bear on this time. I saw the blood this time, and inserted it into the half. Oh! The golden bear jumped away from the pain, vocalizing for mercy. 2 high-handed people let go of the poor monk. Okay. Niu Yu Dao understood that this golden retriever was indeed invulnerable, but the density was limited and could not resist the sharp thorns of sharp weapons. He waved and said with pleasure, don't be rude, change back. The golden bear was immediately like a discouraged ball. Her body quickly shrank, and she quickly changed back to the square, twisting her back to the back, pulling the rag on her waist, and simply bandaging the injured thigh. Limply picked up the clothes and put them back on. Finished wearing, Yuan Fong stood there honestly, with a slightly grieving look on his face. Niu Yu Dao reached out and asked, if you have trouble with your legs and feet, sit down and talk, Yuan Fong turned around and walked back 2 steps to sit down, and began to accept Niu Yu Dao's detailed questions. When he said what he had done in Nanshan Temple, it was like confessing to Song Yanqing. How many good things show that you're not a bad person? Niu Yu Dao once listened to music, whether it was for the purpose of revitalizing Nanshan Temple or for one's own privacy. Making money is making money. How come there are so many excuses? A little relief to the villagers is called robbing the rich and helping the poor. Isn't it a good thing to do it and do something good to avoid sin? Also known as the Qing bandits, it is clear that one mountain cannot tolerate 2 tigers. There are too many robberies on a site, which affects the wealth road of your Nanshan Temple, so the bandits are black. How much money has been made in the past 2 years from making money? Niu Yu Dao, sitting in a chair, tilted his legs and tapped his fingers gently on the coffee table. Yuan Fong shook his head and said, there is no money. Niu Yu Dao raised a brow and sneered. Why? I'm afraid I'll steal your money. Yuan Fong shook his head with a bitter face. You misunderstood. The location of Nanshan Temple is too biased, and you can't get any money. So many people in the temple feed, as well as the renovations after the temple is run down. Villagers, there are only a few hundred gold coins left. They were all seized by the prince before, saying that it is the cost of eating and drinking for so many of us. Niu Yu Dao said, He was robbed by Shang Chaozong, who was short of money. He smiled and said, "You are a goblin. Do you still feel wronged? If we meet you, we are lucky, and we often walk by the river. If you do wet your shoes, there is always a miss when you do black work. You will be hiding there. Sooner or later you will encounter hard stubble. When you meet those monks who kill monsters and remove demons, it is when you are killed. How are you going? I'll give you an identity that can walk brightly." Yuan Fong said with a sad face. "Master, www.mtlnovel.com, I promised the old host to maintain the Nanshan Temple, and made a big wish in front of the Buddha to revitalize Nanshan Temple. If you violate this vow, to go to hell." Niu Dao said with a smile, "This is easy to handle. You can mix with me and help you build the biggest temple in the world." Yuan Fong looked up in amazement. "Really?" Niu Dao said, "At least enough money for you to cover the largest monastery in the world." Yuan Fong doesn't think it's too reliable. The point is that he doesn't want to get involved in right and wrong. After a little consideration, he said weakly, "No need to be so troublesome. I still have to find a solution myself." Niu Dao sneered. "Don't give me a face? Give you the last chance to think about it. Don't force me to turn my face." Yuan Fong changed his attitude and nodded decisively. "Okay, I will listen to the master's instructions in the future." Niu Dao leaned his head to Yuan Gang and said, "If this goblin is not honest in the future, all the monks in Nanshan Temple will be removed." Yuan Gang nodded expressionlessly, sitting coldly on the opposite side. Yuan Fong's expression twitched and hurriedly waved his hand. No, we are all honest people. Accidentally collected a goblin. You can study it later." Niu Dao stood up contentedly. "After talking for so long, I still don't know what your name is." Yuan Fong followed and stood together, saying the poor monk Yuan Fong. Niu Dao said, "I really take myself seriously. Is Yuan Fong you? Ask your real name." Yuan Fong responded, "There's no name. The people in the temple used to call me Xiao Jin." Xiao Jin. Niu Dao looked up and down at his old man's appearance and pointed to Yuan Gang. "He is a monkey, so I'll call you an old bear." Yuan Fong immediately looked at Yuan Gang and said in surprise, "Are you a monkey? The way you hide it is so deep that I didn't see it." Niu Dao can't help but be a little patient. Yuan Gang actually saw the sense of belonging in the bear demon's expression. The sense of belonging that everyone is a demon. He wanted to give a punch to the other person's face and asked lightly, "Do you know if bears, how did you die?" Yuan Fong was suspicious in his heart and asked carefully, "How did he die?" Yuan Gang said to Niu Dao, "He is a cow." "Bull!" Fong froze for a while, then immediately glared and exclaimed, "Bull!" Niu Dao said. He turned around and left with his hand away. Yuan Gang also left Yuan Fong and ignored it. After a few steps to catch up with Niu Dao, he asked, "Master Dao, this fairy head seems to be a little illusioned. Do you really want to accept him?" In his previous life, there were many brothers under Dao's men. It was also common for people who admired them to recruit them, and Yuan Gang was not the first one. Niu Dao yelled, "You look away, this is a product that can flex its muscles and play as a pig and eat a tiger. It's just that there is no knowledge, lack of experience in the rivers and lakes, and it is in the hands of Song Yanqing. Song Yanqing is an arrogant person. Do you believe that Song Yanqing stayed in Nanshan Temple for a long time, and once he was paralyzed to relax his vigilance, there is no need for us to do anything, and he must be done by this goblin?" Yuan Gang was surprised. "Why do you see it?" Niu Dao said with a chuckle, "If you think about it carefully, don't say anything else. The 20 or so monks could have taken the opportunity to get away safely, but in this case, they would still take the risk to follow him. It seems that they were killed by Song Yanqing before. A few. The hearts of the people are the most unpredictable, not to mention a group of monks who dare to eat black. Can it be simple to gather dozens of people whose hearts seem so silly? It can be seen by this alone. He is not as bad as you think. The foundation is still good. At most, there is a problem with the outlook on life and values. It is a malleable talent. If you want to take this kind of person's heart, it is useless to treat him only, in a word, let him serve. You have more time to spare. Tune in." Yuan Gang was silent and revealed a thoughtful look. He immediately turned around and turned his head back. He ran into the square that had just walked out of the house. Without a word, he kicked out. The square in the middle of the chest flew back. Yuan Gang rushed in, punched and kicked, hit his elbow with his knee, and beat it wildly. In the house, Yuan Fong screamed again and again, begging for mercy. Finally, the screaming stopped. Yuan Gang came out with a blank expression, ignoring the guard who was surprised to see nearby, pulled the clothes, and strode away. Wait a moment, the limp circle also came out. The nose and face were swollen with nosebleeds, and the aching face twitched straight. He was a little bit beaten for some reason. He didn't even give an explanation. He was baffled. Taisho Mansion, quiet in the garden. Feng Lingbo looked up at the night sky Haiyue with a frustrated expression and thought of wanting to marry her daughter like this. It was complicated. Peng Yulan walked gently, a cloak gently draped over his shoulder. Although the spring is strong, the night's cold dew is still the same. Her husband is not a monk and should not resist the cold invading the body. Not only her husband, but none of her 3 children's physiques were suitable for cultivation, or she could be introduced into Tainyuman by her background, which made her somewhat helpless. However, there is no way. There are some differences in the structure of the meridians between people. After all, people who are suitable for cultivation are only a few. Feng Lingbo looked back and smiled slightly. Peng Yulan handed out a piece of tissue paper to him. My dad passed the news. After internal consultation at Tainyuman, he agreed with this matter. I was worried that you would not have enough staff after going to Kambu County. People are coming. Under normal circumstances, Tainyuman's manpower cannot be fully piled up in the Broad County, and Tainyuman has other spheres of influence to consider. In addition to being a guard, a part of the manpower that Tainyuman puts in here is also responsible for the daily collection of spirit grass. The spirit grass, collected by the people in the Broad County, is handed over to these people in exchange for money and food, and the spirit grass is gathered here afterwards. They must be sent to Tainyuman in a concentrated manner, where they can refine the immortal medicine used for cultivation or trade in the practice circle. In fact, the major schools of practice this after dividing their spheres of influence. The earth and the earth are large, and things like the spirit grass are not available everywhere. The efficiency may not be high. This is not something you can find if you run fast. After all, the martial arts have limited manpower, not to mention that if the practitioners put their main energy on finding the spirit grass, they will delay the cultivation. Of course, the so-called cultivation resources are not only the spirits that can be found after the sphere of influence is delimited, but also the money and food. If you want to practice effectively, you can't have less money than you do. If you don't have your own sphere of influence, how can you easily borrow things from other people's sites? After Feng Lingbo received the paper and read it through the moonlight, he silently twisted the paper in his palm, but the result was not unexpected. After a long time, he sighed and said, "If the man sighed, you should persuade." Peng Yulan nodded slightly. It was at this time that the housekeeper took a big step to salute the two. Feng Lingbo asked, "How is it?" Shon Yin Dao said, "It has been settled, and it should come over to see the master tomorrow." Feng Lingbo nodded, indicating that he knew. Peng Yulan said with concern, "What about the long sect of the Shang dynasty?" Shon Yin Dao said, "The appearance is majestic, quite manly." Peng Yulan sighed, more at ease, but then raised some worries. Can you look like your daughter with a long face? It's not that they feared that Shang Chaozong wouldn't marry his daughter, and that they wouldn't dare to forgive Shang Chaozong. They were afraid that Shang Chaozong would treat his daughter coldly in the future and let her daughter be wronged. Soon after, Peng Yulan came to her daughter's yard and entered her daughter's room. In the house, the 4 females, May, Orchid, Bamboo, and Chrysanthemum, were instructed to stare at Feng Runen in order to prevent any accidents, and Feng Runen's armor had not been removed, lying on the couch in a daze. Peng Yulan waved her hand and signaled the 4 girls to retreat and sit beside the couch. Didn't wait for her to speak. Feng Runen had already spoken. "Mother, you don't have to persuade me anymore. I said not to marry is not to marry. No one forced me to use it." Peng Yulan was annoyed and said, "I don't want to see you marrying like this, but you're a general anyway. Don't you know what the overall situation is on the battlefield? Feng Renin Hoa ran, sat up. No good air. What is this called, the overall situation? I am looking at the overall situation of Tianyuman. You let my grandfather come to see me. I would like to ask him take his granddaughter to complete Tianyu door. Is it a man's job? Come on. Peng Yulan slapped her face in a slap and stood up suddenly, pointing at her and scolding. Despite the overall situation of Tianyuman, can there be stability in Guangyi County? You don't know how many people think take your father's life? If the competition among the major schools does not progress, you will retreat. You will not grow. When others grow stronger, they will annex you. Once the Tianyuman collapses, can Guangxi County still survive? Your father, your mother, and your brother will die without burial. Is this what you want to see? This is not a fiction. The sects and the secular forces on their own sites are originally related to each other. If you want to have a larger site and grab more cultivation resources, someone has to help you occupy the site to take care of common affairs. No matter how much it is impossible to throw them all into the dunya to take care of military and political affairs, how many disciples must be thrown out of the big site to take care of them? This is unrealistic. Not to mention that the main energy of people in spiritual practice is cultivation, and the ability of people in spiritual practice to deal with vulgar things may not be comparable to that of vulgar people. So it is necessary to support agents in the mundane world to take care of them, and to support the handsome and outstanding people in the mundane world. This is the most economical way to save disciples' resources. If you want more training resources, you need a larger site, and you need more disciples. UCA Int failed to provide security for the secular agents and agents' backbones. Otherwise, the agents and agents, the backbone of the offline, is easy to be killed by competitors. This is the origin of the master who, with the expansion of the territory, the sect masters sent by the martial arts will naturally increase, and they will need to train more disciples, which in turn will require more cultivation resources to support. This is a causal relationship. Feng Runin covered her face, bit her lip, tears in her eyes. Of course, she didn't want her family to be unlucky, but she didn't want to humiliate her. If it's a man, even if the mother begs you, okay? Peng Yulan slowed her tone and wailed. The mother knelt down for you, won't it? When she walked to the front of her daughter, she knelt down and knelt down. Feng Runin quickly supported her arm with both hands and shook his head there, which could bear the mother's kneel, tears. Mother, don't be like this, can I marry? The mother and daughter immediately hugged together and wept bitterly. Yu reading www.yuyukangshu.com. Mother, I suffocate, that the Shang dynasty is too bully. Feng Runin choked in his mother's arms. Peng Yulan patted her daughter's back and gave a guarantee. You can rest assured that your mother has already calculated, and you will give you that bad breath. And your father also defaults. It looked like half-morning the next morning. Niu Dao was still meditating cross-legged in the house. Yuan Gang knocked on the door and entered, reminding, Dao Yi, those three are outside to see. Niu Dao slowly breathed out his breath and opened his eyes. Of course, he knew who those three were referring to, and who could be besides the three of Shang dynasty. Got up and came outside. Sure enough, they saw the three people under the stairs. The three came together to salute. Dao Yi. The tone was obviously respectful. Niu Dao didn't take it seriously. He earned this thing on his own face, but he looked at the two dark circles of the Shang dynasty, and he couldn't help but happily. It is estimated that this guy didn't sleep well last night. With a smile on his face, he solemnly said again, I don't know what the prince said. Shang Chaozong smiled and said, I'm going to meet Feng Lingbo and invite Dao Yi to go with me. Well, I won't go, you just go. Niu Dao waved there happily, and he was naturally a little guilty when he didn't do good things. Let's just let the one in front of me look at the things about his face. He casually asked, How is that 10,000 gold coins together? Shang Chaozong shook his head helplessly. Here is unfamiliar. He couldn't make so much money for a while. Waving Ting Lan Ruoding had to embarrass the husband and later to discuss with Feng Lingbo. Temporarily owed last time I owed. I would like to find a way to make it up in Kangwu County. Oh, Niu Dao looked at the three men and said nothing, saying, "The three of you have come up with such a solution all night? You go empty-handed like this." And when you look, the three of them were a little puzzled. It stands to reason that Feng Lingbo's situation was not right on their hands. Otherwise, Feng Lingbo should know it. It's okay to hold back the money for a while, and then go to Kangwu County. Lon Ruoding puzzled. Won't Feng Lingbo delay the business for 10,000 gold coins? He is known for the official business, and everyone knows it, referring to 100,000 crows. None of the three thought that Feng Lingbo could delay the major event of 100,000 crows for the small thing of 10,000 gold coins. They all felt that Lon Ruoding lowered his face to mention that there should be no problem. Niu Dao said nothing, and it was estimated that someone in Taisho Man was waiting to find his way out. Peng Yulan made a big speech in public and swallowed back with no face. I didn't know how big a dog his blood was. Splashing, he was inconvenient to tell Shang Chaozong when he was responsible, and he could only remind him in good faith. Your grandfather, a man, is generous. A woman may not speak so well. Peng Yulan is afraid that she wants to export evil spirits for her daughter. It is hard to see Feng Lingbo if you do'nt eat a bit. But she spread her hands again. Of course, this is just my guess. You think it is okay? I didn't take a rest last night. For a while. He said he would see him off, and he decided not to go. He didn't care. In this kind of thing, the Shang dynasty had nothing to do with bitterness and grievances. It didn't affect the overall situation. Eventually, the one who should marry would marry, or the one who marry would marry. Anyway, it wasn't his embarrassment. Seeing that he was going to turn around and go back to the house, Shang Chaozong rushed over, grabbed Niu Dao's arm, and squeezed a smile on his face. Dao Yi, you may wish to make it clear. This kind of thing, he is actually the most anxious one. He may not be afraid of fighting on the battlefield and killing his head, but the marriage event is really the first time. The mood of the first time to see the father-in-law and the mother-in-law can be understood by men. The key to marriage his daughter was when he was lack of confidence. The most important thing was that Niu Dao had made such a bad thing. It would make him embarrassed to think about it. It would be embarrassing to think about it. In this case, it is really hard to go to the door. Tossing and turning at night did not close my eyes. Niu Dao now sent him a bad signal, and he became more and more uneasy. Niu Dao turned around and glanced at the arm he was caught. Yuan Gang also squinted at the hand that Shang Chaozong grabbed. He tried to stop it, but raised his hand slightly and put it down again. Put in the previous life, Yuan Gang will not make people easily make such rude behavior to Dao Yi, but the judgment in front of him is that Shang Chaozong is not malicious. Shang Chaozong also realized that he was a little sick and quickly let go. Niu Dao said with a smile, "It's already very clear, and it's not a big deal. It's the same thing. However, I still suggest that it's more appropriate for the prince to get the money and go. It's prepared and safe, and he can be confident." Shang Chaozong was speechless. What's the difference between you saying it and not saying it? He smiled bitterly. It is really impossible to get out now. If it can be done, why is it so embarrassing? Niu said with surprise. Dangtang County King somehow has hundreds of people and horses. How can they be stumped by 10,000 gold coins? Isn't these people money? Shang Chaozong couldn't help crying. I can't always sell people out of horses? Niu Dao sighed. You can't sell. Horses can sell. These horses are sold. Don't just put together more than 10,000 gold coins. This is true in this era of war. Horses are definitely a precious resource, especially warhorse. The price is not low. Shang Chaozong was speechless and wanted to ask him what your bad idea is. Not to say that the war horse is the second life of the cavalry, and the horse was sold. Can't you let everyone go to Kangwu County? Do you need to use manpower to carry your burden? Or would you go back to Feng Lingbo to borrow a horse? Frowning. Is it inappropriate to sell horses? Niu Dao rolled his eyes, and Zheng said in 8 ways. Who made you really sell? Let out some wind and go out, saying that Feng Lingbo thinks that the gift is too little. Go out and walk around. Will things be resolved? Lon Ruoding and Shang Shuqing heard a little stunned. and his eyes lit up immediately, and he understood his intention. This is to let Feng Lingbo not lose that person. Feng Lingbo would naturally send someone to stop selling horses. Naturally, I won't be forced to pay back here. Dao Yi Gao Jian. Lan Ruoding bowed his hand convincingly. Shang Shuqing smiled brightly under the veil and looked at Niu Yudeo's eyes. Although this was a trivial matter, he witnessed the other party's method of resolving Yun Danfeng's lightness and saw the whole picture, which made her realize again. Yuan Gang's original sentence realized that their brother and sister did indeed meet the master. In an instant, Shang Zongzong also understood the intention. Feng Lingbo will not leave a greedy, notorious reputation for the people in his county, but he still suffers from this kind of thing. Feng Lingbo is not stupid. Is such an obvious thing? We can't see our intentions. If we do this, wouldn't we belittle them? Niu Yudao hurt his head and shook his head straightly. Doesn't it hurt anyone to do this? What kind of face is this? Isn't the prince unable to lose this face? Or is it? The prince cares about Feng Runin very much and is very nervous to marry her, was it? The last words obviously had a sense of ridicule. What does Shang Chaozong care about Feng Runin? It's really a bit nervous. It's a little embarrassing to be poked. Niu Yudao laughed and arched his hands, no longer saying much, and he had already spoken at this point. Whether he wanted to do anything else, turned around, went to the garden, and hadn't carefully looked at the structure of the forest garden here last night. Wait a moment. Yuan Gang quickly came behind him and followed the pace of the report. Dao Dao, people have already gone. See, what happened should be done according to your words. Niu Yudao said that he stopped at the side of the pond, and he slowly said, the family affairs will be completed. I believe that the troubles of Shang Qingzong can be removed. Even if they don't collapse, I will have no leisure to deal with me. It's over. The Song family is next. We are very different from ours, which is a bit tricky. Yuan Gang was silent and sighed in his heart. It turned out that Dao Yi had saved the thought of exterminating the Shangqing sect to eliminate the troubles. It seems that Dao Yi really had no feelings for that Tang Yi, and he didn't even care about the life and death of Tang. Isn't it? I saw it with my own eyes the day before yesterday. It's a long queue for the team's gift. Is it too small? Who is General Feng Runin? How can he easily marry? But how did he open up a county king to sell war horses? Master Taisho. On the streets of the county town, a group of guards led the horses slowly, and passers-by on the sidelines were pointing and talking. In the Taisho mansion, Feng Lingbo and Peng Yulan, sitting in the pavilion and talking, are waiting for Shang Zhaozong to come see him. But the housekeeper hurriedly came and reported the situation outside. Feng Lingbo slowly turned his head and glared at him. Sell the war horse to make a gift? When will the king want him to make a gift? Shou's young voice said, I'm afraid it's about paying back the 10,000 gold coins. Feng Lingbo's face was black, and she said in a deep voice, if you pay back the money, pay back the money. What a gift. Peng Yulan's face also stretched, and she understood something. She gritted her teeth and said, a group of villains want to be resigned. Feng Lingbo sneered. That Lan Ruoding is really a lot of tricks, but this seat is looking forward to seeing. He gestured to the head of his life year. You go to personally and tell them that the matter of 10,000 gold coins, forget it. Let them stop tossing. Come and see me quickly. Yes. Shou Nian left in response. Peng Yulan, who had a cold face, did not stop her, because she knew that the people in the general county had relatively good criticism of her husband. This is the heart of the people and one of the foundations against the court. The reputation in this county is not 10,000 gold coins that can be bought. If you persecute yourself, people will go back and sell horses. You must be disgusted to die. It is her turn to suffocate this time. It didn't take long for Shang Chaozong and his entourage to arrive. The guests and the host met in the main hall. Feng Lingbo and Peng Yulan saluted together. Have seen the county king. After all, they haven't reacted yet. At least the respect and humility at the level is still there, but it is also limited to this set. After the ceremony, the Shang dynasty was basically put aside. Mr. Lan, long admiring his name. Feng Lingbo laughed and stepped forward to put Lan Ruoding's arm, but it was intimate. It is not the intimacy that I pretend to be www.mtlnovel.com, but I really want to make friends. For some people who have some status, they have a strong heart and are angry when they are pitted. After the pit is finished, it is an aftertaste. I am not afraid of you. People, I am afraid you re not capable. In this troubled world, one person's power can't be turned over, and only the cunning association can do great things. After a few words of compliment from each other, Feng Lingbo also teased and said, Mr. Lon, you are a little unreasonable. This hasn't met yet, even gave this county to keep by drops, and you will be fined 3 cups today. Shyness in the bag, bad feelings, ashamed. Lon Ruoding looked ashamed, and Peng Yulan pulled Shang Shuqing to talk warmly, quite to help her daughter get the taste of the little ant first. But Shang Chaozong was left unattended on the edge of the air and was holding a slow tea. The meeting between the two sides, Lon Ruoding can be regarded as free-spirited, extraordinary, Feng Lingbo appreciated. Combined with the previous experience of being pitted, Feng Lingbo more and more determined that Lon Ruoding was a rare talent, and he thought of collecting it under his command. Relatively speaking, Lon Ruoding is not a general person, but also a person with a high level of ambition. He has been able to cope with such occasions, but he is not good at Niu Dao. When it comes to military and political advice, I am afraid that Niu Dao not as good as him. Niu Dao's ability can't stand the table, can't put it out to speak clearly. On this occasion, what Lon Ruoding said was able to cut the pros and cons of the military and political affairs. So Feng Lingbo nodded and thought deeply. Niu Dao, even if he talks about the falling of the ceiling, it is difficult for Feng Lingbo to nod his head in agreement. The difference between the two is obvious. Of course, Niu Dao didn't want to be in the limelight, habitually hiding merit and fame. In short, Feng Lingbo admired Lon Ruoding very well. The two sides had a very smooth discussion. It was not too late for Shang Chaozong and Feng Runin to have a close relationship. They chose a good day nearby and set it in 3 days. Xiao Wang seized the father-in-law and the mother-in-law. All the secrets were settled, and a group of people gathered in the main hall again. In front of everyone, the Shang dynasty held a junior ceremony and changed the words of Feng Lingbo and Peng Yulan in the seat. The couple also met to give gifts. Shang Shuqing, who was watching the ceremony, witnessed her brother's tears. She felt aggrieved and thought of her parents. If the parents were still alive, why was the brother's family affairs so sloppy? At the same time, I also felt that it was not easy for the two brothers and sisters to be in or outside the prison in recent years. It didn't take long for the brother and sister to be out of the prison, and her brother was about to become married as soon as she blinked. And tears, fortunately, a veil blocked, outsiders cannot see. Luo Ruoding, who was watching with a smile on his face, was also sad. Ning Wangruo was here, so why? Feng Lingbo and Peng Yulan didn't even feel sad. If put before, the son of Ning Wang could become their son-in-law, it is something that they dare not think about. After the ceremony, people from the Feng family changed their attitude to the new aunt, Shang Chaozong, and there were also red envelopes to reward money. Lon Ruoding had already prepared for the red envelope. Even if it was a layman, it was also a gold coin per person. The shot was quite generous, and the servant who was rewarded was naturally ecstatic. Sometimes this is the case. For a person like Feng Lingbo, Lon Ruoding can directly show that he is shy, but he is not good for being stingy, because Feng Lingbo can ignore these outside things, but the next people rely on these outside things to make a living. I will care if you give less, people will look down on them, and even if the Shang dynasty is down, they will not let these people whisper and swear. This face Lon Ruoding still has to maintain for the Shang dynasty. Fortunately, a group of monks were looted here at Nanshan Temple, and Lon Ruoding could still get it. When he was about to leave, Feng Lingbo seemed to ridiculously advise Shang Chaozong, sister-in-law, take a good rest in the past 2 days, keep a good body in the cave, and stop selling horses. Immediately changed, there is no need to make a contribution to the emperor of the Shang dynasty, and it has the taste of showing the heart of the Shang dynasty. As soon as these words came out, Shang Chaozong was ashamed, and he couldn't help but laugh at Niu Dao's rancid idea of selling warhorses. He was a bit doubtful whether Niu Dao thought too much. The matter was swept over in the past, and the Taisho house handled it all. When the party left the Taisho mansion, they looked back on their horses and looked at the Taisho mansion. They all felt like a dream. The bumpy road actually ran out of flat road, and they married Feng Lingbo's daughter. They just left the capital and were worried. When the future is going, I really dreamed and did not expect such an incredible change. The accompanying group of guards were full of spirits and uplifted, and they all knew that Feng Lingbo was a prince who held his own weight. The prince married Feng Lingbo's daughter. The court would not dare to act rashly, and the real way of life was in front of him. Die. How can everyone be unhappy? Shang Shuqing's thoughts have already returned to the garden, where everyone has settled for the first time. Thinking of the man who took the sword and abducted it, and the man who lazily sang poetry under the splendid peach blossom tree. Smile. The scene under the peach blossom tree is very beautiful now, and suddenly gives her an inexplicable sense of security in this troubled world. The mountains are majestic. Zhongling Yuxiu in the palace of Shangqing. The head and 3 elders sit on the futon. Tang Yipon sits on it, and Luo Yuangong, Su Pe, and Tang Susu are on the left and right below. A piece of paper circulated among the 4 people. The content on the paper was the gold wings of the outside world. Tang Yi was silent after watching it. Luo Yuangong slowly shook his head after watching it. Su Pe was still shocked and expressionless. Tang Susu frowned. The news spread from the broad side of the county. Although the Shangqing sect declined, it was not blind or deaf, and it somewhat captured the spread of the news. Luo Yuangong broke the tranquility in the palace with emotion. Feng Lingbo would actually marry her daughter to Shang Chaozong. It is incredible. Can Tiananmen withstand the pressure of today? No. Tiananmen nodded. Feng Lingbo did not. Daring. How do you think about this? Tang. Now that Dian has internal and external troubles, if this family matter really succeeds, it means that Feng Lingbo is determined to protect the Shang dynasty, and he will surely have the assurance to preserve the Shang dynasty. Torn face. It seems that we underestimated the Shang Chaozong, but he walked out of the way alive. He didn't have a son, said Tang Susu. Tang Susu snorted. It's still a long time. Should we go out of the way and have to say another thing? In short, our choice is right. It is beneficial for the Qing sect to draw a clear relationship with King Ning. The self-respected Feng Lingbo mingled together and made it clear that the conspiracy was simply fueling the fire. The court's anger must inevitably be implicated in the head of the Shangqing zone. The court may not dare to take Feng Lingbo, but it must deal with the Shangqing zone. It's a one-line matter, and we can't afford the consequences. Tang Yi and Su Pomei didn't express their positions, but Luo Yuangong nodded slightly. Shimi is right. At this moment, a disciple stepped out and reported. The leader, 3 elders, disciple, Qinguishua asked outside the hall to say that there is something important to report. As soon as this remark came out, Tang Susu's eyelids shuddered, and Shang Chaozong ran to Guangyi County and Feng Lingbo got together. She was thinking about the whereabouts of Niu Dao, and I wonder if Song Yanqing and others had succeeded. Qinguishua is back. Don't we see that we are talking about something? He can have something important. Let him retreat first. Tang Susu yelled aloud. Out of some concerns, did not want Qinguishua to enter. Luo Yuangong raised his hand to stop it. Did he go to Beijing with Song Yanqing? Why did he come back so quickly? He came back suddenly. Since he said something important, he wouldn't dare to exaggerate in front of us. So let him come in and talk about it. Understand. Tang Susu really couldn't find any reason to stop it, wondering whether Qinguishua should dare to talk nonsense. Is there anything else? Then he kept silent. Tang Yi nodded and said, Let him come in. Yes. The disciple who came in to announce went out. After a while, Qinguishua, a servant of the wind and dust, entered in a hurry and walked into the hall. He even knelt in front of several people and said in a panic, Master, 3 elders, something went wrong. Song Yanqing and Su Yiqian were killed. Ah, all of them stood up. and Su Yiqian had nothing to do. The Song family behind Song Yanqing was the last barrier of Shang Qingzong. If something happened to Song Yanqing, Shang Qingzong could not explain a Song family. Tang Susu was furious. Fuck things, what nonsense! She was warning Chen Guishua not to talk nonsense with her harsh eyes. However, Chen Guishua turned a blind eye and said sadly, "The disciples did not talk nonsense. Both Brother Song and Brother Su died in the hands of Niu Dao. Because Niu Dao wanted the disciple to come back to talk, the disciple was lucky enough to take a life. Come back." Several people were shocked. Tang Susu reprimanded. "Nonsense." Waving his hand was a vigorous effort to hack out. Luo Yuangong and Su Pa almost shot at the same time, and at the same time broke a palm to intercept. Boom! With a loud bang, the three palms collided together, the wind was strong, and Chen Guishua, kneeling on the ground, was overturned to the ground, which was a shock. He appeared in public because he was afraid of Tang Susu's death. Unexpectedly, Tang Susu dared to kill in public. He underestimated the old woman's cruelty. If it weren't for the other two elders, his life would be gone. He dared to disregard Tang Susu's warning and said that he naturally relied on it. On the way, the Song family intercepted him for acting, and the Song family supported him, so he was not afraid of it. Tang, he tightened her lips and looked at Tang Susu, who was full of rage. Relatively speaking, she was quite aware of it, because Tang Susu had hinted that she would not leave Niu Dao afterwards, but she didn't expect Song Yanqing to shoot. Luo Yuangong shone in front of Chen Guishua, and there were no disciples of Shang Qingzong who had to be killed for reporting the situation. He stared at Tang Susu and said, "Sister, why is there so? What can't you say?" Tang Susu said angrily, "He is obviously talking nonsense. www.mtlnovel.com. Song Yanqing's destination is Beijing, and Niu Dao's destination is Kanwu County. How can the two directions collide with each other? This person must be conspiracy." Chen Guishua was a little flustered and quickly shouted, "Elder Tang, are you going to kill people and kill your mouth?" In this case, he had to protect himself. As soon as this remark came out, Tang Susu was furious. Rebel came out, wanting to hit the killer again. Su Pa figure flashed, blocked her, and said in a deep voice, "It's not too late to let him finish talking." Luo Yuangong walked slowly to Su Pa and stood side by side with it. He made it clear that he would stop Tang Susu. "Sister, please be calm. Don't be rash." This was already a warning. Faced with the collaboration of the two, Tang Susu knew that he could no longer succeed. Horan turned around, looked at Tang Yi, and said angrily, "Master, this monk must have been sent to provoke the divorce. Please also be clear." Luo Yuangong said, "Master, in this hall, the disciples of the Shanqing sect can't even talk. Can they provoke alienation? Listen to it anyway, let alone kill the disciples before they even get things clear. There's no such thing, the truth." Tang Susu stared angrily at Tang Yi, but she was obviously unreasonable. How could Tang Yi be biased in the face of the two elders, Gong Gong and Fa? Su Pa, who didn't speak much, also gave a light pressure. "Sister, I'm a little overdone." "Humph." Tang Susu threw his sleeves coldly and turned his back to his back. Luo Yuangong turned to Chen Guishua and said in a deep voice, "Say, what is going on?" To temporarily save his life, Chen Guishua's heart eased slightly and hurriedly said, "Brother Song did not go to the capital, saying that it was just a guise. In fact, he secretly gave advice from Elder Tang and set up a lei in the Nanshan temple on the way. I want to get rid of the bull." "Joe." Tang Susu dismissed it. The words were interrupted for a while, but Chen Guishua failed to shut up. Chen Guishua continued, "According to Brother Song, before the descendant of Niu Dao, Elder Tang had sent a letter to Niu Dao. Let Niu Dao send the letter to Nanshan Temple to preside. I waited all the way to Nanshan Temple and waited for it. Sure enough, I waited for Niu Dao. However, Niu Dao seemed to have been alert and did not show up directly, but sent a substitute to come tentatively. We took the substitute and forced out the king of Shang Dynasty, the king of Yongping County, And then Brother Song pressed down the Shang dynasty with an official token and forced out Niu Dao. Who knows how to fight Niu Dao? I realize that Niu Dao's strength is unfathomable, far beyond our imagination. Unfathomable. Luo Yuangong interrupted and frowned with surprise. You mean that Niu Dao's strength is unfathomable? Not only he, but everyone was a little suspicious, and even Tang Susu couldn't help looking back. The look of suspense was obvious. Chun Guishuo nodded again and again. The disciples are honest. Yes, Niu Dao's strength is indeed unfathomable. The three of us started one after another. Brother Su was spitting blood on the face of Niu Dao and was seriously injured. I'm not going to end well. I fight with swords. Niu Dao didn't even pull the sword. He injured the disciple with only one foot. Brother Song danced the sword with a blow, and Niu Dao pulled the sword. In one move, Brother Song's 2 legs and 1 arm were scrapped. My 3 met him, and no one could be his enemy. Several people were not surprised. Luo Yuangong was unbelievable. How is this possible? Seeing that he didn't even believe him, Chan Guishuo quickly defended and said, Elder Luo, his disciples have no half-truths. At the beginning, we also wanted to guard against the amulet of teachings on him. Basically, it's a joint attack, but he doesn't even have the qualification to try out his strength. Tang Susu said Don't the 2 brothers talk nonsense? Even if you hear it, even if Niu Dao has been hiding in Taoweiyuan for secret cultivation for many years, it is impossible to have such cultivation progress. Is it not to run to provoke the separation? Chun Guishuo patted his chest with his hands and said, If a disciple has nonsense, he will be struck by thunder. Right? The disciple's skill in watching the cows and the virtues does not seem to be our Shanqing sect, especially the swordsmanship. It is very delicate, and it is definitely not our swordsmanship from the Qing dynasty. Tang Susu sneered. Is this a gap in your own words? Luo Yuangong raised her hand to stop her from continuing to frame, and continued to ask Chun Guisha. After defeating Brother Su and me in a row, Brother Song was abolished, and then people were arrested to separate us for interrogation. The disciple refused to say anything. When he was released, he found that Brother Song had been killed. Then I killed Brother Su in the face. Luo Yuangong, don't you say Niu Dao asked you to bring back your words? Chun Guishuo nodded again and again. He recruited me in the past and told him in person to let his disciples talk back to Shang Qingzong. He said that Shang Qingzong did things too terribly and didn't want to say much. When he remembered Uncle Donghua, he didn't complain. I didn't care, but since then I am cut off from the Shang Qingzong, and there is no longer any trouble. He also said that he is not interested in the position of the master and will not return to the Shang Qingzong. I hope that the Shang Qingzong will not trouble him again. Don't force him again, otherwise he will shake up all the things that the Qing dynasty has done to him, and let the people of the world judge it. When he said this, I doubt Brother Song said what he shouldn't say. Let him know something. After listening to these words, several people in the hall fell into silence. Tang Susu's expression slightly twitched. Luo Yuangong and Su Po's faces were tense, but I didn't expect this secret to let Niu Dao know. Now it has become a handle to be threatened by others. Tang bowed her head slightly, and she had a variety of tastes in her heart. The taste of stealing other people's things and being caught by others was very uncomfortable, especially when they saw through the various insidious here. She didn't know how Niu Dao would see her. In order to find the position of the head, do you not hesitate to marry? Do not hesitate to murder a pro-husband for the position of the head? What kind of thing can a malicious woman do? It is difficult to accept whoever encounters such a thing. The other party cannot care about it. It is already too generous, and she seems to be able to understand why Niu Dao can say that she will not go back to Shankingzong again. Soup has suddenly sighed, and the taste seemed to be understood by several people. Luo Yuangong looked at Tang Susu coldly. Sister, don't you say that Shang Shuqing came to Shanqing sect to name Donghua Haoran's disciple? Is that true? Tang Susu floated a sneer. Brother, Do you believe this traitor's ghost talk? Luo Yuangong and Supa both looked at her without saying a word. Some things didn't need evidence. They knew the truth and falsehood at first hearing. Otherwise, she didn't need to rush to kill Chen Guishuo and kill her mouth. The presence was also aware of why she wanted to kill the cow belly. However, there are some things that cannot be investigated. From the deprivation of Neo Yudeo's position as the leader, everyone has been dragged down by Tang Susu. Neither the leader nor the two elders can pick it clean. Luo Yuangong looked back at Chen Guishuo. Is there anything else? Chen Guishuo shook his head. That's all. Luo Yuangong closed his eyes and slowly exhaled. Go to the capital and tell your uncle's song about this bad news, go. Yes. Chen Guishuo climbed up, bowed his hand to the ceremony, and quickly turned away. No one stopped him. At this point, everyone on the scene knew that Chen Guishuo was not so bold. It was obvious that there was someone behind him who no longer had a guess. Chen Guishuo has chosen to turn to the Song family and become the Song family. To move Chen Guishuo is to hit the Song family's face, especially when Song Yanqing is dead and the Song family is willing to let Chen Guishuo toss. Since the heart is no longer in the Qing dynasty, it doesn't make any sense to stay any longer. It is also the eyes of the Song family. So Luo Yuangong let him go, and he knew that after he went to Beijing, he was unlikely to come back. However, when Chen Guishuo walked to the door, Su Po's voice suddenly sounded. Chen Guishuo, there are reports in the world. You better remember that you are a disciple of the Shangqing clan. No matter where you go, it is best not to be sorry Shangqing sect. Chen Guishuo stopped and turned around, bowing, and said, Yes, the disciple remembers it. Never dare to forget it. Then he left quickly, and no one knew if he really listened to it. The temple was clean. Luo Yuangong opened his eyes and stared at Tang Susu. Are you crazy? At this time, Tang Susu also admitted with a bright heart, I did this for the sake of the Qing dynasty. He might be used someday, when he was alive, causing internal turmoil in the Qing dynasty, and some things should not drag the tail. Otherwise, it will be a problem. Luo Yuan stepped forward to her. For the sake of the Qing dynasty? Do you not see who instructed this just now? The Song family is telling you that they already know the good things you did, and Song Jiming took it apart. I am telling you that I don't owe anything to Shang Qingzong, and I will not have any affection. Song Shu is such a son. Do you think the Song family will be willing to give up? You are in big trouble for Shang Qingzong. Tang Susu's expression was distorted and suddenly shouted, I don't want to be like that. Who knows that the idiot is a waste? Even such a small thing can't be done. Snapped. Luo Yuangong waved a slap in her face. Tang Susu took 2 steps to cover his face and stared at him. Dare you? Luo Yuangong interrupted. This slap is for the master. Tang Susu twitched her lips and tightened her face. After all, she didn't say anything to her mouth. It was really a loss, and everything you said was just a loss. Luo Yuangong turned to look at Tang. It's time to consider giving up the foundation of the Shangqing sect to find a place to hide from the disaster and stay there again. Sooner or later, we will suffer the disaster of destroying the door, hide some foundations, and wait opportunity to come to Japan. He said he arched his hand and turned and strode away. Tang Susu roared at the back of his departure. No, this is the hard work of generations of the Qing dynasty, and I must not give up easily. However, Supa also turned around and walked away slowly. Tang Yi in the temple was silent. Tang Susu clenched his fists tightly, trembling with anger. House on a bare stone mountain, in a stone cave halfway up the mountain, Wei Duo, who was punished by the face, squatted on the ground, holding his head, his face sad and angry. Tuhan was watching from the side. Supa was slowly telling a series of things that happened recently. But there was no point that the Ming Song family might have to take revenge on the Qing sect. After listening, Wei Duo stuttered anxiously. The rules are, it's a bit rigid, but the rules, if you reads the book www.yihangsha.com, if they all ignore, the rules are broken, it when the disaster will start. Supa nodded. You can see the opinions of the disciples up and down in Qingzong. You didn't want to let a young man who doesn't understand anything be the leader. You can't stop it with your own strength. Now you are alone. Outside, I'm afraid he is in danger. Would you like to protect him? Wei Duo stood up suddenly, nodded again and again. The disciple wishes. Will. Su Poland's face was applauded. Okay. I have temporarily adjusted the defensive disciple's whistle. There will be no one in Beishan Canyon for half an hour. You can leave from there. The white stone in the valley has been prepared for you. Okay, parcel, bring it on the way. Yes. Wei Duo responded, almost ran away without much thought. When Su Pa and Tu Han walked out of the stone cave, Wei Duo's figure was no longer visible. Lord looked at Su Padao beside him. Elder, Shang Qingzong has a way to cattle. Wei Duo has gone, and if you have a way, they may not be able to appreciate it. Su Pa, it doesn't need him to appreciate anything, but today's Shangqing sect will be unpredictable at any time. Wei Duo is a loyal person. Once the Shang Qingzong is in trouble, he will fight to the end and will not think like others. The way to survive carefully. I do not want to see such a loyal person sacrifice in vain. I do not say that he will not give up Qingzong. Looking back at Lord, you also go find a way to contact as soon as possible. Your master hiding in Demon Ridge. Once the Shangqing sect is in trouble, only he can solve it. This, Lord hesitated and said, the master has been expelled from the master by the Shangqing sect, and I am afraid that he will not easily go out of the mountain. Su Pa. Tang Yi grew up when he was young. Presumably he did not want Tang Yi to be in danger. In short, he would not go out and say another thing. You just need to tell him that the Shangqing sect is facing catastrophe. Let him decide for himself. Lord nodded. I will try it. Su Pa smiled again. If your master doesn't want to go out of the mountain, you should stay in Demon Ridge. Don't come back. Tu Han was stunned and said, if the Qing dynasty is in trouble, how can the disciples turn a blind eye, or will they become ungrateful villains? Su Payuo waved his hand. That's not what it says. There's a difference between justice and justice. Even if you and Wei Duo stay in the Shangqing zone, it won't help you. If the Song family really does it for the Shangqing zone, I'm afraid it is I will not leave people who have the opportunity to retaliate. It is estimated that we must cut the grass. If Wei Duo is difficult to persuade, I will definitely let Wei Duo take refuge with you in Demon Ridge and let him go to Niu Yu Dao to retreat. Let you avoid it. It's not that you do and turn a blind eye, but that you stay in a useful position. If the Shangqing sect really came to the step of being destroyed, you'll find an opportunity to find Wei Duo and find a way to rebuild the Shangqing sect with him. This is great. Persuade you it also holds hope for you. Others are afraid to face that hardship and danger for self-protection. Tu Han's cheeks were stretched, and he understood what he meant. The Song family picked out the truth about Song Yanqing's murder. The meaning is already obvious. Since you don't treat my Song family as disciples, the Song family will not treat the Shangqing sect as a teacher. Look, you blame me for being unrighteous. Once the Songs gave up their asylum to the Shangqing sect, they didn't even need the Songs to take action in person. They just let out the wind and said that it had nothing to do with the Shangqing sect. There are also many people in Zhong's beautiful place. The meaning of the Song family's revenge is too obvious. Otherwise, Chun Guishuo will not be disrespected by the teachers. And this is what a disciple can do, and it will endure. What puzzled Tu Han was that the Song family had the ability to clean up the Qing dynasty, and it was just a matter of doing it directly. Why did Qin Guishuo do this? Isn't it to make the Shangqing sect prepare for it first? Actually, what Elder Luo said is not unreasonable. You can consider hiding and avoiding disasters. Tu Han said dumbly. Su Pa shook his head. What he said was angry. The hearts of the Shangqing sect had long since dissipated, and what could be said is that retreat can be reclusive. Without training resources, how many people are willing to retreat, and how many people are willing to be lonely forever going back into hiding? Will anyone betray their hiding place for the future? I'm afraid it's a great possibility, not to mention that later, when the people's hearts are scattered, who can tell whether there is an external eyeliner inside the current sect door, can hide where to go, who can abandon, who can't abandon, who can get it out. A sect of so many people does not mean that latent can be hidden. The specific operation is very complicated, and latent that can't guarantee safety has no meaning. In the final analysis, the Shangqing sect now lacks a person who can pick up the girders and calm down the scene and give everyone confidence. I see a ant, Brother Luo see a ant, Tang Mei see a ant, and Tang E. The master is why I didn't object. The reason they're so kind to the cows, what makes the hearts of a young Mao Tu who has just arrived and everyone does not trust. At least Tang E is the most uncontroversial and can barely maintain it. Now, to animal husbandry and E Squa Harentang also be painstaking, clearly fit within 1 out of a dark, and the revival of the supernatant were to turn the tide, senior disciple of vision to see the candidate, is good. In Wangsheng, a large-scale courtyard, Wang Hung next to the flower pond raised a large tank with a loud bang, smashed the ground, and broke a crack. The soil was scattered, and a strange flower planted in the tank was trampled into a flower by him. Mud. Anger is unstoppable. I sent a message to Feng Lingbo of Guangyi County, waiting for Feng Lingbo's reply. As a result, I didn't wait for the reply. Instead, I waited for the news that Feng Lingbo wanted to marry the Shang dynasty. I couldn't believe it at first. How could Feng Lingbo marry his daughter to Shang Chaozong? When the news came again, even the marriage date was fixed, and the good news had already spread in the broad county. Feng was convinced that Feng Lingbo was really married to the Shang dynasty. What does this mean? It means that Feng Lingbo didn't give him face and slapped him in the face. It was impossible to give him the people of Shang Chaozong. This is why Feng Lingbo didn't reply to him. The daughter is still at home and has not returned to her wife's house. The news of Song Yanqing's death has been kept secret from her daughter. She didn't want to say it, but she didn't know what appropriate way to tell. He sometimes couldn't understand his daughter's thoughts. It was her who accused Song Yanqing of having no conscience and complaining to her. It was her who was still talking about Song Yanqing and wanted to go back to her mother's house. Some brittle and really hated Song Yanqing. He just talked, vented his anger fiercely. After his mind calmed down a little, the altar jars beside the flower pond had already rotted away. Gasping, Wang stared at the tatter on the ground and shouted, "Lu Xingzhong." Not far away, a gorgeously dressed man came and walked around casually, holding a dark black cloth folding fan in his hand, and the person looked quite chic, but there was an obvious softness on his face. Jean, with a slight smile, said, "Is the commander venting enough?" This person is Lu Shengzhong in his mouth, and one of his entourage masters. Wang Hung turned to look at him. "You go to solve this matter yourself." Lu Xingzhong frowned, naturally knowing what he was referring to, hesitantly said, "Feng Lingbo intervened in this matter, and the people of Tianyuan naturally looked around, fearing that it would be difficult to do so." Wang Heng's expression was distorted, saying one by one, "I don't care what method you use. That bully head, come and see me." Lu Xingzhong was rather helpless, nodding with a wry smile. "I will do my best." Promised to agree to what he should do. He had to think about it carefully. Niu Yudao is not a concern. The key is Tianyuan. The reason is very simple. Even if it works, once Tianyuan knows that he did it, dare to go to Tianyuman's site to kill the Tianyuan mantle, it is equivalent to hitting Tianyuman's face. How can Tianyuan get used to it? This fault will never let him go, and will inevitably send a master to chase down, and he will not stop without killing him. Song Mansion, the secluded forest garden, and the water pavilion. Song Jioming stared at the endgame on the chessboard on the table and wondered. The white-haired Song house steward Lu walked from the corridor and whispered to the side. "There is news that Lu Shengzhong has left Beijing, and Wang Hung has sent him out to solve it." Song Jioming didn't respond and still stared at the chessboard. After a while, Fong said lightly, "I heard that Ziyu's relationship between Luxianzong and the same gate is pretty good. Is it appreciated by Zongman's master?" "Ziyu is the son of the housekeeper Lu. Lu smiled back. "Lu Xianzong's care for Ziyu is not to look at the face of the master. Song Jioming seemed to think that the child he was arranging was wrong and picked it up again. Lu Xingzhong's minor background is a little weak. I am afraid that the Heavenly Jade Gate is not strong enough. Let Ziyu invite some fellow students to take a trip to see the situation. Lu froze for a moment, then nodded and said, yes. At this time, Song Quan walked over again quickly, nodded to Lu, and then reported to Song Jioming, Father, come from Sikong. Let his father go there, but he said nothing. Song Jioming's thoughts seemed to be pulled out of the game immediately, put down the pieces in his hand, turned and left, and didn't dare to delay. Went out and boarded the carriage, accompanied by someone to escort, and went straight to the destination. Most of the places where the elite in the capital live are in areas, most of which are in good places to live. The people at Dasaking Tangmo are different from ordinary officials. It is a waste of time to run around. Where's the office? Sikong is not far from the palace. It is also for the convenience of seeing, and the size of the seat is not small. The carriage stopped under the high steps, and Song Jioming, who got out of the carriage, quickly picked up the steps, stopped with the master and dared not break in. He watched Song Jioming enter alone. Quiet in the main hall, where many people can discuss. A plain old man in rich clothes sat on the desk and raised a pen to deal with the document. The people who received the instructed documents were in and out carefully, not daring to disturb too much. The Sikong, Song Jioming respectfully bowed before the case and bowed very low. Tong Mo raised his eyes slightly. His eyes were old and spicy, and he concealed a hidden dignity. He waved his pen lightly and continued to write at the desk. Song Jioming slowly backed away, his hands crossed on his abdomen, and he bowed his head and waited quietly. It didn't take long for another person coming outside. A thin man, no white face, no frost, white jasmine hairpins, aquiline nose, www.angelnovel.com, cold eyes, a black cloak, came in spotlessly, just then the palace has a long water. Jie Miaoshui salutes Tong Mo after the case, silently standing quietly on the other side, waiting, staring at Song Jioming's face, staring at Song Jioming, who is not there. For a while, Tong Mo, who had finished writing, put a pen on his head, looked up at Jie Miaoshui and Song Jioming, pulled the written thing and handed it to the waiting little officials, and waved again. Other little officials waiting inside the house withdrew, leaving space for Tong Mo 3 people. Feng Lingbo and Shang Dynasty sects marriage, you know? Tong Mo stared at Song Jioming Shunsheng and asked. Song Jioming respectfully said, humble office is already known. Tong Mo lifted his chin towards Jie Miao Shui again. Jie Miao Shui slowly moved to the middle, said indifferently, Your Majesty is angry. Tong Mo asked Song Jioming again, What do you think of this? Song Jioming hesitated and said, It stands to reason that Feng Lingbo has no such courage, unless there is something enough to make him feel that he would rather take the risk, and he will not hesitate. I am afraid that the things left by King Ning, Shang Chaozong, have already informed Feng Lingbo. Except in addition, there is no reason why humble jobs can't be thought of. There was a moment of silence and thought in the hall. Obviously, they all agreed with this statement, and they all knew that the matter was not easy to deal with. Feng Lingbo had no fear. Song Jioming suddenly sighed again. The humble office always thought that the merchants should not be allowed to leave Beijing, worrying about letting the tigers return to the mountains, and now it seems that it is not true. Jie Miao water-cooled eyes said, Master Song thinks your Majesty's decision is wrong? Dare not. Song Jioming owed his body. Jie Miao Shui said indifferently, Are you still afraid of the Song family? Isn't it said that the Qing sect is under the control of the Song family? Why did the Shang sect send a master to the Shang dynasty? Your grandson ran half the way what happened to rob people? These words made Song Jioming secretly startled. What the Shangqing sect sent to the Shang dynasty Zhongsui, whom master also said, How did his grandson go to the robbery so quickly? Tong Mo said, Shui Duke, this is a trivial matter. The young people can understand it by fighting for the wind and jealousy, and they have already paid a painful price. Now, it is meaningless to pursue this. Think about how to solve the problem. The words made Song Jiuming more and more frightened. The Sikong even knew that his grandson was jealous because of the wind. How did he know? He realized that his eyes and ears were beyond his imagination. The Sikong seemed to be defending himself, but in fact it was both percussive and warning. You might as well hide it later. Jie Miao Shuibin also wanted to ask if you want to fight the grass and the snake, etc. Seeing Tong Mo's intention to maintain it, he would not mention it again. Since that thing is already known to Feng Lingbo, there is no need for Shang Qingzong to keep watching, so as not to go back and join the Shangzong zone with others to deal with the trouble, saw one by one. Deal with it. Tong Mo lightly added sentence. Yes. Song Jiuming fell back. Xun Guishuo was picking things up in the Shangqing sect. Originally, he wanted to give Tang Susu a look. Because of the above reasons, he didn't think that he should really deal with the Shangqing sect. Some of the worries of the Shangqing sect were unknown. After learning of the marriage between Feng Lingbo and the Shang dynasty, Song Jiuming knew that the Shangqing sect was really over and had no use value. Now it is so. The city of Guangzhou County is full of joy. After the official palace knocked down the Gongyu Street to announce the date of Feng Renin's big marriage, the merchants in the city consciously hung red at the door, and the conditional merchants even hanged lanterns, hoping to let the Taisho Palace see it. In their own minds, some funeraries even avoided them. Of course, Feng Lingbo also said that this year, the taxation in the entire Broad County will be halved to celebrate, which has caused a lot of applause. It stands to reason that such a tax reduction requires the consent of the court, but the court cannot interfere, and Feng Lingbo has refused to turn in the taxes of Guangxing County. It was difficult to swing back and forth, but it was hard to say that I would not pay. In short, the court could not see the account, and the two sides pulled back and forth. The garden where the Shang dynasty temporarily settled down was temporarily used as a man's house, and the Taishiva made money to decorate it, and Zhang Dingjia was inevitable. Today is the day of great joy, but the housekeeper's life is the busiest one. The appointed people work hard inside and out, and the Taisho mansion is almost over, and he takes people to the garden here to check. Feng Lingbo was just such a daughter, and forced to marry. She already felt sorry for her daughter, and would no longer grieve her daughter in form, and ordered the scenery that must be done. After a visit in the garden, he met Lan Ruoding, who was farewell, and said that Feng Ruoyi and Feng Ruojia could not rush back to attend their sister's wedding. I hope they don't mind here, but both brothers sent come back after a grand ceremony. In this regard, Lan Ruoding expressed his understanding that Feng Ruoyi and Feng Ruojia had been concentrating on guarding the eastern and western areas of Guangzhou County. Now that Feng Lingbo and the Shang dynasty are married, it is not known whether the imperial court will take risks and take risks. Dare to carelessly, but to strengthen the alert, the Lord will dare to get out. Shun Yin was sent away. Lan Ruoding returned to the inner garden to mention what Shun Yin said to Shang Chaozong. Shang Chaozong shouted. Obviously, there was a dim, some absent, and there was still an hour before officially going to the Taisho mansion to marry. For the first time in life, it was okay to say nervous. The point is that I haven't met Feng Renin until now. I heard that Feng Ruo's mail is like a fire, and that Neo has the right thing to do. The pressure has been passed on to him. But you see, ain't blame others for Neo Yu Dao, who lacks moral integrity. Things are done. You only have the thanks. The lack of virtue of the pitman can achieve this level, and the Shang dynasty also regarded Neo Yu Dao, completely changing his impression of the disciples of the Shangqing sect. Here is trembling under the eaves. Neo Yu Dao leaned on an abduction in his hand and led the two people slowly into the sight of the three people. One was Yuan Gang, and the other was a rounded square with a swollen nose and a weak face. Follow behind. The three people of Shang Chaozong found that the bear demon had new injuries every day in the past few days, and his eyes could also guess who played it. Yuan Fong clearly saw Yuan Gang's face at all times. Yuan Gang occasionally glanced at it with a look. Frightened Yuan Fong back 2 steps. Several people were strange, and I didn't know where the bear demon offended Neo Yu Dao. He was beaten every day. As for why it was an offense to Niu Dao, because the reason is very simple. How can I not know that Yuan Gang is not a troublesome person for a few days? Without the advice of Niu Dao, how could Yuan Gang abuse the bear demon like this? The three estimated that the bear demon didn't know much about Niu Dao, and he didn't know who was behind the scenes. Niu Dao was a person with more demeanor. On the surface, he looked easygoing. Xiong Yao seemed more willing to approach Niu. Road. The prince is really spiritual today. Niu Dao came and laughed happily. Isn't it spirited? The groom's official wear. Shang Chaozong said quite helplessly, Dao Dao, don't ridicule this king anymore. Went through some things together and spent a few days in peace with each other. The prince didn't take a rest last night, okay? Niu Dao glanced at the dark circles that he had been suffering from for several days. Today he was obviously smeared with powder to cover up. Shang Chaozong couldn't stand him a little. This man was too lacking in virtue. Reminded him with this remark every few days. Lan Ruoding smiled. For the first time in life, Wang Ye's mood can be understood. Shang Xuqing pursed her lips under the scarf. Anyway, no one else could see it, and she couldn't help but look at the sword that was abducted in the hand of Niu Dao. Of course, she knew this sword, and she sent it to the Shanqing sect in person. At that time, the sword that Mr. Donghua so solemnly gave to his father was so badly ruined that it was too much. However, things are already owned by others, and how others want to use them is their business. No one else can say anything. Master Dao, let's go together next time. Shang Chaozong took the initiative to invite. Niu Dao knew that he was referring to the Taisho mansion, and he did a good thing. He thought it would be better to avoid it. He waved his hand and said, I won't go. I will always keep a housekeeper here. Pointing at the Yuan Fang Fang, Old Bear does not have an official identity and is afraid of future troubles. I would like to ask Mr. Lan to go back and talk to Feng Lingbo. Helping Old Bear get an official identity is also convenient for going out in the future. The round square with swollen nose and blue face immediately squeezed out a smile, thinking it was still this man. Old Bear? The three people of the Shang dynasty had a weird look. It was a monkey and a cow again. Now a bear emerges, which is really a strange combination. Lan Ruoding nodded and said, I will look back at the butler's life there to talk about it. The problem should not be too big. There was an exchange of business and business affairs for a while. The time to go out was almost approaching. Niu Dao waved back the round square screen. Founder said in a hurry, Why don't you say something wrong, Lord? The Shang dynasty immediately displayed an open-minded look for advice, but it's okay. Niu Dao said, Today's Dongfang, the prince must be treated as a serious matter and must win Feng Runin in one fell swoop. Everyone is an adult. How can I not understand what this means? And one by one is speechless, and the three of them still think that he is serious, actually saying this. Shang Xuqing was still the girl's house. He heard the incident a little and blushed a little. He was secretly twitching and wondering where to go. Shang Chaozong was embarrassed and wanted to ask him, Is there something like you? Lan Ruoding sighed. Dao Yi, it's improper to come up with such private affairs for discussion. The implication is to make Neo have a sense of self-respect. Niu Dao waved his hand. Don't think about it. I am serious. The real difference between whether this woman has a spouse or not is very big. The prince wants to turn the horse borrowed by Feng Lingbo into his own horse. It is not enough to work together, but it is better to get closer as soon as possible. Several people were silent. At this point, they survived in danger. Although the topic was awkward, it was not unreasonable. Feng Lingbo voluntarily asked her daughter to follow Shang Chaozong to Kangwu County, which may not mean no surveillance. The command of the horse and horse is definitely in the hands of Feng Runin, and will not listen to the dispatch of Shang Chaozong, and the 100,000 crows will take this side. If it doesn't come out, if Feng Runin followed him, it would be a trouble. Now, Feng Runin is indeed an important event. It was just then that someone outside came to urge Shang Chaozong to leave, which just resolved the embarrassment of Shang Chaozong and Shang Xuqing. Lan Ruoding signaled that the two should take a step forward. After the brothers and sisters left, Lan Ruoding and Niu Yu Dao gathered together recently. Dao Ye's words made me feel a little worried. From the situation I felt in the past 2 days, Feng Ruo's men are like fire, and he is very angry at us not like it. I am afraid it is a little troublesome. Niu Yu Dao whispered. This is what I am worried about. www.untilnovel.com. The cave is the opportunity. After today, I worry that Feng Runin may not be willing to spend the night with the prince in a house, if they have been separated. If you refuse to live together, then things will be in trouble. Even people are not the prince. How could the prince's heart belong? Not to mention that people still take the task. So, tonight, let the prince take Feng Runin. Lan Ruoding couldn't help but smile bitterly. He never thought that one day he would talk about this kind of thing as a serious matter. He shook his head and said, Is this kind of thing making the Lord dominate? Niu Yu Dao coughed aloud. Dongfeng Hua Ding, a well-deserved thing. The prince came up with some manly demeanor, what others can say. Whatever it is said, it is prince's reason. It is the ignorant. This is not a trivial matter. Mr. needs to urge the prince. Ah, Lan Ruoding sighed and nodded. After he left, Yuan Gang and Niu Yu Dao were left, and Yuan Gang suddenly said, In the military camp, Feng Runin stabbed Dao Yi. Niu Yu Dao knew that he would not say this for no reason, and turned back and asked, How do you say it? Yuan Gang. Feng Runin is indeed a general, and he has a lot of effort. According to my observation, Wang Yi may not be her opponent. Niu Yu Dao understood what he meant. If the Shang dynasty cavemen dare to use strong words, they might be beaten, and it is difficult to succeed. They cannot help but frown, and immediately whispered, You want to find a way to get something soft and soft. Yuan Gang knew what he wanted to do when he heard it, rolled his eyes. Don't look for me for this kind of indiscretion. Niu Yu Dao glared at him. I don't do anything that is ashamed of the people in the rivers and lakes. I used to see a waste one. You don't know. Which one will let you do it? The one who used to do in Nanshan Temple is similar as a matter of experience, and there must be something like this at hand. After the words were over, the two looked at each other. Yuan Gang stopped speaking and turned away. The cow has a way to watch, smacking his mouth. Will the goblin be beaten again? Small courtyard. A group of monks are still indifferent to the Buddha's heart. It seems to maintain the style of Nanshan Temple, reading the classics and sweeping the floor. The courtyard does not need others to clean. They clean themselves cleanly. As soon as Yuan Gang arrived, a group of monks was like a frightened bird. No matter what they did, they put down their hands and stared at him one by one. They all felt that Yuan Gang was terrible. Other people's terrible is moody. This one can't see anger on his face. There is no reason to say. It's unpredictable to say that you can do it. Recently, they have witnessed Yuan Gang punching Yuan Fong every day. When Yuan Gang comes every time, he is playing the host. This is running again. He played twice a day. Hasn't he played twice today? Why is it coming again? Yuan Fong from a news greeted is not welcoming is not, the same idea in my heart. Is it not finished twice today? Was extremely worried, but he still shook his face and nodded and said, Yuan Yi, what did you tell me? The posture detracted from the image of the abbot, but now this swollen face can't be said. Followed Niu Yu Dao and called monkey. He was screamed twice, beaten twice, and changed his mouth. Come in. Yuan Gang dropped the words and instead of passing by, went directly into an unoccupied house, which was the first time he beat the square house. Yuan Fong was so worried that he didn't dare to go in, but he was guilty of the other party's habit of giving up his hands when he was unhappy. His fists and feet were too hard and too heavy to dare to procrastinate. The door was closed. The other monks in the courtyard looked at each other, staring, listening with their ears raised, and some people began to move the rosary in their hands to pray for the host. Is worried about the host, even if it is a goblin, can't bear to fight like this every day, seemed to pray effectively. The room was quite quiet, and there was no movement that everyone worried about. But Yuan Fong's surprised voice soon came from the house. Yuan Yi, I don't do this kind of thing. What did you say? I didn't hear it. Do you say it again? That. Yuan Yi, I really don't have that thing, yeah? Everyone's hairs were raised. and the familiar beatings and punches appeared again, mixed with the screams of Yuan Fong. Yuan, Yuan, don't move the knife, don't move the knife, you will die. Are you human? Yuan Yi, yes, I have. Did you lie to me? I swear to heaven. Yes, absolutely. There are half words that you chopped me. Can you do it well? Rapped on me. Yuan Yi waits for me. The good news is that if there's a half error, I will mention it. The room seemed to fall into a calm again, with occasional murmurs, and the door squeaked open soon, and Yuan Gang walked out casually, striding away. When Yuan Gang's figure completely disappeared from the small courtyard, the monks rushed to the door of the room and saw Yuan Fongzheng sitting at the corner, wiping his nose, embarrassed, with a sad face. The monks ran in one after another. The first in the east courtyard was Ruchio, and the first in the west courtyard was Rumming. The two joined forces to support it and sat on a chair beside them. Said painfully, "The host has been wrong for me. It's okay." Yuan Fong wiped his nosebleed. Seeing the dazzling redness on his hand, his face twitched. That monkey is so deceiving. The heroes don't eat the loss in front of them. For the time being, I will peel him off and pump him tendons. Suddenly, a click came from outside, and the shocked Yuan Fong seemed to be stabbed in the buttocks with a knife, and suddenly stood up with a frightened expression on his face. The monks were also terrified by the movement, and thought Yuan Gang came back, but a monk outside the door weakly replied, "The broom was not put, fell." Boo! The monks were relieved. Fun squares. Amitabha. The heart has a magic barrier. The Buddha blamed sin. Amitabha. The monks joined together and announced the Buddha number. Yuan Fong put his hands down, his eyes dripped around the crowd's face, waved towards the crowd, gestured to be closer, wiped his nose, and whispered, "There is something that needs to be done, or the plague monkey will find it again. I'm in trouble." But he talked hard this time. A new couple arrived. Here are all the guards of the Shang dynasty. Unlike the heads and faces of the Taisho mansion, pay attention to the image. When the Shang dynasty dismounted, the bride pulled out of the flower sedan. Oh! The crowd immediately cheered and crowded over. The military middle and lower ranks do not have as many rules as civil servants. A good commander will not lay down on the brethren. When the requirements of the following people are prohibited by orders, there are also times when they are relaxed and lively. When the order is forbidden, they are superiors and subordinates. When they are relaxed and lively, they are brothers. For example, when Ning Wang is alive, he will even hook up with the soldiers below. This is a situation that civilians dare not imagine, and they are surrounded by a group of soldiers to brag with everyone, or crowding with a group of soldiers and eating and living together, helping the soldiers to pick up vegetables, handing water, and betting that the face was smeared by the soldiers. That is common. Shang dynasty witnessed by his father when he was a child, and was also affected. Naturally, he would not put any racket with his brethren. Faced with the brethren of the brethren, he only had to ask for mercy. And most of the group of guards saw the bride for the first time, only looking at the guy standing next to the prince, all secretly stunned. Such a strong princess is estimated to be the only one in the world. Niu Yudao, standing in a rockery pavilion aside, looked at this scene with a smile. Yuan Gang quietly came to him. A pill was quietly tucked into his hand. He looked back. Yuan Gang nodded slightly. Niu Yudao smiled. The stronger the intention, he turned back to watch the excitement. "Hold into the cave." Someone in the crowd roared. Everyone responded immediately and shouted, "Hold in the cave! Hold the cave!" Lan Ruoding waved again and again, but it was useless. Only a bitter smile. The brethren were rarely relaxed and happy along the way, and he was not good at forcibly preventing everyone from sweeping. It's useless for the Shang dynasty to beg for mercy, so there was no choice but to shake his sleeves and prepare to do the same. He wanted to carry Feng Runin into the cave. Who knows that Feng Runin's eyes look like they are outside the red hijab, slap. Kicked out of the side and kicked on Shang Zhaozong's calf, just like a shadowless foot. The Shang dynasty was staggered and was almost not upset by this foot. Fortunately, a bunch of people on the edge supported him. Feng Runin's meaning of not letting Shang Chaozong touch is obvious, and he made it clear that he would not cooperate with everyone's excitement. The scene was quiet for a moment, and the group of people who had just been lively and quiet were silent. Although they were all the soldiers below, they were still clear. They all had a sensitive heart. The guards who gathered together slowly retreated and silently after making way. His face was awkward, and the lively atmosphere disappeared without a trace. Shang Xuqing looked at this scene without words. Lan Ruoding frowned at this scene. Shang Zhaozong's lower leg was kicked and hurt, but looking around the reactions of the brothers, his heart was even more painful. These are the people who gave him life. Huaran looked at Feng Runin. He was angry and grabbed Feng Runin's wrist and pulled it over. Feng Runin just flicked his hand a little, struggling a bit. Maybe because of the military background, he felt something for her. The sudden silence caused by her foot seemed to make her realize what she did next, but she didn't resist much and was struggling. Shang Chaozong embraced. "Go to the cave." The Shang dynasty shouted imposingly, holding Feng Runin and striding. "Oh!" A group of guards cheered suddenly, and the prince was domineering. "He lived in this woman. Don't worry about anything." A group of people chased beside Shang Chaozong, applauded and called, and others whistled vigorously. It's just that Feng Runin, who is lying in his arms and headed back to be embraced by a man like this. No one knows how. You look down on the prince, people's arm strength is still pretty good. Niu Yu Dao in the pavilion chuckled happily. On the side of Yuan Gang's eyes, a slight appreciation appeared in the eyes of Xiang Shangzong. Feng Runin was put into the cave and settled. Shang Chaozong came out again, waved a hand to a group of people, and announced aloud, "Drink in a big bowl, eat meat with a big mouth, and open a table." "Oh!" The guards cheered again, swarming Shang Chaozong away, taking away the laughing, and returning to the quiet courtyard. On the roof or commanding height around the small courtyard, several people appeared to observe the surroundings. Bai Yao, who was holding a sword in his arms, was one of them. His cold eyes slowly circulated around and looked around. At the wedding banquet, the guards shuffled their throats. They sat in a staggered position without a sitting image, standing without a standing image, and were a bit sloppy because they were really happy. The reason for the big joy is not to say. Feng Runin passed the door, and the matter was completely settled. This means that everyone knows how much. The future is not yet clear. Now the tight heartstring can finally be loosened. A group of people shuttled between the seats. You respect me. I respect you. The voice is not small. Wherever the Shang Chaozong walked was held by a group of brothers who were drinking wine. It's hard to be happy, but also very happy. Shang Chaozong seems to be guilty for his brothers because of the previous unhappiness. Shang Xuqing, Lan Ruoding, Niu Yu Dao, and Yuan Gang sat at a table, and Yuan Fang was also at this table. Niu Yu Dao deliberately shouted from the table on the side of the monks in Nanshan Temple to sit together. Sitting on an equal footing with them, Yuan Fang was somewhat flattered and found that Niu Yu Dao is really good. Compared with Niu Yu Dao, Yuan Gang is almost heaven and earth. Seeing a group of people catching Shang Chaozong to drink wine, Niu Yu Dao looked at it with a smile, occasionally raising a glass and using chopsticks. He also has an appetite, but he is not greedy. He does not do overeating, and although his usual behavior is more casual, he has a certain degree of restraint. He will not be ridiculous even if he is happy. To some extent, he is a restrained person. The prince drank like this again, fearing he would get drunk. Niu Yu Dao suddenly smiled at Lan Ruoding. Lan Ruoding understood what he meant and thought that Shang Chaozong was a little over, put down his glass and got up off the table, called several centurions to the side, whispered, and did not know what to say. In short, the centurions returned later. They began to join forces to block wine for the Shang dynasty. When Shang Chaozong came back to this table, Niu Yu Dao took the wine jug that had been in front of him and poured a bowl of wine for Shang Chaozong personally. "I will give you a cup of wine, Lord." His wine was naturally to be drunk. The Shang dynasty said well, took the wine bowl and touched it, and drank it with his head. Niu Yu Dao smiled. After, Lan Ruoding whispered with Shang Chaozong for a while, persuading him not to drink anymore. The matter of the cave room was important. Shang Chaozong was a little embarrassed, but Feng Runin's behavior made him a little angry today. and he just had a drink. The so-called Zhuang counseled the courage, and had the courage to live forever. Lord Dao also lost interest in staying here. He was with him. Yuan Gang and Yuan Fong both left the seat. Dongfang Huadanji is a beautiful thing, but it should not be shared with outsiders. Left the couple in the house, when Xin and Winley both came out and closed the door. When Xin waited outside the door to listen to the order, and Winley went out of the yard to prepare a report to the people outside, so that the other side of the Taisho house knew that the ceremony should be over and everything went smoothly. In fact, Taishifu also knew that Feng Runin's attitude was reluctant, and knew Feng Runin's temper, worrying that Feng Runin would cause trouble, and kept staring. Winley had just walked out of the yard, and then he ran into a hovering square outside. When he saw it, he hummed and asked, "What are you doing here?" Yuan Fong said, "Tonight I am on guard. By the way, is it still smooth? Did you drink a glass of wine?" "Smooth, drink. Rest assured. Nothing will happen." Winley smiled. "Oh, that's good, that's good." Yuan Fong Gang nodded happily, but there was an unusual movement from the cave. Immediately afterwards, when Xin ran out in a hurry, anxiously said, "It's not good. Miss and Grandpa are fighting in the cave." Yuan Fong froze for a moment, then turned his head and ran. The guard at the door also quickly reported. Bai Yao, who stood on the roof without expression, leaned his head toward the cave, his brow furrowed, his figure flickered, and he fell to the entrance of the cave, listening to his ears. Don't listen carefully. There is definitely the sound of fighting. The fists and feet are blowing the wind. The movement of the table and chair utensils and the like is smashed. Bai Yao wanted to push the door in and was afraid of seeing an indecent scene inappropriate. So he shouted outside, "What's the matter, Ronan?" There was a sneer from Feng Runin. "Uncle Bai, it's none of your business. I dare to move my foot to see how I clean him up, so he would regret to marry me." Bai Yao was speechless. "What was this called?" Shun said. "If you are a man, don't mess up with the happy days." Feng Runin's voice smiled crisply and heartily. "Uncle Bai, www.novel.com. It's a cave room here. I don't have clothes on. You don't have to come in." The laughter called a happy, suffocating these days, finally found an opportunity to settle the bill. Bai Yao, who was about to push the door to stop, froze his hands. He didn't know what Feng Runin said was true or false. However, it was estimated that 9 out of 10 were false. He made it clear that he didn't want him to intervene. Clothes, it would be embarrassing. However, one thing is for sure. Feng Runin can speak while talking, indicating that he is at ease, and it must be the advantage. The busy Shang Chaozong, who has no chance to speak distractedly, must be suffering. Feng Runin's skill, he also knows that it is a brave man who gallops on the battlefield. The average person is really not her opponent. This Shang Chaozong is estimated to be choking. Bai Yao had a headache and shouted, "If you guys don't make trouble, be careful." "Relax, I won't kill him, and I can't have with my father and mother, but today I have to make him remember. What about Ning Wang's son?" Feng Runin snorted. Bai Yao raised his hand and patted his forehead, but when Feng Runin confessed his words, he would be relieved, as long as he didn't make things serious. Wen Xin and Winley looked at each other. Is this new ant being beaten? After a while, Lord Dao and Yuan Gang, who got the notice from Yuan Fong, ran, and Lan Ruoding and Shang Shuqing, who got the notice from the guard, also came. On the window paper of the cave room, the candlelight shakes, and the fighting figures flash back and forth. Shang Shuqing shouted anxiously, "Brother, what's wrong?" Her voice just fell, and the fighting in the house also stopped, but the voice of the imperialism of the Shang dynasty came. "Let go. You let me go." Feng Runin's sneer voice came out. "Take me honestly, move again, believe it or not. I will break your arm." Night of the Burial Room is playing a newlywed husband. It is a shame. Bai Yao sighed softly, whispering in his heart. No wonder he couldn't marry all the time. Otherwise he would have married long ago. And how would he end up in a marriage? Which man like you dare to marry? You are not so beautiful. Can't be a woman point? The wife was beaten by her wife on her wedding night, and the majestic man was bullied by his wife like this. So shameful. Niu Yudao shook his head and sighed. It seemed that Yuan Gang was right. Shang Chaozong was really not Feng Runin's opponent. He tilted his head to wink at Yuan Gang. Yuan Gang Limara pulled the round square and brought it aside for a secret question. Lan Ruoding and Shang Shuqing also heard that Shang Chaozong was picked up by Feng Runin in the cave. Shang Shuqing looked worried about his brother's safety. Lan Ruoding frowned, and the things he was most worried about had happened. Feng Runin's unscrupulous attitude towards the Shang dynasty in Dongfang could be imagined in the future. Even if he borrowed a soldier to go to Kangwu County, it would be troublesome. Xiaoxiang others to cooperate. You let go. Why don't you let me do it? It's already polite to move your hands on me without taking your claws off. Do you think I'm a kind of weak woman who is willing to let bullies like you play? It's a big joke. You're the one who married me. What about marrying into the door? Can you touch it? Hearing his brother's painful hum, Shang Shu shouted anxiously. Sister-in-law, she will be a family from now on. Don't mess up. Is Shu Qing's sister outside? Why is it that the whole family is messing up? And it is also your brother who is messing up. You can rest assured that I will help you manage your unlucky brother and promise to make him obedient in the future. Feng Runin's tone was okay for Shang Shuqing because she knew she had a bad appearance, and Shang Shuqing was even worse than her. At least as long as she was strong, she could still show up in an upright manner, but Shang Shuqing was even it is not appropriate to show your face. I heard that it is very ugly. It will scare people. The same sympathy can understand nature and is more forgiving. In addition, Shang Shuqing is down and running around. She actually sympathizes with Shang Shuqing. I'm really lucky. Yuan Gang returned to the edge of Niu Yudao and whispered to his ear, the Jiaozhui has been drunk. He is guaranteed to be effective. He is estimated to be about to attack. Shang Shuqing walked to the door of the cave and said to Yao Yao, Senior, will you let me go in and talk? Bai Yao held the sword aside and didn't stop it. He also hoped that the farce would come to an end soon. He really wanted to make Shang Chaozong a short and a long one. That would be troublesome. Not to mention the Taisho mansion. He must be there. There is no way to make a difference. However, Feng Runin in the house immediately warned, Sister Shu Qing, it's better not to come in. It's inside the cave room. My brother, and I don't wear clothes for your love. It's inappropriate for you to run into a big girl with a big yellow flower. Shang Shuqing knew she was talking nonsense. Sister-in-law, I'll go in for a while. Feng Runin interrupted. I said no, it's not good. I'm easy to be nervous. When I'm nervous, I can't control my hands and feet. As soon as you come in, I have to get down on your brother's crotch. It's not good to have your family cut off the dead, is that right? Niu Yudao heard that he almost didn't feel happy and found that this woman is big enough. These words are only spoken by Feng Runin, a big girl with a big yellow flower. There is no way. For a long time, he has been mixed in the military man pile. The mess of a bunch of stinky men has listened too much. Occasionally, he will match up with the following people. Those two sentences, sometimes even she almost forgot that she is a woman, so it's not too bad to say such a thing at all, saying that she's a man-in-law. In short, she must definitely torture the Shang dynasty today. She was wronged a while ago. She has not cried for many years. She cried enough in the past few days. Now, the culprit has fallen on her hand. People, how could she easily let people come in to help Shang Chaozong? No way. Shang Chaozong gave another painful mumble. Shang Shuqing said anxiously, Sister-in-law, don't mess up if you have anything to say. Feng Runin, Sister, you don't understand this. My brother and I are called to be a kiss. A curse is to love. I love you. There is nothing for you here. If you don't want your brother to suffer, just retreat honestly. Otherwise, don't blame me for being polite. Bitch, Shang Chaozong cursed. Slap. A crisp sound of palm mouth followed. Feng Ruo said, Try another mouth, the teeth will knock you out. By the door, Bai Yao shook his head secretly and found that Shang Chaozong was self-contained. Who is not good to marry, but marrying this one? After listening to Yuan Gang's whisper, Niu Yudao secretly snorted and scolded the Shang dynasty deservedly, knowing that people like Feng Runin can both fight and have no good feelings for you. So why are the monkeys anxious, long and not pretty, as for? Don't you have to wait for the first class to suffer this crime? He estimated the situation in the house a little, and after having a deep heart, he shouted, "The Lord, the princess is right. This is a matter between husband and wife. It is inappropriate for outsiders to intervene. I see An turn the sky. Why should we go?" Shang Shuqing looked back in amazement, and Frown Lon Ruoding also looked away. The hearty voice of Feng Renan came out. "Neo Yu Dao, you liar finally said something. Come to Japan. Let's get to know it someday." Neo has no words. He can hear his voice as soon as he opens his mouth. It seems that the woman remembers him. Does this mean he wants to change his mind? "Ah, princess, you are happy. We won't disturb." Neo Yu Dao sighed and waved to Shang Shuqing again and again. Shang Shuqing doubted. Just let go of his brother? What if something goes wrong? Neo Yu Dao waved at her again. Shang Shuqing was a little hesitant, but because of inexplicable trust, he really came back. Neo Yu Dao waved to other people again. Let's go, People's Cave, let's join in the fun." The key waved to Bai Yao, and Wen Xin and Wen Li. "You don't need to take care of you, go away." Under his constant greetings, the people left the courtyard one after another. Yuan Fong shrank his head and quietly followed behind Neo Yu Dao, his eyes fluttering a little. Seeing everyone go out, Bai Yao turned around and told the house, "If male, I will say it again, pay attention to the size." Feng Renan, "Uncle Bai, don't worry if I can't grasp this point properly. How can I unite the army to fight?" Bai Yao shook his head and sighed, flew out, and then gently fell back to the opposite roof, silently holding the sword and waiting under Hao Yue. Soon afterwards, there was a burst of crackling in the cave, and it seemed that there was a fight again, but this fight seemed to be very short, and it soon ended. Bai Yao, who was standing on the roof, stared at it for a while. After waiting for a while, he heard nothing and couldn't help sighing again. This girl couldn't really say, "Master Dao, will my brother be in trouble?" Neo Yu Dao boarded a 3-story observation pavilion and looked down at the starry sky with his hand. Lon Ruoding and Shang Shuqing followed him. Shang Shuqing cared about his brother's safety and couldn't help asking. Neo Yu Dao said happily, "Peony Flower is dead, and ghosts are also beautiful." Shang Shuqing was speechless. She was very anxious and uncomfortable. The other party still had a joke about her thoughts. But then again, this one really turned out to be a chapter, and the word was heard back. Lon Ruoding sighed. "Dao Yi, it's not a joke now. You also see Feng Ruan Nan's attitude. You can't be sure what will do bad things for Wang Yi." Neo Yu Dao said with a smile. "What can I do?" She dared to kill the prince, but the prince suffers a little bit of skin. Both Lon Ruoding and Shang Shuqing thought he had the certainty and judgment to dare to greet everyone to evacuate, and dare to make a speech for a long time. Lon Ruoding had to solemnly remind, "Dao Lord, there are many kinds of skin pains. Yes, in case Feng Ruman's poisonous hand makes the prince disabled, wouldn't it be too late to regret it? It won't be a problem." Neo Yu Dao shook his head with his back to his face and said slowly, "Mr. Lon, consider how to get a foothold when you get to Kangwu County." There was no result. The two were a little disappointed and finally left. Neo Yu Dao, standing on the pavilion, watched for a while. When they saw them, they went to the courtyard where the cave was located. Hao Yue shines on the ground, and one can't help but want to look at the deepest part of the confused night. "Knife, who has a knife?" Went back to the square of his yard and asked the monks. Everyone didn't know what he was going to do with a knife. www.hemtilnovel.com. Someone touched the dagger and asked, "Host, can't this work?" Yuan Fang's eyes lit up and nodded repeatedly. "It's okay." Sitting by the candlelight, he pointed to the hanging white beard on his chin. "Scratch me clean." Sky just showed a trace of fish belly white, and a sharp and screaming scream broke the early morning tranquility, shameless and nasty. The sharpness of the sound seemed to pierce the window paper. It was Feng Runan's voice. The monk who ran on the roofs around looked back, and the sleepy Lon Ruoding and Shang Shuqing, who had been staying outside the courtyard, also suddenly awakened. Closed his eyes in the morning light. Bai Yao suddenly opened his eyes, and one flashed to the front of the cave. Didn't wait for him to ask a question, and the room started to fight again. Bai Yao frowned. Didn't fight all night. and thought he had stopped. Why did he fight again? Feng Runin's sharp voice did not pierce the window paper bang. A figure broke the window, and the wooden pieces of the crashed window flew around. Shang Chaozong broke through the window and fell to the ground. He was kicked out by Feng Runin, was shirtless with no clothes on his upper body, and Shang Xiaozong with bare feet almost crawled up and down. The door was kicked by someone, and Feng Runin, who also had bare feet, rushed out, and her hair was distributed like a female lunatic, but she was better. At least she put on that red dress. But the collar seemed there was no time to buckle, a bit of snow under the neck. What's wrong with the man? Bayao stopped her and asked urgently. Feng Runin didn't explain it, and he seemed too late to explain. He reached out and grabbed the hilt in his hand. He pulled out the sword and hurried away with bare feet towards the Shang dynasty. Shangzong Zhongsong panicked, climbed up on the ground, and ran away. What's the situation? Bai Yao is a little ignorant. The bride hit the cave and chased the bridegroom officer. Hearing the movement of Shang Shuqing and Lan Ruoding, who ran into the courtyard from outside the courtyard, Shang Chaozong, bare feet, ran out naked with only a pair of pants on. What shocked Shang Shuqing even more was that Feng Runin, who was chasing and killing with a sword in the back, wore it like this and ran out. Bare feet, a pair of snow-white legs, and the skirt floated out from time to time. It seems that there are no pants, the snow-white under the neckline. Shang Shuqing is incredible. For her, it is easy to expose the forearm in front of outsiders. It's all a matter of chastity. How can a woman be exposed to run out so openly? She could imagine that if her parents were still alive and saw that such daughter-in-law would go crazy, it is estimated that the father would order chaotic arrows to shoot. Lan Ruoding was also stunned. Feng Runin's behavior violated his conception of the morality of women in this era. He could hardly imagine that the daughters of the big families like Feng could do this. The Shang dynasty ran and turned back. They were not opponents with their bare hands and empty fists. Not to mention the fact that they took on their weapons, let alone speed up their rush. Shameless dog thief, take a break and take your life. Feng Runin, who was chasing behind, screamed sharply. The monks on the roofs around looked at this scene, all speechless. Bai Yao, who had come back to the gods, flashed, hurriedly rushed out, and volleyed down. Hearing the wind, Feng Runin turned his head and swung his sword. Even Bai ignored him. Bai Yao shook the scabbard in his hand. With a snap, the empty sheath covered the cleaved sword, and the detective grabbed Feng Runin's shoulder. He rigidly set Feng Runin in place and said in a deep voice, "If for one, don't it's trouble." Sword and scabbard said goodbye and took Feng Runin's sword. Let me go. Let me go. I'm going to kill him. I'm going to kill him." Feng Runin struggled hysterically. His eyes were all red, and there was tears in his eyes looking at Shang Chaozong, staring deadly Shang Chaozong. Bai Yao frowned. What if it's a man? Feng Runin gritted his teeth. Big and shameless villain. Seeing what she didn't know, Bai Yao probably guessed something. It estimated that something she didn't want to do happened. She was a little bit crying and laughing. You are married to others. If that kind of thing happens, it's normal. You killing people for this? If you let it go, you can't justify it. But he was surprised again. When he fought last night, he still had the upper hand. How can I persuade others not to intervene? If you are reluctant, can anyone help you? Is it because he fell asleep in the back and wasn't so underestimated? She didn't say it, and Bai Yao was not good at asking about things in the cave. He turned back to Panic Wenxin and Winli, and showed Feng Runin how to stand outside like this. He cast a law and forced Feng Runin back. Rushed to the door. Shang Chaozong, under the cover of Lan Ruoding and Shang Shuqing and several guards at the door, was relieved. This life has never been so embarrassing and shameful. Seeing that Feng Runin was restrained, Lan Ruoding turned back and saw that the image of Shang Chaozong was a bit unremarkable, and immediately let the guards at night relieve the cloak of the cold and put it on Shang Chaozong. And one of the guards took off the boots were temporarily loaned to Shang Chaozong to cover the ugly. Lan Ruoding and Shang Shuqing quickly surrounded the court of Shang Chaozong's own side. On the way, Lan Ruoding tried to ask, "Is it possible, Lord?" He also clearly saw something. This made it difficult for Shang Chaozong to speak, nodded, and admitted but it was not clear to see her sister by her side. After all, her sister was still an unmarried daughter. He nodded. Shang Shuqing's face was already red, but he was also puzzled. Feng Runin was obviously unwilling to look like this. How could his brother succeed? Back to his yard, Lan Ruoding asked Shang Chaozong to enter the house and change clothes before talking. Shang Chaozong coughed. "Sir, come in." Lan Ruoding subconsciously glanced at Shang Shuqing, and he heard the meaning of avoiding Shang Shuqing in the words. I don't know what to hide from Shang Shuqing, but he nodded slightly and followed. Seeing that the door was closed, Shang Shuqing also felt his brother's intention to avoid himself, and then took the initiative to retreat. In the house, Shang Chaozong found his clothes and wore them slowly. His brows were always frowning. Obviously, he was worried. Lan Ruoding was waiting beside him. After the dressing was completed, Shang Chaozong put his hands on the table, and his lower head was silent for a long time before he said sullenly, "Sir, this is a bit strange." Lan Ruoding walked slowly to his side and asked, "How do you say?" Shang Chaozong. "Last night, I was actually restrained by Feng Runin. Later, I saw that her arm strength was gradually loosening. I thought she was almost exhausted. I suddenly broke free and beat her, and then it was that. In the future, I thought she had accepted her fate, but just before, she seemed to have regained energy and began to scold me, saying that I had prescribed medicine to her. You also saw the situation afterwards." "Drug medicine?" Lan Ruoding wondered. "Are you sure?" Shang Chaozong said in a deep voice, "Last night, I was aroused by the woman. I didn't pay attention to it on impulse. Now, when I think about her situation last night, it is indeed a bit abnormal. Before that, I was still alive and well. Afterwards, I left it at my mercy. Strange, I am afraid that everything she said is true." He turned back slowly and tentatively asked, "Aren't we doing it here?" Lan Ruoding hurriedly waved his hands and said in earnest, "How can we do this as a means here? Besides, all the food and drink here is handled by people sent from the Taisho mansion. We are worried that they will be too late to do it. The arrangement on the other side of the cave room is not even under our hands. It is impossible for us to do it." Shang Chaozong smiled bitterly. "Isn't the Taisho house doing this to her? Also, if there is such a thing, who would it be?" Lan Ruoding said this. His eyes flickered, and he seemed to think of something. His face was full of doubts. He thought of Niu Yidao's behavior last night. "I was worried that the emperor of the Shang dynasty would have an accident, but Niu Yidao recruited everyone back to say that it would be fine. Last night, he was still surprised that Feng Runin was obviously retaliating. Why did Niu Yidao make sure that Shang Chaozong would be fine? Now that he heard Shang Chaozong saying this, he seems to understand something. Now, Shang Chaozong straightened up, wondering who. Lan Ruoding sighed softly. "Let the prince marry and urge the prince to have sex. It is so logical that there is no one other than that estimate." Shang Chaozong stunned. Mr. Niu Yidao?" Lan Ruoding said. "Last night there were some signs that it is now associated with him." Shang Chaozong was puzzled. "Don't you say that the arrangement over the cave did not have our hands? How can he have the opportunity to do this? Besides, I also ate the things in the cave. Why is it okay for Feng Runin to have something?" Lan Ruoding sighed and said, "I don't know how to do it. Snakes have snake paths, and rats have mouse paths. In short, it's not a normal way. Our Dao Yi, acting with a bit of evil spirit, looked for it from before. Feng, the princess borrowed money to set up a gift, and you can see that he is a man who does not use means to achieve his purpose, unlike a person on the right path. But this person is indeed a man with means, and his vision and insight seem to be superhuman. No one can. I have never figured out, depending on his age, that small mountain village can give him such a heritage. It is not like the Qing dynasty can teach it, not to mention that he has been under house arrest by the Qing dynasty. Alas, what kind of disciple did Mr. Dongwu accept? We have such a person around us, and we do not know whether it is a good thing or a bad thing. But at present, it seems that it is not a bad thing, but it is indeed helping us." Shang Chaozong was about to cry, and his face became a bitter gourd. "What is this called? How can I see people?" After some communication, leaving him alone in the house, Lan Ruoding went out. After finding Shang Shuqing outside, Lan Ruoding invited Shang Shuqing to speak quietly to the side. "Brother, are you all right?" Shang Shuqing asked, remembering. Lan Ruoding shook his head, and some words stopped, and there seemed to be something I should not say. Seeing this, Shang Shuqing said, "Sir, if you have anything to say, you must not need to be so embarrassed." Lan Ruoding slightly pondered and said, "I want to remind the master of the sentence. If not necessary, try not to get along with Niu Yu Dao alone." Shang Shuqing surprised. "Why did you say this?" Lan Ruoding thought for a while and whispered to remind. "There is something wrong in the cave. Feng Runin is very likely to be drugged by Niu Yu Dao. Otherwise the prince may not succeed." "Ah!" Shang Shuqing exclaimed silently, www.intelnovel.com. Realizing that there was some gaffe, he covered his mouth under the gauze and whispered again. "How is this possible?" Lan Ruoding. "It should be the case." And the prince also reacted afterwards. He probably repeated the words of Shang Chaozong. Shang Shuqing thought deeply and also thought of Niu Yu Dao's anomaly last night, and also understood the meaning of Lan Ruoding, worried that she would suffer like Feng Runin, and sighed, "Mr. Think too much. It is not like he said that he did it. It is unlikely that I am afraid. It means that he looks ugly." Lan Ruoding. "Just remind the counting master to pay attention. This man is a bit evil." He arched his hand and turned away. Shang Shuqing watched, silent for a long time. In the small courtyard where the monks of Nanshan Temple settled down, Yuan Gang came again. Yuan Fong nodded and smiled before him, ready to be beaten again. Yuan Gang didn't rush to beat him, but looked at him with some surprise. The old monk actually shaved off the white beard with his signature style. He was a lot younger and almost didn't recognize it. The cave room was a mess, and Feng Runin, who was sitting next to the couch, was washing his face with tears, and there was really nowhere to sit. The chairs and tables were all broken. Last night's picture appeared in her mind from time to time. The situation controlled by her suddenly flipped over, and she was powerless. When she thought that the shame picture of the Shang dynasty was at the mercy of her, she wished to kill her. "I don't know what happened to me. The recent humiliations have come one after another, and I really want to die." When Sheen and Winley carefully packed up the mess in the house, but still accidentally kicked the golden jug on the ground. When they heard a crunch, they startled the two girls themselves. Feng Runin's eyes turned and stared at the jug. His eyebrows flicked, and suddenly wiped his tears and asked, "Where does this wine come from?" The reason for this question is that she has to think of something sooner or later, only to see that the jug reminded of it in advance. After coming here, she basically did not drip. That is, she took a glass of wine when going to the ceremony. How could it be said, "Is this the problem of drinking?" When Xin Hui, "I sent it from home." Feng Runin asked again, "Have you checked this wine?" When Xin, the slave servant, saw that the housekeeper took the person to carefully check the food items sent here, and there should be no problem. Feng Runin was silent for a while, and the family worried that the imperial court had laid hands on Shang Chaozong. They would definitely check it carefully. There should be no problems. It should be reasonable that the family should not treat her like this. "What is the problem?" she asked again. "Will there be someone else's hand passing through this wine?" The two shook their heads together, and when Xian said, "The drinks of other banquetiers are unknown. The drinks delivered to the cave are the most superior altar. When we arrived, we deliberately handed them directly to our hands and never passed the hands of others." Feng Runin said in a deep voice, "Confirm that no one else has touched it." The two of them thought what was going on. Could someone still be poisoned in the wine? Shake his head again. "That is how the matter?" Feng Runin murmured in his heart. His eyes fell on the candlestick, got up and walked slowly past, not daring to be too quick. Last night was not bad for someone to scourge. Chasing this morning is not enough to ignore the anger. Walking to the candlestick, I found that the two red candles had burned out and only the melting wax was mottled. She stretched out her hand and peeled off a piece of wax. She picked it up and sniffed her nose. She was about to order someone to check it. Winley suddenly snorted. "Miss, this wine seems to have been taken over." Feng Runin Rand turned his head. When Sheen was surprised and said, "Are there any?" Wenli asked. Did you forget? Didn't the old man with a white beard stop us from checking yesterday? Wenxin froze for a moment, remembering it, and immediately nodded to Feng Runin, indicating that it was indeed true. Feng Runin gritted his teeth and said, Where is the old man with a white beard? Wenli, the slave servant did not know. He said he was the of the prince. As soon as I heard it was from the Shang dynasty, Feng Runin asked immediately, Hurry, what's going on? Yesterday, when the two slave men came with their drinks, Wenli explained the general situation at that time in detail. After listening, Feng Runin quickly walked over, picked up the jug on the ground, opened the lid and smelled it, and could not smell anything. He glanced inside and found that most of the wine was overturned and there was only a little inside. Remnants. She pushed the pot to Wenxin and said in a deep voice, Drink. When Xin was stunned. I didn't know what she was going to do. I didn't think there was any problem with this wine. As a result, she was a little scared by Feng Ruo, male gods and ghosts, but there was no way but to be when he received it. He faced the spout tremblingly and slowly poured it into his mouth. He grunted and swallowed his belly, and there was a bite left in the pot. The next step is to wait. Feng Runin, who sat down next to the couch, closed his eyes and waited quietly, as if he had calmed down. After the time for tea passed, when Xin suddenly made a faint voice, Miss. Feng Runin's eyes flicked open, only to see Wen Li's crumbling, watching her bones soften and fell to the ground. Sister, Wen Li exclaimed, quickly squatted down to help. Feng Runin also rushed over to check. Wenxin's limbs were lying on his back, and he looked weak. His eyes seemed to be dozing, half open. She understood at a glance. This situation is generally the same as she did last night, and the wine really has a problem. Miss, sister, what happened to her? Wenli asked anxiously. Feng Runin waved her hand to help Wenxin to the couch, and helped herself. Wen Ruo collapsed on the couch, and Feng Runin said to Wen Li, Relax, she is fine. I ask you, do you know what the white beard is? Wen Li shook her head. The slave servant doesn't know. Feng Runin, can you recognize him when I see him again? Wen Li nodded again and again. I can recognize it. Feng Runin gritted his teeth and muttered some cruel words that only he knew, and his mind seemed to change, and he began to find his own clothes to wear. In order to chase down Shang Chaozong in front of her, she didn't have a piece in it, only put on this coat on her body. This kind of thing is really not something that ordinary women dare to do in this year. It is worthy of being a woman who has long been mixed in the pile of men. Taisho Mansion, Feng Lingbo, and Peng Yulan sat at the table and used to have breakfast early. Someone was reporting the situation of Feng Runin. Heard that Feng Runin shot Shang Chaozong out of the cave early in the morning and pursued with his sword. The couple stunned with chopsticks and Xiaohan, knowing their daughter Biao, did not expect to be so Biao. Feng Lingbo waved his hand and signaled the reporter to retreat, then shook his head with a wry smile and continued to bury his head to eat. Peng Yulan was worried, reaching for his chopsticks. I played it last night, and I pursued it with a sword in the morning. It all happened like this. Do you still want to eat it? Feng Lingbo spread his hand. What can I do? The officials of the two families are in a state of affairs, and they can't starve to death because they haven't even eaten this meal. Besides, the situation is very obvious. The Shang dynasty is not your daughter's opponent at all. If your daughter wouldn't win, your daughter wouldn't lose. It is Shang Chaozong who was beaten. What are you worried about? Peng Yulan stared. What is your name? Can't you continue like this for a long time? Feng Lingbo sighed. If you want me to say, you shouldn't let her practice martial arts at the beginning because Shang Chaozong married her and changed her fists and feet because ordinary people can't stop her. Being beaten to death by your daughter is a joke. Peng Yulan said sadly. What's the use of saying this now? Think about it. It would be strange for Shang Chaozong to treat her well in the future. Feng Lingbo lowered his eyebrows and said indifferently, Do you think it will be better if you don't fight? The purpose of Shang Chaozong to marry Runin is not clear to you. Rest assured, were that sentence, as long as he is still attached to the Feng family, he dare not dare what about your daughter. Even if we were looked at by our people, he ain't do anything. It is not necessarily a bad thing to keep a distance from him now. It is not too late to teach your daughter how to live after that matter is resolved. The sun rose early, and in front of the flower bed, Niu Yudao bowed to his body, bent over, and watched carefully in front of flower. A variety that he had never seen was picked and carefully screened. Snapped. A half-filled sack was thrown at his feet. Niu Yudao looked back and looked at Yuan Gang, who was standing in front of him, and asked, "What?" "Yuan Gang, you see it yourself." Niu Yudao kicked at the toes and shredded something. I don't know what it was. He pinned the flowers on his ears, leaned over and untied the bag, and pulled it away, and saw that there were half a bag of small yellow grains inside. Holding a hand in hand, looked up in amazement. Soybean? He thought it was something rare, and it was worth Yuan Gang to show it to himself. It turned out to be such a thing. Yuan Gang. It seems that there are not many plants grown here. I have never seen or heard of this in Xiaomiao village. This is one of the foods delivered by Taisho Mansion yesterday. I just saw it by accident. I asked, "Chef, because the output of soybeans is not high, there are not many people grown here. The average person rarely eats it, and most people have not eaten it." Niu Yudao is suspicious. Don't tell me that you want to promote the cultivation of this thing, that you want to get some people out of Xiaomiao village. If so, I advise you to dispel this idea. It is said that the output of this thing is not high. In the troubled times, everyone takes food as the first. No one is willing to plant things that are not produced, and it is useless to promote. Save effort. Yuan Gang, I asked the cook, I haven't heard of tofu. Please do it. He would be able to use ready-made tofu to cook dishes, but he wouldn't turn yellow beans into tofu. He had heard a little bit, but he never tried it, but he knew that Dao Yi would definitely. Dao Yi was always interested in traditional things. There will be a lot of traditional skills. No tofu. Niu Yudao stunned, then looked at the yellow beans in the bag, could not help but booed and shook his head. Was mentioned by Yuan Gang. He missed the taste, but also understood Yuan Gang's mood. The same as him. Nodded and said, "I have time to say another day. I will start tomorrow, and it is too late to do it now." In the speech, Shang Shuqing came, and after getting Lan Ruoting's reminder, he came here. Seeing the two people around a bag of things from afar, I do not know what is worthy of the discussion of the two of them. When I looked at them recently, I was surprised that they were soybeans. Niu Yudao said with a smile, "The master of the county is calm, and it seems that there is nothing wrong with the Lord." Shang Shuqing, did you do the medicine? It seems that the other party already knows. Niu Yudao also knew that this was a bit obvious, but he still shook his head and said, "I didn't do it." Yu reading www.yuyukangshu.com. He would not admit it. Shang Shuqing. Dao Yi denied it without asking what it was. Do I need to ask? First of all, I didn't do this. Secondly, if this is what I did. Niu Yudao looked back at Yuan Gang. Am I doing something wrong? Yuan Gang knew that he was not referring to the medicine itself, but why he was going to medicine and shook his head. Nothing wrong. Niu Yudao immediately looked back at Shang Shuqing. So, does the master think that I did something wrong? As long as Shang Shuqing said that he had done something wrong, it would be easier for him to talk about it. There is no need to talk more. When he finds a suitable opportunity on the way, he will immediately take Yuan Gang away without even saying hello. What he has done for the brothers and sisters of the Shang dynasty is not actually for the brothers and sisters. The brothers and sisters are not worth his life. Why? Can the so-called cultivation resources not seen by the film allow him to take risks? Just kidding. He doesn't care which emperor's Jiangshan this river is, and he doesn't care about the internal battles of the royal family. Who has suffered and who has been aggrieved, no matter how he lived in the past or this life, he has no habit of selling lives for others. The reason why he left to help is because he let Yuan Gang do things. But in the end, Yuan Gang lost his heart, and he was the one who made the blame. The two worlds are human beings, and the one brother is talking about righteousness. He does not want his brother to feel owed to others, and thus bears a conscience debt for a lifetime. Has helped the two brothers and sisters to get the game ready, paved the way, and built the bridge. Its value is relatively speaking. Yuan Gang owes others enough to pay. If the other party feels that his painstaking help is wrong, Then he should ask Yuan Gang. What we should have done, people do not appreciate it. Do we still have to stay? Yuan Gang's heart was united, and he naturally wanted to take Yuan Gang away from the right and wrong center. He knew that Yuan Gang had a certain complex on him. That was the brand that the once fierce collective life laid on Yuan Gang. It was a life experience that Yuan Gang was proud of. Although this complex is sometimes pedantic, he does not think it is a bad thing, and thinks that it is precious, which is the most precious thing in Yuan Gang. He is willing to help Yuan Gang to maintain the complex well, and do not want to be slow because he follows him. Slowly eroded and changed. Doing a lot of things at a loss will gradually become indifferent in the future. He does not want to see Yuan Gang become another him, so he guards. Frankly speaking, he did not intend to submit to the siblings of the Shang family at all, and it was not so easy for the siblings of the Shang family to take his heart. Shang Xuqing kept talking and wanted to say that this was wrong, but she was an extremely sensitive and keen person, realizing that Niu Dao had a deep meaning in her words. She hesitated, but the cow had a sense of persecution, but a bit of persecution, and asked again, "Does the Lord think I did something wrong?" Faced with him, Shang Xuqing finally compromised. "Dao, you did nothing wrong. It was for our brothers and sisters." Niu Dao was a little speechless. He hoped that Shang Xuqing would be firm, and then everyone would not owe each other, and they would be determined. He immediately took Yuan Gang and patted his and walked away. He had a feeling that their brothers were trapped by this woman. When the Nanshan Temple brothers were left by this woman, it felt as if their brothers were Balian steel in the hands of this woman. It turned into a soft finger, hard and hard, and soft and soft. Women are more troublesome than men, Niu Dao whispered in his heart and spread his hands. That's it. Is it necessary to ask again? Shang Xuqing secretly sighed, changing the tone and saying, "Feng Runin already knows that he has been drugged. How will my brother get along with her in the future?" Niu Dao listened to the music. The flowers on his ears were picked, and he sniffed in front of his nose. The governor is too worried, as long as the direction of the master is not misaligned. As for how to get along with his wife, it is the princess' business and the prince. It is our own sin. It is the Lord of Sin. We don't seem to care too much about it. Where does the world come to a successful conclusion? People always have a bit of ups and downs. Do you say that? He did not think that Shang Chaozong was beaten by his wife. What is wrong is not that he was beaten. Shang Xuqing was speechless. It was you who came up with it. You didn't really care. This is too shameless. It was found that this man really only manages things, but is irresponsible. She couldn't help crying. "Master Dao, if this matter spreads, how can my brother see someone?" Niu Dao rhetorically asked. "Will we here publicize this?" Shang Xuqing shook his head. "Naturally is not." Niu Dao shared his hands. "Does the Feng family know that this will not be publicized afterwards?" "Feng Runin is very strong. You can rest assured that she will try to retaliate at most on this matter. I won't say it to the outside. Let us not say it. The Feng family doesn't say it. Feng Renunciate ain't afford to lose that face and will ain't shake out. There is nothing to worry about." He said 10,000 steps back. "Boudoir anecdotes, whatever you want to do, it is all about other people as farts. What if the grandfather turns her over a few times and I see I ain't control it? Do you need the master to help him worry about being embarrassed?" Shang Xuqing sighed softly, and found that she was bored enough to dare to think that something very serious was not considered in the eyes of others, so there was no need to run and talk about it. "Just do it. It doesn't matter. Don't say this anymore." Shang Xuqing's eyes fell on a half bag of soybeans and changed the topic. "Dao Yi, what are you doing with these soybeans?" "Oh, Yuan Gang is greedy. Let me get some food for him." Niu Dao pointed to Yuan Gang and pointed to soybeans, sometimes to get something new. Invite the master to try it together. What else can soybeans make? Steam? Cook? Stew? Still baked as a snack? Shang Xuqing pondered what he called new thing and nodded. "Okay, it's my good fortune, and I will see Taoist cooking skills someday." Baojun Lord is satisfied. Niu Dao responded happily and turned back to Yuan Gang. "If you want to eat well in the future, your eyes will be brighter. Pay attention to collect the seasoning. Stayed here for a few years and found that the variety of dietary spices here is a bit thin, and there is naturally a causal relationship with the monotonous cooking methods here. Yuan Gang nodded. When it comes to eating, eating early is inevitable. Brothers and sisters of the Shang dynasty, Lan Ruoding, Niu Dao, and Yuan Gang, several people basically eat together. Several people met and sat down. Niu Dao couldn't help but ridicule the Shang Chaozong who was sitting at the head. Your lord, how come your face is blue and swollen? Shang dynasty sect was going to see Feng Fonan together with Feng Runin, but was beaten up like this, and he was embarrassed to go out to meet someone and found a pretext saying that he felt unwell. The Feng family was also very considerate and sent someone back to give him a rest. Shang Chaozong rolled his eyes. Why should Master Dao know this? Niu Dao said, how come it feels that there is one person missing? Why don't the princesses eat together? In addition to the expressionless Yuan Gang and the sad face of Shang Chaozong, everyone else was a bit tolerant. Was eating here, a famous guard came out and asked Lan Ruoding to go out. After returning to the seat, Lan Ruoding said to Niu Dao, Dao Lord, the Yuan Fong found a guard and borrowed a suit of clothes. Clothes? The cow, biting the noodle in his hand, raised his head. What clothes do you borrow? Lan Ruoding said. It was said that he was hit by Yuan's fist, and several replacement clothes were broken. Without a suitable change, I borrowed one to wear. Niu Dao said, nodding, let's borrow a piece of clothes. Lan Ruoding smiled and said nothing more. He specifically said that it only made Niu Dao know what he was doing, lest the bear demon would plot to misbehave. Your lord, why don't you leave the concubine with your meal? Feng Runin's voice suddenly appeared outside the door, and people also appeared outside the door, his eyes full of shame. Several people in the hall stood up one after another, and Shang Shuqing left the room to give the gift, sister-in-law. Lan Ruoding and others also gave the gift, princess. No matter how many people Feng Fonan walked to, he approached Shang Chaozong and stared face to face. His head was slightly higher than that of Shang Chaozong. His hands gradually became fists, giving people the feeling of smashing past Shang Chaozong's face at any time. The Shang dynasty was on high alert and kept as strong as possible. Use it when you come. Just talk about it. It has already been used. Feng Runin looked around and said, Concubine walked around to take a look. The prince has no opinion. Shang Chaozong. Random. Feng Runin is also very kind, took Winley to read all the rooms in this room, and then went out again. After a while, a guard came to the newspaper and said that the princess was rushing around, looking like she was looking for something. It was night. Feng Runin sent people to urge Shang Chaozong to return to his new house for rest one after another. Shang Chaozong found an excuse not to stay overnight. Farewell, Jun Xianli, who must be separated. Outside the broad county, near the long pavilion a few miles away, Peng Yulan burst into tears and waved off her daughter. Feng Lingbo gazed quietly at the departing horses, and his face was somewhat bleak in this troubled world. Feng Runin on his horse turned back from time to time, looking back at the parents beside Chongting, looking back at the familiar city, and felt sad. That city, she did not know how many times to go back and forth, in and out, has never been as sentimental as this time. No matter whether she wants to marry Shang Chaozong, she felt a difference this time. She really realized that she herself already married. Marriage is only a means. Both men and women know that there are more important things to do. Children and love have to give in to major events. After the big marriage, there's not much red tape. Only a day off in the county town. The Shang dynasty brought his brothers and new men. The married lady said goodbye. From the capital has been running all the way. The travel lineup has become even larger, with more than 500 iron rides. Feng Runin's personal guard. In the whole broad county, there are 100,000 soldiers under Feng Lingbo as command, including 5,000 iron riders, 500 yuan for Feng Runin, and 4,000 infantry for Feng Runin. These are also apparently promised to be loaned to Shang Chaozong. In fact, everyone knows that the military power is in the hands of Feng Runin. Without Feng Runin's military order, Shang Chaozong could not mobilize one soldier at a time. There may not be many people lent to Shang Chaozong, but the significance is extraordinary. The team includes Feng Lingbo's daughter and Feng Lingbo's son-in-law. The people are also Feng Lingbo's people, who dares to attack easily, including the guards of the Shang dynasty. www.mtlnovel.com, a line of iron rides nearly 1,000. The 4,000 infantrymen were not transferred from here. If they walked with the infantry, the speed of travel was too slow. Feng Lingbo, the second son of Feng Lingbo, who guards the important area west of Guangxin County, has received a military order. When Shang Zhaozong and his party passed by, Feng Ruojia would directly transfer 4,000 horses from there to Feng Runin to take him to Qingshan County. Looking back, I will add another 4,000 people to Feng Ruo Festival. Feng Lingbo has vented to Qingshan County and asked to let it go. He said that there was no harm. The excuse was to his daughter and son-in-law. When the men and women arrived in Songlu County, they would say otherwise. Faced with this excuse, Qingshan County was helpless. Feng Lingbo dared to fight against the court, and his strength was not beyond the control of Qingshan County. The imperial court sent people to make a decision and change his mind. He would not allow the Shang dynasty to go to Songlu County again, and ordered the Shang dynasty to return to Beijing to express another appointment. The tiger has been out of the cage, and the dragon has entered the sea. How can it be so easy to close the cage again? It would take a lot of time for the missionary to detour, but after entering Guangzhou County, it was inexplicably disappeared. The purpose could not be passed to the Shang dynasty in a short time, and even the Shang dynasty would not admit it. This is naturally a good thing for Feng Lingbo. The more anxious the court was, the more convinced Feng Lingbo was that 100,000 crows will have something to do with it. Feng Lingbo took it more seriously. After hearing the news, Tianyuman sent another monk to rush to support. Feng Runin's accompanying guard was only 500 rides, but the monks had as many as 30 people. Bai Yao also transferred away from the Taisho mansion and personally led a group of fellow guards to protect. A couple of newlyweds didn't accompany the gifts and loads piled up due to the big marriage. The person left first, and the gifts and other things Feng Lingbo would send someone to later. After leaving the county, Feng Runin packed his mood and said to the accompanying Wenli and Wenfang, "Go, find out the big beard for me, and don't say anything when you find it." I didn't find the old man with white beard in the garden of the county town. I didn't do it for the time being. She knew that although she was being bullied, it seemed to the world that husband and wife were normal. You didn't cooperate, but you were wrong. No one would help her, and her parents would prevent her from messing up. It's different when you go outside. She holds the military power, and everything is controlled by her. What should she do with her? Did not find the old man with a white beard in the garden. She estimated that the man had been hiding, so she did not say anything, afraid of playing the grass and the snake, waiting when the horse left the county, should the old guy show up. When Li and when Fang's behavior was obviously wrong, they walked back and forth in a group of people, slowly and quickly, to check. Niu Yudao noticed and looked back from time to time. After a while, he asked Yuan Gang, who was beside him, "Where did the old bear go?" Yuan Gang said, "The black face in the second row behind." Niu Yudao turned his head to look, and he saw a black face. He was dressed in the guard and was mixed in the guard. It was in Yuan Gang's warning. He didn't recognize it as the bear demon. He couldn't help but ask Yuan Gang again, "What's on it?" Yuan Gang. He said that I was injured and wiped with some medicine. In fact, it is a pickled sauce made from the kitchen side. While I get close, I can smell a sauce. Niu Yudao listened to music. The risk awareness of this old product is quite strong. That is, the little family is angry. There is nothing to dare to be. Yuan Gang no longer said anything on his mouth, but he knew in his heart that he knew it. The bear demon looked loyal, but he was actually rapist. He had long been aware of the risks and shaved his beard. After the guard's clothes were said to have been broken by him, and no clothes changed, the sauce was smeared on the face, and it was said to be the medicine that was wounded. Not only want to avoid Feng Runin's accounts, but also want to fool here with an honest look. If it was not for Dao Ye's reminder, he had been watching in secret. fearing that he would be fooled by this monster. As for why this bear demon should be presented here with a faithful and honest face, I can guess it, and want to paralyze here to relax my vigilance and wait for the opportunity to escape. Yuan Gang waited to see what other flowers the bear demon could play, and how he took the 20 monks to escape together. Speaking of this, in fact, Yuan Gang is not disgusted with Yuan Fong, but instead has a hint of appreciation. He tried it before and gave Yuan Fong the opportunity to escape, but he caught the group of monks in Nanshan Temple. Yuan Fong did not take the opportunity to escape alone. After going out to buy things, he returned honestly. After, Yuan Gang realized why the monks could clearly set aside the Yuan Fong in Nanshan Temple, but did not do that, but followed the Yuan Fong along the way to take risks. He knew that Yuan Fong was not a good person, but it did have merit. People in the real sense of the rivers and lakes know that there are countless temptations. Life and death are entrusted, and facing the guns and arrows back to the brothers. There is nothing more priceless than the word Ichi. So there's an old saying on the rivers and lakes, Qi is everlasting. So he recognized Dao's words in his heart. This bear demon has a good foundation except for his outlook on life and values. He is a malleable talent and can pull up a road. Shang Chaozong and others naturally noticed the abnormality of Feng Runin, but they were not clear what they were looking for. Bang! There was a thunder in the sky. Heavenly Father doesn't make beauty. When he left the county, he was still shining in the sun, and he was shrouded in dark clouds less than half a day away. With a thunder, the bean-sized raindrops began to fall, becoming more and more dense, and a sudden shower came. The riding team accelerated immediately, ran in the rain, and rushed to the next post because the load was not accompanied and the tent and the like were not brought, but the posts along the way were prepared in advance. The Yuan Fong in the rainstorm was able to resist the rain at first and did not allow the raindrops to get close. However, it lasted for a long time and could not withstand the continuous attack. The endless mana could not be endured. It had to helplessly accept the baptism of God. Even when the station was in sight, it was right in front. The rainstorm was coming fast, and it was going fast. In the blink of an eye, the clouds went away and rolled to another place. The round side on horseback looked up at the blue sky and muttered to himself, Buddha! The post in the Broad County is no longer used by the imperial court and is exclusively used by Feng Lingbo. The post received a newsletter for the previous post, knowing that Feng Runin and his party were approaching here. At the sight of the heavy rain, the people in the post immediately dispatched all of them and set up tents outside. The post here also knows that under normal circumstances, Feng Runin and his party should not stop here. This rain might not be possible. However, before setting up several tents, it was clear. The reason for setting up a tent is that the post has limited space to move in, which can't accommodate these thousands of horses. Feng Runin and other main figures have rooms to settle in. The soldiers below cannot live in all. Feng Runin is coming. Even if he is usually lazy, the people in the post will not dare to sloppy at this time. When the rain stopped, the coach immediately ordered the following people to cook soup. Although the spring was warm, the spring rain was still freezing, and it was still frozen on the horse, and the wind was on the horse. Sure enough, it was not long before the postmaster's words came. Long hooves came. A large group of horses came from far and near. The horses began to rise and fall outside. The riding team had slowed down and stopped outside, and a dozen riders rushed into the inspection first. Feng Rumin didn't wear a battle armor, a woman's dress, soaked clothes close to her body. Despite her sturdy body, the female's unevenness is not lacking. Although it is a large size, it is still striking. When Xin has shook her cloak to wrap her, Feng Runin did not rush into the post. As an excellent general, her first reaction was to check the impact of the opponent's disembarkation after the rainstorm. He just turned around and looked back. Feng Runin couldn't help but inhale his nose and smelled a strong smell similar to sweat. His eyes were searching among the crowd. When I first galloped, there was a wind blowing and I didn't feel it. At this time, many people smelled the scent, and the eyes of the people who smelled it gradually concentrated on Yuan Fong. Yuan Fong's heart was crying. The sauce on the skin was dry. It was so washed by the rain that it smelled suddenly. The black color on his face flooded the clothes under his neck. This special image, it's so conspicuous. It's simply standing tall. It's hard to be noticed. He himself thinks that he is clever, but mistakenly clever. If he does not wipe this sauce, people may not notice him. Although he knew that the matter could be concealed for a while, and could not be concealed for a lifetime, sooner or later, but he just wanted to delay the consequences as much as possible. Maybe he could find an opportunity in advance to take the monks away, followed by the victim's anger, no more investigation. The only thing he regrets now is that he didn't think about it when he was acting. When he saw the scene of the beating of the Shang dynasty, he realized that he was in trouble. The princess was too sturdy, and the prince couldn't help it. In the cave room, dared to beat the prince's princess. Actually, it should not be blamed for his ill consideration. He was dragged from Nanshan Temple hardly. He knew nothing about it, and could not make accurate judgments. Otherwise, he would not be able to reveal his true contents when he was doing things. Feng Runin's eyes were fixed on him for a while, and he turned back and asked, "Is it him?" When Sheen and Winley weren't sure if they looked carefully, not only because of the beard problem, but also because of the swollen nose and blue face of the old man with a white beard. After the accident, Yuan Fong immediately shaved his beard, and then hid in the house to quickly cast the spell and exercise power, and strive to promote blood circulation to remove blood stasis, so that the old appearance had a new look. The eyes seem a bit. When Xin and Winley murmured the situation, but they were not sure. Shang Chaozong and others were a little strange, and it was strange that Feng Runin stared at Yuan Fong and did not let go. But Yuan Fong deliberately shaved his beard, and the situation after the rain also made them doubtful. Informed Yuan Gang was expressionless, but Neo Yu Dao grinned and shouted, "Old bear, how did you shave your white beard? What happened to the unsullied autumn on your body, thing?" As soon as this remark came out, Feng Runin's pupils, who were staring at the round square, shrank suddenly, and a sneer appeared in the corner of his mouth. Yuan Fang, when was almost fainted, almost fell from the horse, and there was a wail in my heart. "Dao Yi, don't bring such a pitman." Yuan Gang cornered her mouth and felt the feeling of Yuan Fong. Feng Runin said nothing. As usual, the accompanying horse was checked for a while, and then he entered the station and jumped off the horse. Several tents set up around the station, and the unfinished www.untilnovel.com smell of soup floating in the air let Feng Runin feel a little soothed. She was well aware that the station far from Changhua was not large and had few staff. It was quite difficult to prepare to this point in the face of emergencies. What she saw and heard in front of her all proved that the station was intentional. As an army general, she is well aware of the importance of smooth military service, and a well-functioning post is also a very important part. Looking at the postmaster who came to see him, Feng Runin said lightly, "Notify the local county magistrate that this person can be a Chengyi officer." Cheng-Yi Li, a county official who governs the post in the country. Her words are tantamount to changing the fate of this post. The postmaster is actually not an official, and Chengyi officials have officially entered the official threshold. He grew up happy, but Feng Runin was too lazy to give him a courtesy and had already stepped inside. A group of people entered the post room to change clothes one after another. Women naturally took precedence, and the soldiers below took turns to change inside the tent. Neo Yudao noticed that despite experiencing a heavy rain, several people headed by Bai Yao were still dry. No traces of wet rain, but he was soaked in himself. "Dao Yi," Yuan Fong shouted Neo Yu Dao, who was about to enter the station, "Please come and speak." Neo Yu Dao waved his hand in front of his nose, frowned, and asked knowingly, "How come you have such a big smell?" Yuan Fong repeatedly begged his hands and said, "Dao Dao, please let us go. If you don't go, I'm afraid it's a small life." Neo Yu Dao said with a surprised face, "Okay, why do you say that?" Yuan Fong glanced at Yuan Gang, who was not far away, and whispered what Yuan Gang asked him to do, and finally said with a frown, "If you don't go, the princess is afraid to kill me." Neo Yu Dao said aloud, "What should it be, this thing? I asked Yuan Gang to tell you to do it." Ah, Yuan Fong stared at him stupidly. In fact, he had been a little skeptical. Now the other party confessed so that he was a little unbelievable. Remembering that this intentionally exposed him in public, could not help but bow his head and complain, Master Dao, why do you hurt me? Nanshan Temple helped Song Yanqing. I also have a bad feeling. He thought that people still remembered the matter of hating Nanshan Temple. Except for that matter, he had no hatred with this one. Niu Dao patted his shoulder. You think too much, not to harm you, but to help you. Yuan Fong raised his head in amazement. Help me. The expression on his face clearly said, is it pitying me? The hand patted a little sticky. Niu Dao closed it and smelled it. The sauce was very strong, and wiped it in a clean place in the round square clothes, and said, it is not a way to hide your head like this. You are not alone. A group of bald heads. She can't afford to lose that person and have no big fan to check. Once you are real, you can hide it like this. So, it is better to solve it with a long night dream. Fear of pain and die. Yuan Fong muttered in his heart and continued to plead with his mouth. Dao Lord, you can do it. Let us do it. I will go back to Nanshan Temple and set up a longevity card in front of the Buddha sitting statue. Will you pray for longevity every day? Niu Dao held his sword on the ground and said in a straight voice, it's okay to go, but I said uglily in front, stepped out of this post, we can't be determined, and it's not so easy to come back. Ghosts want to be affectionate and righteous with you, and the poor monk may not be able to die with you. Yuan Fong was slandering, staying here almost beaten every day, no matter how willing to stay. He quickly joined together. If the Taoist can be completed, the Buddha and Nanshan Temple will never say anything before the statue. Otherwise, the poor monk will be sent to hell. Niu Dao nodded his head and sighed. The twisted melon is not sweet. Since you have to go, then go. Niu Mao wishes you all the best. Take care. Then he turned to Yuan Gang and started. Yuan Gang walked over. Niu Dao sighed. Monkeys have to spare others and spare others. Don't embarrass them. Let them go. Let the good people do it in the end. Give each horse a foot for them. BB shunned the dagger, turned and left simply neat. Yuan Gang froze, let him go, and sent the horse. Really? I didn't believe it. It was Dao Yi's decision, but he knew that if he said this, he must have his reason. Then he yelled and said to Yuan Fong, no. Fong was very grateful and said, Amit Ba. Good, good. The longevity card in front of the Buddha will never forget Lord Yi. Longevity brand? Yuan Gang didn't believe his gibberish. It was good for the old monster not to curse his death. Ignoring the hypocritical politeness, he turned and followed the cow, entered the post house, and asked the room where the guards from Shang Chaozong had left them to change clothes and enter to change clothes. Niu Dao didn't change clothes, leaned his sword on the ground, closed his eyes and performed exercises, and his body gradually exuded mist, and the mist gradually thickened. Yuan Gang asked while changing his clothes, Master Dao, really let that bear demon leave? He was actually a little bit reluctant and felt that the old monster was quite suitable for them to follow along. No matter where he was mixed, more helpers around him were not. It would be a bad thing. Not to mention accepting the Xiong is equivalent to accepting the monks in Nanshan Temple, and there are many more people running around. Niu Dao, with his eyes closed, said indifferently, Leave? Where can he go? Is my boat able to go on board and walk as long as I want? Do you believe you'll cry and cry after a while? Please stay. Yuan Gang, who had just put on his pants, froze. How could it be? After a little pondering, I suddenly realized that I understood why Dao Yi had deliberately exposed the round square before, and the corner of his mouth was raised, and he smiled. Sure enough, the clothes on Niu Dao's body had just dried, and the sound of tuk-tuk knocking on the door was heard outside, and the weak voice of Yuan Fong also sounded outside. Master Dao, Master Yuan, I can come in? Yuan Gang walked to the door and opened the door. When he saw the flattering smile on the outside of the door, he said unkindly, If you want to go, you don't need to be wordy. Get out. Hey, the door closed again, almost didn't hit the circle go squarely. Niu Dao smiled slightly, pushed open the window, looked at the blue sky and white clouds outside, and said, "This rain, come fast, go fast, and capricious." He'd just spoken now, and the sound of knocking on the door rang again, accompanied by the weak voice of Yuan Fong. "Master Yi, Master Yi." Yuan Gang, who picked up the wet clothes, turned back and drank again. Go. The door creaked, and instead of rolling, Yuan Fong squeezed in and opened the door. Yuan Gang threw wet clothes in his hand and walked with his fist. He was going to beat the person. The circle side retreated to the wall and waved hands repeatedly. "Yuan Yi," and moved slowly. "Listen to me first, Yuan Yi, Yuan Yi." "Monkey, when will you be able to change this irritability? Although it is a matter of gratitude and perseverance, the road is facing each other. It doesn't take much trouble to listen to the words, and it's not too late to listen to the words," Niu Dao said lightly. Yuan Gang raised his fist and hovered and put it down. "If you have something to say, please let me know." Fong Yuan, who was squatting in the corner with both hands and holding his head, was forgiven. He stood up and thanked. "Dao Yi really is a large number of adults." Niu Dao looked out the window and asked, "Aren't you eager to leave?" and ran back to do something. The expression on Yuan Fong's face was wonderful, but he wanted to leave. When the monks were about to leave the fence around the post, many soldiers outside looked at it and suddenly found it wrong. They were stared at by the princess, and now, where can they run? Go with? That princess has a lot of masters, which is much more terrifying than Yu Dao. He was stared at and wanted to escape on the territory of Ringguangjuan. If you think about it for a moment, you can understand why Feng Rinan didn't do it for the time being, because he is on the side of Niu Dao and belongs to the side of Shang Chaozong. If he insists on him, there must be a conflict on both sides. Asylum, when there is no one outside, I can't think of the consequences, and now I'm going to death. Still want to lead a horse? It's strange that people can't find such a big movement. Walking on foot? The monks have, I just wanted to leave now, but now I don't want to leave now. That means I still have to leave. Old bear, you're bored like this. Do you want me to play? Niu Dao still turned his back. Dare not dare. Yuan Fong quickly waved his hand, bypassing Yuan Gang, and hurried to Niu Dao. "Dao Yi, I don't mean that. It's like this." Niu Dao didn't even listen to his explanation. "Send off. Bounce out of the post, and incidentally say that outside. This person has nothing to do with us. Then dare to break into, kill without amnesty." Yuan Fong stared in horror. "Dao Yi-o." Yuan Gang flashed and punched him in the abdomen with a heavy punch, shut him up, and dragged his clothes to the outside. Dao, you can't do this. You can't cross the river to dismantle the bridge." Yuan Fong broke Yuan Gang's arm, compared with Yuan Gang, refused to leave, and screamed again and again. In fact, his current strength does not lose to Yuan Gang. In the past, he only took into account the safety of the monks in Nanshan Temple and dared not fight back. It was really anxious at this time. Niu Dao did this, it was just to kill them. Niu Dao, said Hua, turned back, crossed the river, and demolished the bridge. "Okay, don't say that I am not reasonable. I will give you another chance to let you choose again, whether to go or stay." And Yuan Gang froze for a while, holding the round side of the wrist, and finally said weakly, "No longer." Niu Dao, for the time being, continue to eat and drink, then pat on thee and go away? How can there be such a good thing in the world? Go or not, just a matter of words. You choose it yourself. I have limited patience. See him hesitating, he immediately tilted his head and motioned to Yuan Gang. "Send off." Yuan Fong immediately shouted, "Stay." "We stay." Niu Dao brushed his hands. Yuan Gang Song let go. Niu Dao approached. "Old bear, this is your own choice. You decide to stay. The road is chosen by yourself, and you are responsible. www.untilnovel.com. Are you sure you want to stay?" Yuan Fong's heart was crying, and he bowed his head and said, "Stay." But he was whispering in his heart. The hero does not eat the loss in front of him. At this moment, someone knocked on the door outside, and then the door was pushed open directly. Wen Li appeared outside the door and walked in, staring at Yuan Fong, pointing and said, "You, follow me, come on, the princess wants to see you." Fong suddenly panicked. but the woman who dared to beat her husband in the cave, busy looking at Niu Dao for help. Dao Yi. Niu Dao held a sword standing in front of him and said to Wenli, "Don't go." Wenli was stunned. Who was this man, so arrogant, and said with a heavy face, "You hear clearly. It is the princess who let him pass." Niu Dao said indifferently. The prince said everything must be approved by him, especially the princess. He didn't care and directly dumped the black pot on the Shang Chaozong. Anyway, as long as he was not willing, the Shang Chaozong could not command him. It happened to block the gun. Anyway, Feng Runin didn't dare to kill Shang Chaozong. At most, he beat Shang Chaozong again. Wenli was blocked and said, turned around and walked away, smashing a ruthless sentence. "You are waiting." Niu Dao turned around and said to the relieved circle, "It's okay. I'm here. I won't let her move you. Today I will talk about this. I will eat meat together, drink wine together, and enjoy the blessings. It's hard to be the same." Xie Daoi. Yuan Fong thanked repeatedly, not taking Niu Dao seriously. However, it was not a while before a burst of rapid footsteps came. The door of the room was kicked open by a foot. It was Feng Runin, with a sullen expression on his face, followed by several people. Seeing this battle, Niu Dao couldn't help frowning and felt that this man's wife was faulty. The broken thing in the cave between the husband and wife. Is it interesting to have a lot of trouble? This murderess, Yuan Fong was afraid. Zheng Baiying was hiding behind Niu Dao, and he didn't dare to show his head. "Why is this the princess?" Niu Dao asked lightly. Feng Runin stepped across the threshold. "What do you want me to do?" Niu Dao said. "Is it possible to kill me as a matchmaker? Dare to claim to be a matchmaker?" When Feng Runin thought about borrowing money, it was a disgrace, and his heart burst into flames, and said coldly, "You dare not kill me?" Niu Dao said, "I'm afraid it's something I don't dare to do without the princess. But does the princess have to consider the side of the prince, who is your husband anyway?" Feng Runin put his hand on the hilt of his waist and squinted with cold eyes. "How to kill the matchmaker first, then the husband?" Niu Dao is shocked to heaven. "Can I say this?" The square behind him was even more shocked. Yuan Gang moved slowly and changed his position. Feng Runin came with one finger. "Hand over the people without wanting to die." Niu Dao glanced at the four people around Mylan. Bamboo and Chrysanthemum, and the sword and pestle were in front of her. "Otherwise, I will not agree." The words just fell here, and there was another rush of footsteps. Feng Runin engaged in such a big movement. In the same post, Shang Chaozong and others could not have heard nothing. "What's going on?" Shang Zhaozong shouted and led the stunned Lan Ruoding, and Shang Shuqing and others squeezed in. Niu Dao glanced at him and explained lightly, "The princess is indiscriminate and will take away my brothers." He tilted his head and gestured to the people behind him. Shang Chaozong Horan turned and faced Feng Runin with a deep voice. "What do you want?" Feng Runin pulled out his sword and pointed. "Let him hand over the people." The Shang dynasty was angry. "What if you don't pay?" Neo has a rumor, but he has a touch of appreciation for the Shang dynasty. "In this case, I didn't ask what happened." Everyone has a process of getting in touch with understanding slowly. With this sentence, Niu Dao is not disgusted with this little prince. "You don't have to give it a try." Feng Runin pointed his sword at him, and he was also angry. When he saw this guy, the scene of the night of Dongfang Night appeared again. The shameless people dare to run wild with themselves. "Princess, stop it!" Bai Yao's indifferent voice came from the outside. "What are you doing in the pile? Do you want to kill each other?" He opened his mouth. Although he hadn't seen anyone yet, the four people of Mylan, Juju, were suddenly uneasy, obviously more effective than Feng Runin's words. The four of them retreated one after another, leaving only Wen Xian and Wen Li to accompany Feng Runin. At this time, Bai Yao, who was holding a sword in his arms, appeared at the door and shouted again, "Princess, look and see." Feng Runin's sword pointed to Shang Chaozong and turned away. Lan Ruoding quickly arched his hand towards Bai Yao outside, thanking him. Bai Yao glanced lightly at the people in the room, slowly turned and left. Niu Yudao also turned around and said to Yuan Fong, "Temporarily follow me and don't run around. If someone wants to move you, pass me first." Yuan Fong nodded again and again, no matter how dare to run. Now he dared not run. Lan Ruoding stepped forward to say something to Niu. "Master Dao, what's going on?" Niu Yudao pointed his finger to the square. This guy's habit of eating black in Nanshan Temple is difficult to change. At the night of the prince's cave, he accidentally put something in the prince's food to help the prince help. No, this can't hide it. Feng Runin will be exposed sooner or later, and it's meaningless to continue to hide these people. Yuan Fong bowed his head weakly, filled with sorrow. What made me careless? But now, it seems that only Niu Yudao can take his place, and he can only be the default. Shang Chaozong's expression was immediately wonderful. Nonsense. Throwing a sentence, leaving his sleeves, and mentioning it again, how embarrassing it was. Lan Ruoding and Shang Shuqing looked at each other, and some things were finally understood. Although Niu Yudao threw the black pot on Yuan Fong, the two were not stupid, knowing that the commander behind the scene must be Niu Yudao. Lan Ruoding smiled bitterly. "At present, there are some things. Please ask Dao to be more patient. Don't let the contradiction escalate." Niu Yudao smiled and nodded. "Mr. Lan is assured that I should be patient when I should be tolerant, and there is no need to endure what I should not be tolerant." Lan Ruoding was speechless. It was no different from saying it, but this side could not control this one. He could only sigh and shook his head and left. It seems that things have temporarily stopped, and Yuan Fong has temporarily stopped. I don't want to leave anymore. I don't even dare to go out easily. I made up my mind. I will stay with Niu Yudao and avoid the wind. However, after a short pause, a monk from Nanshan Temple hurried in and panicked. "Host, it's not good. The princess's people caught us too." He explained a little. Yuan Fong probably understood the two people arrested were two of the people who went to work with him during the wedding of Shang Chaozong, and it was estimated that they were recognized. Yuan Fong immediately said to Niu for help. "Dao Yi, please help them. Those two were the people who followed me to the medicine that night. Once the princess used torture, they were afraid they would call me out. Actually, he knows that people who can follow him all the time, his mouth is not so easy to open, but he can't just watch his own hardships regardless." Niu Yudao also realized that this matter was troublesome. If someone had recruited Yuan Fong, and the other party caught the evidence, he would be very passive if he wanted to deal with Yuan Fong. Feng Runin's attitude toward the matter was obviously somewhat disobedient, so there could be no evidence in the woman's hands. Stood sideways in front of the window from time to time to observe the outside, Yuan Gang suddenly turned over and jumped off the second floor. Niu Yudao quickly flashed to the window and saw Yuan Gang, who jumped out rushing outside and rushed out. When he went outside the post, he explained to the temporary stationing of the outsiders that he was just walking back to the yard of the post and was shocked by the rushing Yuan Gang. He didn't react to it yet. Pinched his neck, a cold dagger hung across her neck. When Xin said in horror, "You, what do you want to do?" Niu Yudao and Yuan Fong have also jumped downstairs and walked towards this side. Yuan Gang's movements caught a lot of people's attention immediately, and even Bai Yao quickly appeared on the roof. Walked to Yuan Gang. Niu Yudao turned around and asked the monk who reported, "Where are the people who took them away?" The monk quickly pointed to one of the tents surrounded by a circle of horses, just in that tent. Niu Yudao raised his sword and strode forward. Yuan Gang held the person to follow, alert to the surroundings, and the edge of his hand would cut through an Xion's neck at any time. At this time, Shang Chaozong and others also ran out after hearing the news, and hurriedly came and asked, "What happened?" Niu Yudao just ignored this woman who could not control her own woman. She walked in front of her face with a cold face and forced her to close the tent. Lan Ruoding sighed a little. Why did something happen again? Can it not stop? Fong waved. All the monks of Nanshan Temple ran over and followed. The curtain of the tent surrounded by the people there lifted up, and Feng Runin drilled out and said with a furious voice, "Dare to hold me. So bold. Let go." Niu Yudao's footsteps stopped, and the pestle sword was in front of him. It's no problem to let people go. Should the princess put my people first? Hearing this, Shang Chaozong and others probably understood what was going on. Shang Chaozong's face gradually became angry, and the woman was still not over. Feng Runin said angrily, "It's not your turn to bargain here. I will let you let go immediately. Otherwise, you will be at your own risk." Niu Yudao said nothing and lifted his chin slightly with arrogance. Snapped, snapped, snap. Crisp slaps sounded one after another. Yuan Gang pinched Wenxin's neck and turned his arms around. In front of everyone, one slap in the face of Wenxin was slapped Wenxin's face. Splashes of blood and Venus in the eyes. Feng Runin's eyes were split, which was a kind of literary heart. It was simply hitting her face in public. With a wave of his hand, two sergeants with swollen noses and blue faces were dragged out of the tent immediately. Slaughter them. Someone immediately placed the knife on the necks of the two monks, and the monks in Nanshan Temple dared not to speak. Niu Yudao is still arrogant and silent. Yuan Gang immediately grabbed Wen Xian's arm and twisted. His bones crackled. Ah! One Xian screamed in public, and one arm was dropped by Yuan Gang in public, unable to sway in front of him. And when Li's face beside Feng Runin were scared. Shang Zhaozong and others all looked at Yuan Gang. Yu reading www.yuyukangshu.com realized that this is a ruthless person who destroys flowers. Feng Runin shouted, "You dare not kill me when I don't dare?" Yuan Gang immediately changed hands and grabbed Wenxin's other arm. "Stop it!" Bai Yao, who was standing on the roof, slammed. Niu Yudao raised his hand slightly. Yuan Gang immediately stopped to continue to the next step, and the dagger reached Wenxin's white neck again, still highly alert around. At this time, the men on the side of Feng Runin and the men on the side of the Shang dynasty were quickly assembled, and the two horses were facing each other. Bai Yao's figure flashed from the sky and landed in the middle of the confrontation between the two sides. He said coldly, "I've let everyone go." Feng Runin's silver teeth bit her lip. Bai Yao let it go. She didn't dare to let it go, but she was not willing to let it go, pointing at Niu Yudao and shouting, "Little thief, return the money owed me first." Since Senior Bai has spoken, I have nothing to say here. I believe Senior Bai is a man. Niu Yudao waved his hand. Release. A spirit is slightly generous, which makes many people look at him. Bai Yao couldn't help but glance at him more. Yuan Gang's dagger closed, and he pushed out the Wen Xian who almost passed out. The dizzy Wen Xian stumbled back, and someone on the opposite side quickly came to help him away. Bai Yao stared at the other side, and Milan Juju immediately stepped forward, and regardless of Feng Runin's attitude, he directly rescued the two monks and pushed them out. There were also people from Nanshan Temple who came forward and picked them up. Niu Yudao glanced at the two who came back, and after seeing that there should be no problem, he said aloud, "Since the princess mentioned the matter of repaying money, taking advantage of Senior Bai's testimony now, let's untie a clear understanding in case of the end, so that no one will the endless troubles hurt both sides. I don't know what Senior Bai intended. Bai Yao didn't say anything, and it wasn't good to say anything. Although he was in favor of resolving the matter, lest Feng Runin would always be tossing about it, and bad things would happen. But after all, he was a person on Feng Runin's side. He could come out and suppress Feng Runin, but it is not good to publicly favor the Niu Yudao side. But he didn't say anything is also an attitude, acquiesced. Niu Yudao naturally understood and continued. Everyone may be wondering what is going on. The causes and consequences of many things may not be clear to everyone. The princess said that I owe her money. That's right. I really borrowed from the princess because I was shy. A sum of money, a lot, 10,000 gold coins. The princess negotiated, of course. I did not say no. But there is one thing to declare. The money was borrowed for the prince. I did not spend a pen. As for this money, it is too guarded. The adult have already spoken and said that they are exempt. Although the Lord Taisho said that exemption, the princess had to collect the debts. I have nothing to say. Please ask Senior Bai to be the master here. I can't really get the money at hand, I say, and get out of my hand. Can I be more generous? When we get to the next city, and we will sell the war horse, We will surely get the money to pay it back. I don't know how. Shang Chaozong and others were speechless, especially Shang Chaozong was a little embarrassed and said that it was the money he borrowed, but he could not deny it, and he had to sell his warhorse. Bai Yao's mouth twitched, and Feng Runin almost vomited blood, listening to Niu Yudao's politeness, and thought he would be hard-pressed to repay the money when he asked for a grace. It is strange that Bo knows not to lose his temper. After all, a lot of nonsense is said, and he still doesn't want to repay the money. Niu Yudao had never planned to repay the money, and he was not the one who owed the money, but he didn't spend any of it, and both the Shang dynasty and the Feng Runin became husband and wife. Why should he pay the money? It makes no sense at all. Bai Yao gave Niu Yudao a glance. This man was shameless for granted, but other people didn't know it. Some people secretly murmured that Feng Runin was making unreasonable troubles. Since the money was borrowed by the Shang dynasty, you became a husband and wife with the Shang dynasty, and it's a bit too much to say what to pay back. Especially some guards of the Shang dynasty whispered in their hearts. Selling war horses to let us go to Songlu County failed? This is one of the reasons why Feng Runin almost vomited blood, but it turned out to be rude to her, but she did not have any justification for this matter. The more and more she seemed to be nonsense, breathless, and uncomfortable. The reason why she couldn't help but want to make trouble, and it has nothing to do with Niu Yudao. Since the meeting with Niu Yudao in the barracks that day, it has become her unlucky beginning. Without saying a word, humiliation one after another. No one can swallow this bad breath in her body, especially when she is such a refreshing female general who has been so stubborn. Bai Yao said, since Taisho has already said that the money is free, then this matter is over. He could see it and then grabbed the money and kept it. With the shamelessness of the bull, it is really possible to continue when the news went back. It was strange that Feng Lingbo didn't get angry. It was Feng Runin himself who couldn't get off the stage. Okay, since Senior Bai said so, then the juniors will not mention this matter. Niu Yudao arched his hand and thanked him. Lan Ruoding couldn't help but raised his hand and stroked his forehead. His face was helpless, and found that Niu Yudao said it was on the princess bar, which is a solution to the problem. This is obviously trying to suffocate the princess. Feng Runin gritted his teeth and had the urge to pull his sword to kill. Niu Yudao went on to say, it's another thing that is the origin of this conflict today. Maybe everyone is wondering, why? In fact, it doesn't matter. On the day that the prince and the princess were married, the prince refused to marry the prince. So, the person arrested by the princess just now did some tricks to make the princess vain and let the grandfather show her great husband's prestige. The princess couldn't swallow this breath and asked us to settle the account. The people confronting each other face to face, is this still the case? Did the outsider help the cave room successfully? Someone can't help but tolerate. The dynasty of the Shang dynasty twitched a little bit of itchy teeth. How can this matter come out and say, shameless? Feng Runin instantly became ashamed and angry. Unexpectedly, Niu Yudao even helped her publicly disclose this incident. In the future, she didn't know how long it would be used for discussion behind her back. She pulled the sword and rushed straight in. Bai Yao tilted his head, and the four people of Milan Juju flashed together, stopping and holding Feng Runin, who was struggling together. Niu Yudao, Senior Bai, you were there that day in the cave room. What happened to others is not clear to you. I won't tell you more. In short, today this happened because of that night. If the princess really wants to settle the bill directly, just look for the prince. Why should I not be with the people below us and ask Senior Bai to preach justice? He turned and said to the Shang dynasty, my lord, you borrowed the money. The princess is the one you married, and the cave is also you happy. The consequences can't be borne by the people below us. This matter needs to be settled today. It doesn't make sense to entangle it anymore. What do you think about it? He said no matter what he said, beckoning Yuan Gang and Yuan Fong, etc. Backing up, the Shang Chaozong was aired in front of the game. For him, his strength is not good. When it is time to retreat, he has to see the good and close. It is always inappropriate to stand at the forefront. The Shang dynasty wished to pounce, and bite the dead cow. How can a man's cave do not work and still need help? Let the face of his man be swept away. Bai Yao also can't stand Yu Dao. Is this kind of broken thing also embarrassed to bring it out in public? Let me preside over justice? Doing care about these things. The dogs and men should do what they should do. Why shouldn't they say anything? And why should they let others take their breath? I swear to kill you. Feng Ren roared. Today, she not only lost her face, but also made the following people understand the fact that she is a woman, and a woman is a woman. The prestige of her army is still quite significant. In fact, she has been deliberately diminishing her femininity in the military in recent years. In the military, men don't say what they think of women fighting against the enemy. They also have the word haha in their hearts. What does it mean? Enough. This is the end of this matter. No more troubles in the future. Whoever rips, don't blame me for being welcome. Bai Yao drank, cold eyes around. Shun Shun said, all are gone. Lan Ruoding hurriedly waved his hands to the guards of the Shang dynasty. And soon the men and women on the two sides put down their swords and guns, and most of them laughed away in their hearts. Not murderous. And they were all just watching the lively scene. Left and right. Feng Ruo's face flushed with masculinity, and his sword gasped. Don't make any more trouble. Bai Yao stepped forward and whispered close to her. I know you are suffering from a series of humiliations, but you should know the seriousness and make a big mistake. You and I will bear it. No consequences. Here I give you a promise, as long as something is found, whatever you want to do with them, now know. Feng Renin bit his lip. Marrying a man is compelling, but what about the king of the county? But once she lost her family dog, she looked down on Shang Chaozong at all, and knew that Shang Chaozong did not really want to marry her. She had to marry her only for the sake of survival. Would it be wrong to really want to marry Shang Chaozong? She was thinking about the overall situation and arguing with the snake for the sake of imagination, and it was a big deal. She didn't want to have a husband and wife with Shang Chaozong. After the task was completed, she slaughtered Shang Zongzong again. Who wanted to be lost to Shang Zongzong? Except for herself. No one seemed to care about anything at all, and she felt that Shang Chaozong had taken her for granted after she slept, leaving her with nowhere to talk. A farce seems to be over. Things were clear, and Bai Yao was the master, and things seemed to pass for a while. Because of a heavy rain, the group took a short break and set off again. The man who was sitting on the horse's back was utterly innocent. Although the dislocated arm was reset, it was hung on the neck with a wooden board. Yuan Fong was closely following Yu Dao this time. Anyone could see that Feng Runin's breath did not disappear, but was temporarily suppressed. However, Yuan Fong has some good feelings for Yu Dao. Others really made an appearance for him and really came forward to help him survive the crisis, not to talk about it. I also have some good feelings for Yuan Gang. People rushed out and took Feng Runin as personal maid as soon as possible, and they also attacked Feng Runin's maid in public. This is absolutely at his risk. www.mtlnovel.com. Yuan Fong is a little dazed. Is it worth the two to do this? He doesn't think he has much value. Experienced a thing. Although Yuan Fong still wanted to find a chance to escape, but he himself did not realize that there was some inexplicable sense of security with the two of them. The monks of Nanshan Temple also have the same mentality, and their perception of Yu Dao and Yuan Gang has greatly improved, and they feel that they are not bad either. During this trip, the monks of Nanshan Temple who were eager to avoid the two of them gradually approached the two of them unconsciously. Before, they thought that this group of people were dangerous. Now they think that they still follow Yu Dao and Yuan Gang among them. Be safer around. Nanzhou, the towering green mountains, the clear blue water, a small boat on the lake. In the case of a small dish and a small wine table, Lu Xingzhong sat down with Xiaoman for a drink. And Xiaoman was his teacher's brother. Although the two were not the same teacher, they were both ordinary disciples in Wuliangshan. Came to Lu Xingzhong in Nanzhou and did not rush to Qingshan County. Instead, he first came to Shidi to inquire about the news. Although he was instructed by Wang Heng, he was afraid that Tainyuman would not dare to rush to start. And Xiaoman is one of the masters under the leadership of Zhou Shouxian, the pastor of Nanzhou. The reason why the two are won by Wang Heng and one by Zhou Shouxian, is because Wang Heng and Zhou Shouxian are both confidants of the Holy Spirit. A young man rushed across the waves, presented a small volume of dense newspaper axis, and then walked away again. And Xiaoman pulled the small scroll paper shaft and, after reading the contents, handed it to Lu Shengzhong opposite. Brother Lu, the news you want is here. Feng Lingbo has attached unprecedented importance to the Shang dynasty and actually sent dozens of monks. With the protection, there are several monks in the Jindan period, and Bai Yao, a master on the Jindandan list, personally leads the escort. Which one of the monks in the Foundation period can deal with it? It is not likely to be a level. The so-called Golden Dandan list is the practice of the ice and snow pavilion in the practice world. Its name is 800 Jindan. The name moves the world. Since it is the Golden Dan list, it naturally refers to those who have reached the Jindan realm. In fact, there are far more than 800 people in the Jindan period of the practice circle, but only 800 can be listed. These 800 Golden Dan monks are not always on the list and can always occupy the list. The Dan list is always updated. For example, if someone beats someone on the list and replaces it, or someone dies and is removed from the list. Many people disdain this list because the list is not absolute and the process of making it out has been criticized. Some Jindan monks did not want to be famous and lived in seclusion, rarely fighting with others. How their real strength is unknown to outsiders. Some Jindan monks won't show off their winners, and the losers wouldn't say anything. How can we guarantee the absolute fairness of the list in this case? Bingxue Pavilion may have taken this into account, and the specific ranking order is only the top 10. These 10 top players are definitely powerful, and generally speaking, there are not too many opinions of the world's monks. As for the remaining 790, they are only on the list, not in order. 800 Golden Pill, famed world. It is really fascinating. No matter what other monks are dissatisfied with, no one is clear about the real detailed strength between the Jindan monks in the world. Those who have the resources are naturally looking at the list, according to the people on the list. Use chopsticks, provide cultivation resources, and get a master of Danbang to do security or work like a master. In this way, the people on the list will be in trouble. Some people will often come to the door to challenge. Most of the challenges come from those monks who lack training resources. There is no way to find fault. The same as Jindan, but the price offered by the host is different. For example, the same thing can be sold. A finely packed and well-known shop can sell 10 gold coins, and an unpackaged shop can only buy 1 gold coin at a stall. What is the price of the same thing? So much difference? Is the same for people, but you say that the quality of things is the same or better than the font size. It is useless. The host does not recognize it. It is the same if you say the same. You say better is better? Prove it to me. You could try to beat a Danbang master. After going around, I still want to compare. Why not be humiliated in front of the host? It is better to challenge first, and then talk about it after being on the list out of course. If there's a martial art background on the list, generally no one dares to challenge. Unless you can win the whole martial arts of others. It is because you are on the list today, and you may be killed by a group of people tomorrow. And the monk Jindan, with a martial background, generally does not want to be the challenger. The resources are provided by the martial arts. It is not necessary to do the things that are okay to find things. It is basically unnecessary to challenge those without a martial background. It is even more unnecessary and will cause conflict between the two factions. In this way, Danbang is naturally easy to be criticized. However, there are also some people at Binkswich who do you think is not suitable on the list. You may wish to come up with real skills. However, who is going to be full? It is okay to name the Taoist surname. Isn't this just a rush to find someone to avenge? Dissatisfied people naturally blame the group of idle and idle women in Bingxue Pavilion, but no one dared to find the trouble of Bingxue Pavilion. Granddaughter, that was one of the few people who stood on the top of spiritual practice. Danbang was made by the former master of the Ice and Snow Pavilion, and he was a disciple of Mother Snow. Even other old infant monsters didn't say anything to this Danbang, and the rest of the world's monks would naturally have nothing to do with it. No one has deliberately been able to get along with Bingxue Pavilion. They're the people standing at the top of the food chain. With this background, Bingxue Pavilion does not lack cultivation resources, nor a lack of fame and fortune. Relatively speaking, Danbang is not without merits. It still reflects a certain amount of strength. It is still because of the background of Snowmother. The connections of Binkswitch, needless to say. The world news is more comprehensive and easier to do than the average person. Make a comparison. For example, XX and XX had a fight in a certain place, and the outcome of the victory and defeat, many people may have unheard of it, but Binkswitch has received information to revise the Danbang, and many people still know who did the fight with Danbang through the Danbang. As for why they did not come up with the infancy and foundation period or gas refining period, Binkswitch obviously did not dare to arbitrarily make judgments on the infancy period. The following foundation period and gas refining period are so ridiculous. Looking at the content of the secret newspaper, Lu Shengzhong smiled bitterly. Danbang Master by Yao has all personally launched. This phone Lingbo is really enough to see this fallen king. And Xiaoman touched his chin, apparently wondering, yeah, this phone Lingbo also paid too much attention to the Shang dynasty. Not only did she marry her daughter, but she also sent by Yao to guard it. As for it, there's only one explanation. At that time, Ningguang's influence on Feng Lingbo was not small, but what did Tianyuman say? Does Ningguang have such a great influence on Tianyuman? I see a hint figured out. He shook his head and thought about it. Brother Lu, I suggest you think twice about you. Lu Xingzhong shouted long and short. Wuliang Mountain is not a big school. We can't be independent. We can only rely on it. And we can be replaced at any time. Wang Hengfei wants to do this. What can I do? If I can't give him an explanation, I can rely on Wang Heng relationship may kick us out of Wuliangshan at any time, affecting more than me alone. And Xiaoman heard the words and fell into silence. Indeed, nothing else. Wang Heng and his host Zhou Shouxian are royalists. I really want to make Wang Heng unhappy. Just say hello to Zhou Shouxian. Zhou Shouxian is impossible. He offended Wang Heng over the capital for a disciple of his small school. Even he might get out of Zhou Shouxian. Those big schools that have influence on the royalists are afraid that they might not help them speak, and they can replace their small school. It's too much. But it's almost impossible to accomplish this, let alone brother you. Even if we Wuliangshan are dispatched together, I'm afraid that Bai Yao can't do it alone. Bai Yao is a person who has defeated a sect. And Zaya making sigh. Lu Xingzhong sighed in the sky and said, it's man-made. Since you can't compete with the enemy, you can find a way to outsmart it. Grab the glass and drank it. When you shot the glass, you couldn't help but cursed. Damn, what the is that? It's right to call the cow sick who is not good to kill. And why kill Song Yanqing? Knowing that Song Yanqing's background is so dare to provoke. In the capital of Yanghua, in the main hall of the Xikong house, Song Jiuming walked in quickly, respectfully paying respect to the children who attended the seat. Tong Mo waved the screen and retreated to the others in the hall, got up and walked out of the long case, and walked to the eaves outside the door. Song Jiuming accompanied him silently, waiting for instructions. Tong Mo, who had been silent for a long time, said slowly, the palace made up its mind to get rid of Shang Chaozong. What we can't get should not fall into Feng Lingbo's hands. Song Jiuming froze for a moment. How can Feng Lingbo be willing to give up? Tong Mo, your majesty is afraid of leaking information on Feng Lingbo's side. Why does Feng Lingbo not be afraid of leaking information on your majesty's side? The only difference is that your majesty has to take care of Dian's world and does not want to see Dian's internal chaos to foreign enemies. You can take advantage of it. But Feng Lingbo has no such worries. This is the so-called barefoot who is not afraid of wearing shoes, so that Feng Lingbo has no fear. If the Shang dynasty can be resolved in one fell swoop, it will be good to appease Feng Lingbo. He didn't lose anything. If he missed, Feng Lingbo didn't dare to fight back. It's not good for him to reveal the secret, but His Majesty doesn't dare to force him a second time. Song Jiuming thought slightly and nodded, understanding what it meant. Once Feng Lingbo mistakenly believed that the emperor could use it to deal with it repeatedly. Feng Lingbo could not bear it and could not bear it. If he found that the thing had no threatening effect on the emperor, he must jump the wall. It is Dian's unbearable weight. He said slowly, so there's only one chance to do it. Tong Mo nodded. Yes, there's only one chance. Nanzhou Jianshifu, above the pavilion in the pavilion and water pavilion, Zhou Shouxian, who was standing on the fence with the Jinpao jade belt, was silent. A bearded Xing-yi strong man quickly climbed into the pavilion, walked to Zhou Shouxian and arched his hand and said, I don't know what to do if the state animal husbandry recruits me. Zhou Shouxian put down his hand, pacing back into the cabinet behind his negative hand. Strike something. Xing-yi strong man followed closely. Zhou Mu but said no matter what. Zhou Shouxian pondered. Your Majesty has a purpose. www.untilnovel.com. Shang Dynasty sect can't stay. Asked me to execute him. Yin Duo followed his thoughts and said, I heard that Shang Chaozong became Feng Lingbo's son-in-law. If he wanted to move, wouldn't he want to launch an army offensive? Dian's current situation, it seems wrong to tear up Feng Lingbo's face, right? When the frontier army moves, those who have their own troops in various places are afraid that they will be eager to move. If the spark is not good, it will become a prairie trend. In addition, the neighboring countries will be watching. It is very likely that the situation will enter the chaos. Is this the right way to do this? Zhou Shouxian stopped. Because he didn't want to tear his face with Feng Lingbo, His Majesty was secretly ordered to secretly execute the Shang dynasty. So I recruited you. Snatched the temptation. Assassination? Zhou Shouxian did not deny it and added, just received the news that Shang Chaozong and his party have arrived in the territory of Qingshan County, accompanied by 1,000 cavalry and 4,000 soldiers, and more than 30 monks sent by Tianyuman to them as the leader. It is Bai Yao of Tianyuman. Bai Yao. Yin Duo froze for a moment, and then smiled bitterly. Bai Yao is one of the handsome men of Tianyuman, a master on the Dambang list. He once destroyed a martial art with one person, and there were 30 other fellows to assist. There are thousands of siege horses that can make people feel as if they are trapped in mud and water. State animal husbandry. IMHO, in this case, you can be absolutely sure of killing the target, unless the master of the infant period, at least it must be the top 10 on the list. Only masters are possible. Zhou Shouxian. The master of the Yuan infant period does not ask the world. Even if your Majesty comes out personally, you may not be able to move, and the top 10 masters of the Dambang will not be involved in this matter for no reason. As for other martial arts people, Tianyuman shocked, I dare not easily fight it. Yin Duo understood it, so he asked him for this loose repair and sighed, Zhou Mu, not my resignation, but limited ability, can't do it. I'm afraid that the state's major event. He also knows the consequences of refusing Zhou Shouxian. You are asking for benefits under the hands of others, but refuse to come forward in case of trouble. How can there be such a good thing in this world? In the future, will it be possible to get benefits under the hands of others? Also, after this incident was passed on, other forces would not dare to hire him. Who would use such a person if he retreated in case of accident? The consequences are not so serious, which is equal to the prospect of self-destruction, but he knows better that he see it ain't do it all, and running is to die. Although he was also a monk of Jindan, he knew that he was not Bai Yao's opponent, let alone the Tianyuman behind Bai Yao. Tianyuman could not let him go after the incident. Yuman rolled his face. He had so much courage to repair it, and he was almost impatient. Rejecting Zhou Shouxian may ruin the future, but at least he saved his life. As long as he is still alive, everything is still possible. If he dies, he will have nothing. If he can say, please ask Gao Ming, it means that he knows that he can't give Zhou Shouxian. Without Zhou Shouxian driving him away, he will go by himself. Zhou Shouxian waved his hand and persuaded him. Listen to the end of my speech first, not to let you go alone. I have secretly tuned 10,000 elite soldiers in advance to ambush on the imperial road of the Shang dynasty. 10 monks listened to your call, including Jin Dan Shui's package. You have 10 people in it. No matter the number of soldiers or the number of monks are better than the other, the people and Bai Yao who are holding the broad county should not be a problem. There should be enough opportunity for you to solve the Shang dynasty. Stunned for a moment. 10,000 elite soldiers, 50 monks, and 10 golden monks in it, just to kill a Shang dynasty sect. The lineup is not huge, but a little scrutiny. If you do this, you are sure. But after thinking about it, he still felt ashamed and said, Zhou Mu, forgive sins. S intention was still rejected. The key issue was still at Tianyuan. He had a family and a small family. A single repair could not make Tianyuan. Zhou Shouxian narrowed his eyes slightly. His tone slowly said, strictly seized. Hasn't Zhou treated you badly in these years? Zhou Mahuan, in the future will be a graphic report. Never say anything, say goodbye. Yin Duo arched his hand, turned around, and left. Zhou Shouxian shouted, not in a hurry. There is something for you to see, and it's not too late to go after seeing it. Two people flashed into the attic and stood beside him. It was his personal mage, walked up to the stairway, and took a certain figure, slowly turned around, keeping a high degree of vigilance, and worry that the other party would kill him and kill his mouth. Who knows that Zhou Shouxian left two things at his disposal, grabbed 5 fingers, and grabbed them in his palm. After only a glance, his face changed suddenly, and he suddenly looked up and said, Zhou Mu, what do you mean? Received 2 pieces of jade pendant, which others didn't know, but he was familiar and could no longer be familiar. It was the jade pendant on his wife and daughter. Zhou Shouxian sneered in his heart, usually provided resources to keep up, turn around immediately when something happened. How can there be such a good thing? When I am here, you can come and go where you want to go. However, on the surface, it was calm and calm. Relax, madam, and Ling like it. I have some beautiful places in Nanzhou. Some people accompanied them to go to the mountains and waters. They are in a happy and cheerful mood. They don't know anything. When Brother Yin returns, since he and his family are reunited with the United States and the United States, they will not be shocked. This is clearly taking his wife and daughter as hostages, and clearly warned him not to toast or eat fine wine. Severe seizures can be described as full of anger. I wish I could rush up and take Zhou Shouxian as a hostage to exchange my wife and daughter. Then look at the guards around the other party to know that people are already prepared, that they basically have no chance of success. The matter was plain. He didn't agree, let alone his wife's and daughter's lives. He was afraid that he wouldn't want to get out easily. Thinking again and again, he had to suppress his anger and said in a deep voice, I do not know which school of disciples the 50 monks are. Zhou Shouxian, like you, they are all self-repairing. They don't know what to do for now. In order to avoid leaking wind, this kind of thing should not be too public. Is it all loose repair? Strictly robbed Shan. Zhou Mu, after confirming that they know the situation, dare to do something with the people of Tianyuan? Zhou Shouxian. The people gathered are all measured and will not be recruited indiscriminately. Before you start, you show them something, they will naturally listen to you. The person on his right took another bag from behind and threw it over. Strictly grabbed the hand, opened the bag, and looked at it. There were various debris, such as jade and hairpins, and, at a glance, they understood that the monks were just like him. I have pinched the weaknesses of so many monks in his hands. It is not what ordinary people can do. He can think of it, and it must be the secret of the people in those schools. I am afraid that there are more than 1 or 2 schools. The men in the martial arts dare not totally tear their faces away from Tianyuan, but afraid of being retaliated by Tianyuan, they force them to do such a thing. Zhou Mu is really a good way. Yin Duo Lung hummed and exaggerated. The ruler of food, the thing of loyalty to the king. Your Majesty has a purpose, to be a courtier's free bow. Zhou Shouxian replied with a low eyebrow. Regardless of the ridicule of the other party, his eyebrows were raised, and the true color reminded. The ugly words are ahead. All the hands-on people must hide their identities. Whether this matter succeeds or fails, it has nothing to do with the court or with me. Strictly snatched. Don't tell the state animal husbandry not to follow. Zhou Shouxian. Don't make a stop. Start immediately, and go to a place where someone will meet you to ambush. Obviously, We will not tell you all the arrangements." The words fell, and a person beside him walked to Yinda and reached out his hand to ask, "Brother Yin, please." Strictly grabbed Zhou Shouxian's arched hands, turned around and strode away, still irritated in his eyes. Snapped. An audible arrow rushed out of the mountain forest, exploded in the sky. Alarm. Immediately afterwards, the security personnel at the rear discovered that the arrows were quickly blasted again, and one after another the warning signal went up to the hinterland where the Shangqing sect was located. Dong dong dong. The alarm bell is ringing. Enemy attack. The alarm bell, which had not sounded for many years, sounded, and the disciples in the mountain houses of the Shangqing sect rushed out and gathered. Tang Yi, Luo Yuangong, Su Pe, Tang Su Su, and a group of disciples of the Shangqing sect gathered in an open space, looking at each direction solemnly towards the direction of the police signal. After Song Yanqing's accident, what the senior officials of Shangqing Zone had been worried about seemed to finally come. Did indeed come. A group of monks came from the back of the mountain and flew over the treetops above the green forest. From time to time, they could hear the fighting and the consequences of the guardian disciples' slight resistance. Sinner. Tang Susu gritted his teeth and scolded. Luo Yuangong and others knew who she was scolding, except for Song Shu, who should have no one else. In fact, they all believed that Song Yanqing's death caused the Song family's revenge. As everyone knows, the Song family was initially afraid of certain reasons and did not intend to start against the Qing dynasty, but just wanted to show some colors. The Qing dynasty suffered purely under the general game. It was not the Song family, but other things. People do not want to see the Shangqing sect continue to exist. For some people, destroying the Qing sect is just a matter of words. It's Luxian Zong. Luo Yuangong's tone was heavy. Can clearly see the outline of the raid. At least thousands of people flew by, and everyone carried two meniscus-like moon wheels. Now, Tang Yi, the head of the team, took the lead and pulled out the sword. His expression was dignified. The sound of pulling the sword sounded, and they were all ready to fight. There are thousands of people the other party can see, and only a few hundred people can be displayed by the entire Shangqing sect. Now if they retreat, it is no different from defeat, and they will face a brutal chase. A retreat is equivalent to throwing them to death. Not to mention how many people the other party ambushed in secret. The other party's raid now only reacted. It was too late. Either throw a small number of people to break through or fight to the end. Although the Shangqing zone was down, it was impossible to get rid of the disciples and escape before the end of the battle. However, some disciples couldn't bear the pressure. Seeing the enemy coming, some people stepped back slowly, a little back, and suddenly turned their heads and ran. One person fled, instantly shaking the morale of a dead battle, and dozens of others came to escape, desperately fleeing into the depths of the mountain forest. Traitor! Luo Yuangong looked back and shivered with rage. Tang Yi, who looked back, was full of grief and indignation, and deeply realized that the taste of the sect of the Qing dynasty was down. The hearts of the people really dissipated. The enemy came and did not think about defending the enemy. How could she be in charge of this? However, at this time, the current enemy is not the time to disperse the effort to clean up the portal. Otherwise, it is self-disruption. www.untilnovel.com can only let those disciples escape. Thousands of Luxianzong successively took off, and the disciples of Luxianzong, headed by the elder Wu Xiaohuan, quickly formed a half-moon-shaped formation and surrounded the disciples of the Shangqingzong. Luo Yuangong waved his sword and shouted, "Wu Xiaohuan, I have no grievances between Shangqing Zone and your immortal ancestors. Why did I break into my mountain gate?" Wu Xiaohuan said calmly, "Brother Luo, there's a virtuous person living in the Lingshan treasure land. Such a person as the Shangqing sect, occupying such a good place, is it a bit too much? It should be reasonable to enjoy enough after so many years of enjoyment. I do not want to embarrass the Emperor Qingzong. As long as the Emperor Qingzong promises to send me the Lingshan treasure land, I will let you go immediately." It is not an exaggeration to say that the place occupied by the Qing dynasty is the treasure land of Lingshan. The Kaishan ancestor of the Qing dynasty, is the Great Yin Kingdom. The location of the Zomen site is naturally superior in the territory of Yin Kingdom. However, for the Qing dynasty, the ancestors were buried in the place where the ancestors were. If the ancestral inheritance that has been passed down for so many years was handed over, there will be no face in the practice circle. Conditions. People mention this condition is clearly to find fault. I want to be the first to see if you are ordered to get it. Tang Yi, the head of the shop, screamed and smirked. Wu Xiaohuan sneered. This one should be the head of Tang? It seems that the Qing dynasty is really no one. Actually let a yellow-haired girl as the head. Really exhausted. In my opinion. Roar. A roar that shook the forest echoed. Was shocked, and everyone looked around. I saw a fierce beast resembling a lion instead of a lion roaring up in the sky above the mountain on one side, and his golden hair was shiny and golden in the sun. Golden hair, roar. Someone was surprised. Luxianzong, many man-made discoloration. Seeing this fierce beast, the person who knows the goods thinks of a person, the previous generation of the sect. The witch's mount is a rare golden roar. Later, the witch was entangled with a disciple of Qingzong's sect, and the love was inseparable. So he was killed, and the disciple of Shankingzong was expelled from the teacher because of the witch. After, the rare golden hair roar followed the sect of the Qing dynasty. Combined with the past, when a rare golden hair roar appeared in the Shangqing sect, it was no accident. Those who knew the goods probably knew that the demon ridge came. Just now, the menacing Luxianzong's face became ugly, and it seemed that they didn't expect it. Looking at the domineering and standing Jin Mao roar on the top of the golden glitter, Tang Susu's face is also a bit ugly, because she hates Jin Maoho's master. Golden Maoho appeared at this time. It appeared at the most critical time of the Shangqing sect. Luo Yuangong's expression was very complicated, and his mood was equally complicated. Master Uncle, Tang Yi whispered to herself. It was really unexpected, and she was very surprised. The person she admired since childhood did not let her down. Su Po's eyes also flashed a beam of joy. He did not dare to guarantee that the man could come. Just let Lord try. He did not expect that the man really came. Obviously, the man should have arrived long ago, and had been waiting near the Shangqing sect. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so coincident that it just happened when the Shangqing sect encountered a great disaster. The alarm bell sounded. I heard that the Shangqing sect was in difficulty and had been waiting near the Shangqing sect. With his heart alone, Su Pu was very relieved, and he was very emotional. Brother, you can glance at the spirit of the heavens, or brother, you have a good eye, All three disciples are good. Some people only know that this golden hair roar is a strange animal recorded in a strange animal. The ancient relics are now very rare. I don't know why they appear here, and I don't know the internal cause. Wu Xiaohuan's face was tight and ugly. Looking around, he didn't see the master of Jin Maoho, but after exchanging glances with his left and right brothers, he knew that he shouldn't act lightly anymore. The Demon Ridge is a famous lunatic swept through dozens of martial arts with one-person strength, and all of them are not small martial arts. The 9th-ranked master on the Danbang list is not something Lu Xianzong can afford. I never imagined that the abandoned man who was expelled from the division of the Shangqing sect would actually come to the top of the Qing sect. As soon as the Golden Mao roar appeared, Wu Xiaohuan would not dare to make it again. Otherwise, it would provoke Lu Xianzong to destroy the door. Whoa, there's no such thing as an upset now. Wu Xiaohuan's hands were joined together. Shun said, "Go." Some disciples of Lu Xianzong were surprised. What happened? The momentum came, and all the harsh words were said, and nothing was done. Just go back like this? But the other elders waved to say hello and evacuated immediately, and their faces were obviously dignified. Here, the Xinzong people had just turned around one after another, and Tang Yi, who was looking around the hills at once, looked down and suddenly screamed, "Stop it for me." The man came. She had confidence. Following the steps of the Luxianzong people, Wu Xiaohuan and others turned around, and Wu Xiaohuan said in a deep voice, It is my Luxianzong who has no eyes and offends the noble faction. Tang, he said sharply. Crash me to the Qingzong mountain gate, kill me disciples at Shoshan Mountain, and pass a sentence of conviction? Wu Xiaohuan stopped talking and finally pulled out a lunar wheel from behind, stretched out an arm, and waved the lunar wheel with the other hand. One arm was broken and flew out to the ground. Brother! Several elders of Luxianzong exclaimed, stepped forward to help him, shot acupuncture points for him, and stopped the blood spewing out of madness. The disciples of the unknown immortals were shocked. The disciples of the immortals used 2 wheels and abolished 1 arm, which was tantamount to abolishing half of their strength. What could make Elder Jindan break his arm? Slightly pale, Wu Xiaohuan shook his left and right brothers, bowed to the Shanqing sect, and Bao Tzu said that he turned away, and his disciples Lu Xianzong, who was surprised and uncertain, quickly followed him and quickly evacuated. Many Lu Xianzong disciples have realized what they are, and they all looked at the majestic golden hair roar on the top of the mountain. The turning point of the incident is after the appearance of this golden hair roar. Someone must think about it after going back. What's going on? A group of disciples of the Qing dynasty watched the disciples of Lu Xian clan retreat, and then looked at the broken arm left by Wu Xiaohuan's self-indemnity. Some people were stunned and dazed, unable to understand what was going on, and some people had complicated expressions. Seeing the disciples of Lu Xianzong go away, roar. The golden hair roar on the top of the mountain roared back to the sky again, and the voice reverberated in the mountain forest. Then the golden hair roar slowly turned back with a strong posture, flicking its tail and disappearing on the mountaintop. Tang Yi suddenly flew up, and a body fell like 100 feet, flying straight to the top of the mountain where the golden hair roar disappeared. Master, come back! Tang Susu growled angrily. She knew who Tang Yi wanted to go to. She was about to chase her to persuade Tang Yi back. Luo Yuangong on the side grabbed her by the arm and held her. Luo Yuangong knew how much she hated that person and sighed. Sister, anyway, he helped Shang Qingzong resolve a big disaster, and Yu Qingyu should thank others. Tang Susu's old face was tight and tight. Dang Yi ignored Tang Susu's roar and flew over the top of the mountain. The flying golden roar galloped to the ground in the mountains and forests, and the figure did not flash in the depths of the jungle. Tang immediately flashed and chasing the direction where golden roar disappeared. After a moment, I saw a golden roar that was shaking with a golden hair beside a mountain stream. There was a sloppy man on the big rock beside Shijin. He sat down with his legs bent, holding a wine jar and pouring wine into his mouth. That's right, not drinking, but pouring wine into the mouth. The wine splashed on his face, and the splash of the golden hair roar splashed on him, maybe even splashed into his mouth. No matter what, he continued to drink his own. Put down the wine jar and belched, looking at Tang Yi, who was in front of him, and smiled slightly. Goodbye to this person. Tang Yi is unbelievable. The impression that the poetry song confers a slick man in white clothes like Xiefeng godlike jade was so sloppy. The messy hair is covered with grass scraps, and it seems to have lain in a haystack. Messy, the beard and the smudges on his face prove that I haven't washed my face in a long time. The clothes on my body should not be the true color, but have not been washed for a long time and turned into a dark and light black. Remembered the situation when the other party taught himself to learn when he was young, and then compared with the current situation of the other party, Tang, he didn't know what to say. This is the most talented disciple of Shang Qingzong. This is the most promising heir of the last Qingzongzong. How many people of Shankingzong put the great hope of revitalizing Shankingzong on him? But he fell in love with the woman she loved, the man and the devil, or the sage of the devil, was eventually expelled from the teacher. Tang Yi heard about his deeds later, and is worthy of the people she admired since childhood, and it is worthy of being recognized and optimistic by so many people from the upper and lower sects of the Qing dynasty. He also has a place in the hands. After her father Tang Mu took over, she often heard her father sigh and said that it was a pity for the 3 younger brothers. If he didn't go into the evil path, he wouldn't be able to do it for him. In Tang Yi's mind, this character who should be in the world and smiling at the scene did not expect that the uncle of Fengshen Ryu would be so sloppy. Is it worth it for a witch? Master Uncle. Tang Yi summoned the courage to call. Sloppy man hiccuped again, shook his head and smiled. Girl, there is no your uncle here. You can't shout. Tang Yi still affirmed. Uncle Xie saved the Qing dynasty from danger. The sloppy man patted the 2 wine jars next to him. My father and I, and Donghua Haoran, buried the altar wine in this mountain and had some appointments to drink together after a few years. I heard that both your father and Donghua Haoran, after passing away, I thought of this wine, but I was still there. I ran to see it, but it was still there. Good wine, good wine. I came here to find wine, but I didn't help Shanqing Zong. I do ain't care. You think too much. Seeing that the other party did not admit it, Tang did not argue with it, and said, the situation of Shanqing Zong is very difficult today. The name of the uncle is shocking, and it is precisely the trust that Shanqing Zong desperately needs. The sloppy man didn't pick up this stubble. You reading books www.ukensha.com smiled and asked, Girl, I heard that you're married? When it comes to marrying a person, Tang Yiduan is embarrassed, and one of them is really difficult to tell. I have no long things, and I have nothing to give you. Give me a good wine buried for 30 years to give you a gift. The sloppy man swept his sleeves, and the wine shouted out. Tang Yi received it and was a little silent, patting the dirt on it gently, not knowing if this wine was buried by his father. The sloppy man held the wine jar and refilled. He said, Donghua Haoran's crow mouth, he once said that I am not the same as my name, and eventually changed. I don't want to be a decree. Your husband has heard that it is him close disciples, right? Although he was a dying student, he was a bit hasty, but he would take his disciples indiscriminately. There must be a reason for him to do so. If he can recover, he might as well find a way to reconcile. Talked about getting up and raise another wine jar, stood up and sat on the golden playing roar. Seeing that he was leaving, Tang Yi hurriedly shouted, Uncle Master, do you really want to see the Shanqing sect fall down? The past is over, and there is no way to look back. There is no yesterday in front of everyone, only tomorrow. The Shanqing Zong has reached the point where it is today. It is useless to keep it up. It will only get worse. Girl, you are not stupid. No matter what you do as a leader, since you're already the leader, don't stop being promised. Don't hesitate when you want to show your courage, and face it bravely according to your own ideas. Otherwise, the Shanqing sect wants you. What's the use of this head? Let's go. The sloppy man left a few words with his back to his face. After the words were finished, the golden hair roar under the seat suddenly spread his limbs and ran in the stream, up against the current, and stirred up the water all the way and ran away. The person sitting on the back drunk his head in the splashing water, just like the stamen in a blooming flower, away. When Tang Yi came back, the gathered disciples seemed to have dispersed, and Luo Yuangong, Supa, and Tang Susu were still waiting. Seeing that she came back from holding the altar in the mountains, Tang Susu's face suddenly fell, and there was a seizure on the spot. Is he for you? Tang Yi's eyes met her with unprecedented seriousness, but Tang Susu calmed down a lot. This wine is probably buried by his father in the mountain. Tang, he said lightly. Tang Susu kept talking. She wanted to tell Tang Yi to throw away what the man gave, but it might be Tang Mu's relic, but she couldn't say it. Supa glanced in the direction of her coming and tried to ask, Master, what about others? Tang Yi sighed. He refused to stay and left. Tang Susu snorted. Shang Qingzong scum, because he still has a face to set foot in Shangzong's territory. If he wasn't the brother in charge of protecting the short, then there is his life. Don't talk about this useless, angry words. Brother Luo Yuangong shouted, and then said to Tang Yi again, Master, he came forward to shock him. It is estimated that no one would dare to find the trouble of the Qing dynasty in the short term. Now what we have to do is clean up the portal. The dozens of former defectors have already sent people to chase. This vast mountain is difficult to find an estimate for a while. Please also ask the head to give orders and notify the outside world of dark lines. Once found, immediately to inform, it is better to send people to eradicate these traitors in time. Tang Yidao said, "These traitors are gone. They don't want to share troubles with the teachers, and it is useless to stay. Among them, there may be external eyeliners. After this, it may not be a bad thing. Maybe they will be blessed by disaster and bury the outside world on it." Qingzong's inside line was cleared. This is to let the three elders nod or acquiesce. Indeed, it is unlikely that the eyeliner ambushing outside will be in trouble with the Shanqing sect. It is very likely that they will escape under pressure beforehand. It's just that all three people seem to have noticed a trace of abnormality from Tang Yi. Usually Tang Yi looks at the opinions formulated by their three elders. In this case, Tang Yi seems to be standing in the position of the head to consider things. Take the initiative to express opinions. Tang Susu said with hate, "Never be forgiving of these traitors." Tang, the traitor can't let go, but now is not the time to spend his main energy on it. As Elder Luo said, the man came forward to help us deter us. No one should dare to move to Qingzong in the short term, but it is only for a short period of time, so we should take advantage of this gap to make due preparations. Notify the disciples who are seeking to come back. As for the traitors, I should speak to the practitioners of Shangqingzong to expose these traitors and let them notorious, increasing the difficulty for them to gain a foothold in the outside world, and it is not too late to find opportunities afterwards. It is not too late. In addition, Song Shu, I announced in the name of the head, Song Shu pointed out that his son's murder of the same cattle is not right. The gate also colluded with Lu Xianzong to attack the gate of the master, and should be included in the list of traitors who bully the master and destroy the ancestor, so that everyone in the world will spurn it. The three elders froze. Add Song Shu to the list of bullying the teacher and destroying the ancestor? The three did not think it should be wrong. Saying that collusion with Lu Xianzong to bully the master and destroy the ancestor was not an exaggeration. It's just that Tang Susu instructed Song Yanqing to do it, and now it is pushed to Song Shu's head. However, with the raid by Lu Xianzong and the preemptive release of a statement here, it was the first to seize people. I was afraid that no one could believe Song Shu's argument. The method is a good way, and Tang Susu was also picked out. In the future, what Tang Es remarks about the leader will be spread outside. I am afraid that outsiders will think that the Song family is retaliating. This approach made Tang Susu a little uncomfortable and looked at Tang Yi slightly softly. He found that his pro-niece was a pro-niece, and he spent all his effort to support the position of the head. After all, it was still to her grandmother. The family is a family. In short, all three realized that Tang Yi had a significant change in his speech. Luo Yuangong pondered, "Master, this method is good. Only in this way." He completely tore his face with the Song family. The Song family can obviously retaliate. In the future, it is difficult for the Shangqing zone to establish a foothold in Yin Kingdom. I have my own decision. Tang Yi looked up to the direction of the Qing Palace. Her eyes were full of unprecedented firmness, holding the wine jar away from several people, and throwing a sentence. "Fragrance to Grandpa." Fragrance to Grandpa? The three elders were stunned and looked at each other, but they could only keep up with it. Whenever incensed the ancestors, they could overdo it. No one could refuse. And his party came to the Shangqing Palace. The Tang Yi wine altar was set aside. He walked in front of the seated statue of the grandfather and ancestor, lit the 3 incense sticks, and stepped back 3 steps. The 3 elders also stepped forward and burned incense separately, and then went back to stand in a row behind Tang Yi, admiring the ancestral master's holy face together. Tang Yi, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly knelt down slowly and suddenly performed this big gift, making the back 3 stunned. Kneeling patriarch is nothing, but usually such a big ceremony is only performed during the ceremony or when something happens. Kneel down, even the head of the team. Although the 3 men were tall, they had to kneel down with the head of the team. Tang Yi, holding the incense in both hands, looked up at the sitting image and said sincerely, "The grandfather is on the top, the ancestors are on the past. The 11th generation of the Qing sect is the head of the Tang dynasty. It is difficult to extricate themselves, and they all blame the disciples for their incompetence. Today, when the Shangqing sect is alive and dead, the disciples swear under the seat of the ancestors and ancestors of the past, they will do their utmost to revitalize the Shangqing sect. Bless, said three bowed to the ground. The three behind are all moving. Everyone knows that the sect of the Qing dynasty has fallen to its present state. The 3 feet of freezing is not a day of cold, and it is absolutely not to blame Tang Yi alone, but Tang Yi is in front of his ancestor. Master's face alone took all responsibility. The 3 looked at each other and followed Qi Xiang's head. Before Tang Yi got up, Sanyuk Xiang inserted into the altar censer and slowly backed away. After the 3 elders also got incense and returned, she turned to face the 3 people and looked back and forth with serious eyes. Asked, "What is the situation of the 3 elders in Shang Qingzong's current situation?" The 3 of them were silent. How could there be any good way out of the predicament? Luo Yuangong tried to ask, "But what do you think?" Tang Yi, "There is no good way, but you can't stay here and watch the death of the Shangqing sect, and you can't stay here and wait for death. If this is the case, I'll be the ancient sinner of the Shangqing sect." The term eternal sinner is a bit serious, which makes the 3 people look dignified because it is not impossible to say so. It really made Shang Qingzong fall in the hands of their generation and facelessly face the ancestors of the past. In fact, it is entirely possible. Luo Yuangong, if you have anything to say, you may wish to make it clear. Tang Yi, I don't need to say more about the current situation of the Shang Qingzong. Even if no one kills the door, we are also cut off from the conditions for seeking cultivation resources. The Song family should not provide us with cultivation resources anymore. So go on. I broke the supply. How to explain to the following disciples? What is the heart of the people? I am afraid that when the time is gone, not only those people before, but the entire Shangqing sect completely disintegrated. And why should we clean the portal? I want to temporarily abandon Zhongmen and lead the disciples of Shangqing Zhong to go to other places to seek cultivation resources in order to revitalize. Luo Yuangong and Su Po's eyes widened together. Tang Su, like a cat with a stomped tail, screamed, "Your Majesty's head actually wants to give up Zomen Zuting. Have you ever thought about letting the world think of you? The world's people will laugh at your incompetence. Have you thought about it? The bones of Grandpa Patriarch and past ancestors are buried between the mountains and rivers, including your father. Are you left to trample on them? How can you say this in front of Grandpa Patriarch and past princes?" Dian Wangzong's words. There was a word she didn't say. Her husband and her son were also buried here. How could she let outsiders lay down the graves of her son and her husband? And some of the skeletons of the predecessors were rotted into slag. Even if you want to dig out and move to the burial, there is no way to move it. What's the point of moving only part of it? The fact is indeed the same. As Lu Xianzong said, the Shangqing sect occupied the Lingshan treasure. As long as the Shangqing zone left, someone would take it immediately. It is easy to leave. With Shangqing zone as current ability, it is difficult to get it back again. You gave it up, you didn't want it. Why do you want people to move and return it to you? Tang Yi retorted. If there is no one who maintains the Shangqing sect, www.mtlnovel.com, how to protect this ancestral court, is not the same as to be occupied. As long as the Shangqing sect can be revitalized, as long as the Shangqing Wenzong has strength, there will naturally be a day to regain it. I do not want to watch the tombs of Grandpa Patriarch and past princes insulted, but this is the price that must be paid to revitalize the Qing sect. Otherwise, I have to wait and die. I think Grandpa Patriarch and past masters can understand us. You, Tang Su waved his sleeves at Tang Yi and smiled angrily. Okay, for the time being, you are right, but you should ask the head of the old man. Although Dian Kingdom is big, where can we go? Can you tell me where I can go? Is it necessary to learn from Yu Dao and run to Fenglingbo? Tang Yi Dao, in the face of the plight of the Qing dynasty, I have thought about it day and night. I learned that the Shang dynasty had been accepted by Feng Lingbo. I did think about the possibility of going to Feng Lingbo. However, it was wrong. Feng Lingbo could accept it. The Shang dynasty ancestors did not necessarily accept my Shang dynasty ancestors. Feng Lingbo's acceptance of the Shang dynasty sect was already under pressure. Tai Yuman had to post a post in the practice circle to explain it. Putting it all together, it is estimated that Tai Yuman is also reluctant to bear it. Even if the other party can bear it, Feng Lingbo's power is still a little smaller, and he can't see what he has the ability to expand at present. He has no strength and court strength in contrast. The Dayan kingdom itself is in the midst of wind and rain, facing the possibility of being disintegrated and divided by the countries at any time, and Feng Lingbo's forces are difficult to resist if they face such a big trend. So no matter which princes are in this Dayan, not suitable for my long-term development in the Qing dynasty. Tang Susu said sarcastically, "Is it possible that the head of the Qing dynasty would like to lead the Shangqing sect to another country? There are all sorts of xenophobia, and the forces of other countries will not easily accommodate the presence of forces from other countries. Tang, I'm going to take people to the north and go to Dayan rebel Xiao Dingyun." Fled to Xiao Dingyun? The three were shocked at the same time. Tang Yi continued. Xiao Dingyun was originally Ning Wang's old ministry, originally Ning Wang's general, and I also had a trip to Shangqing Zone. However, the imperial court cleansed Ning Wang's forces, forcing Xiao Dingyun to have to treason switch, leading the enemy army to kill Dayan attack the city. Now that Xiao Dingyun has become an enemy of the enemy, the land of a state that could be occupied is originally the old country of Yin. Relatively speaking, Xiao Dingyun's status in South Korea is relatively independent, and the school behind him was once within the territory of Yin. As for the practice school, we went to run, and it was easier to be accepted. Secondly, Xiao Dingyun took up a lot of land and expanded a large number of people, and his men really needed the help of reliable monks. And our situation, Xiao Dingyun should know one or two. Plus, Shangqing Zone once had some friendships with him. I think we're going to surrender, and the possibility of being accepted should be relatively large. Tang Susu was a little stunned and immediately pointed at her with a sleeve, and he said furiously, "Who made you do this? Did the traitor named Zhao teach you to do this?" Luo Yuangong and Su Pejing frowned to think about the feasibility of what Tang Yi said. Hearing this and looking up at Tang Yi, they were all suspicious. After being reminded by Tang Susu, they were also a bit doubtful about the Demon Ridge. Yes, because the master of today's style is very different from usual. Tang Yi shook his head and said, "Elder Tang thought much. No one gave me advice. I thought about it myself. I had this idea long ago, but I never said it." Tang Susu waved a big hand. "Impossible. You grew up watching me. You can never do such a number of forgotten sect, but it is in line with the style of Zhao Thief." Tang Yi sighed and slowed his tone a bit. "I know that because of the death of Grandpa and Uncle, you always remember to hate him and wish to kill him, but I can swear in the presence of Grandpa Master, by no means he taught yes. This is indeed my personal thought." Tang Susu's face was twisted for a while, and he suddenly said with a voice, "I am against throwing the teacher and discarding the ancestor." Meng turned around. "Two brothers, do you also want to throw the teacher and discard the ancestor?" The hat of throw the teacher and discard the ancestor was a little big, which made Luo Yuangong and Supa stop talking. Tang Yi's eyes flashed with determination, and the hard words rushed up. "Elder Tang, please take care of yourself. Are you the leader, or am I the leader?" "You?" Tang Susu pointed at her and almost came up with a sentence. "If it wasn't for me to help you, can you be the master?" She pointed over, but Tang Yi came up with a token to meet the past. It was the token of the master. I, as the master, officially announced the purpose of the law and immediately removed Tang Susu from the position of Qingzong law enforcement elder and degraded to the disciples of law. The elders of law enforcement will be held by the head of the law. Luo Yuangong and Su Po were stunned. They didn't expect to see this scene. They didn't expect Tang Yi, a gentle and beautiful woman, to have such a big temper today. She would be so hard-topped that Tang Susu was always quiet and clever in front of Tang Susu. Tang Susu was obviously also shocked. Is this his nephew? This is the family who helped him up? Luo Yuangong persuaded. The head of the master is angry. Elder Tang has his own ideas and expresses his own opinions. It is only a family statement, which is for reference only. Don't use this kind of vigorous work. Please take the master back to life. Tang Yiming turned his eyes and stared at him, and the head token also showed him, Elder Luo, I do not know that the head of the head token is not counted in the Qing dynasty. Luo Yuangong and Yin Yuesa comforted. Naturally, it's arithmetic, but this matter can't be impulsive and reckless to make a decision. Tang, since counting, then according to the rules, the head has the power to arbitrarily. If everyone thinks that the head is wrong, the upper and lower sects can collectively remove the head. As long as more than 80% of the people agree to the removal, my palm the door can be replaced. Now I insist on issuing the head of the law and lifting Tang Susu's position as the law enforcement elder. If anyone thinks that I have done something wrong, I can summon the disciples of the upper and lower sects of the Qing dynasty to dismiss the head. In short, my rule of law will not be taken back. Either Tang Susu's law enforcement elders will be lifted, or my ruler will be dismissed, and it is up to the disciples of Shang Qing Zone to decide. Luo Yuangong and Supa twitched, but I didn't expect this gentle and beautiful woman to be so ruthless today. She wanted to take the position of the head to stiff Tang Susu's law enforcement elders from stepping down. Although the grandfather set the rules for the removal of the head for future generations, it was also to avoid that someone would endanger the entire Qing sect. The Shangqing sect had never recalled the leader. This rule for removing the leader is not unreasonable. Once more than 80% of the people in the door object to the leader, it means that the leader is already unpopular. If you continue to do so, you'll not be able to lead the Shangqing sect forward. As far as Tang Yi is concerned, she has long realized that Tang Susu is the biggest hindrance for her to exercise the power of the head. But there are some things she did not have the courage to do before. That is her grandmother. If she did, the reputation she assumed was imaginable. Some things can only be meditated in my head until I saw the man before and listened to what the man said. The Shangqing sect came to the point where it is today. It is useless to keep it up. It will only get worse and worse. Face it bravely. What's the use of Shangqing Zone to want you to be the master? It wasn't until she listened to the man's words that she made up her mind, but she still didn't want to tear her face off with Tang Susu and planned to put forward her opinion to try it out, hoping to persuade Tang Susu. As a result, Tang Susu did not eat this set and firmly opposed it. This also made her see clearly that some things could not be avoided and was about to face it, so she was determined to remove Tang Susu's obstacle and to lift Tang Susu's power. Okay, it's good. Okay, I don't want to do this law enforcement elder. Tang Susu laughed smirkingly in the sky, dreaming that she really stabbed her knife is the person he trusts most. The sadness in his heart is unknown, waving. Want to go, you go. I want to stay here. I will not do the thing of abandoning the teacher and the ancestor. Tang, he stared at her and said, we are all gone. Once someone comes to the door to find trouble, what can you change alone? Does it make sense to sacrifice? My grandma, I need your help. Tang Susu said with a smirk. Why do you say so grand? Crossing the river to demolish the bridge. Can you still use me to help? Tang Ying's lips stretched a bit, calmly said, if you don't go, you have to go. If you don't go, I will promulgate the rule of law to expel you from the Qing dynasty, and you will never step on the Qing dynasty. Tang Susu was angry. Why? Tang, is it enough for you to persuade Song Yanqing to ambush and kill the same disciples in Nanshan Temple? This matter, Luo Yuangong's mouth twitched, Su broke his eyelids, and the two found that the head had changed dramatically. You? Tang Susu pointed angrily, trembling with anger. She tried her best to help the other party to hold the position of the head, but did not want to be a painful weapon. Instead, it became a weapon for the other party to target her. This was unreasonable to her. A heart is cool. In the end, he smiled sorrowfully. The desire for power is fascinating, and turning your face ruthlessly, Tang, you will regret it one day. I regret it better than sitting here and wait for death. I have decided. If the decision is wrong, I will bear the responsibility and confess my responsibility as the leader. Tang, he looked at the other two. Who else is against migration? The silent Supa suddenly arched his hand and said, Supa follows the rule of the master. Luo Yuangong looked at the younger brother for a moment, but he did not expect that his younger brother was so cooperative. He fell into hesitation, and it was not a trivial matter to abandon the Zongmen Zuding, which would be ridiculed by the world. Tang, he stared at him scorchingly. Luo Yuangong finally sighed. At this point of the Shangqing sect, there seems to be no better way. He can only do it by hand. Strictly abide by the rule of law. Tang Yi sighed secretly and nodded. There is not much time left for us. We must seize the time to concentrate on the transfer of disciples and sneak in secret. On the way, we strictly control the contact of the disciples with the outside world to avoid leaking any wind. The real intention. In addition, I need a person to go to Beizhou to meet Xiao Dingyun first and negotiate the matter of surrender first, so as to avoid any unexpected occurrence. And I don't know who wants to go. These people in the hall, Luo Yuangong and Supa, knew that www.mtlnovel.com was nothing more than one of them. Tang Susu certainly couldn't count on it. Is Su Poxian's first archery. I met Xiao Dingyun a few times. It is considered familiar. I would like to go to Xiao Dingyun first and pave the way for the master to detect risks. Okay, don't break or stand, just set it. Tang, he finally set the tone, walked out of the Shangqing palace, and Su Pao walked out, stunned for a moment, only to see Han Han waiting outside. Tu Han came back. The two met. Supa smiled and said, It's a good job. There's something else to do. Follow me away. Zhao Xiongga of Demon Ridge? In the Song dynasty in the capital, Song Jiuming wandered in the courtyard, frowning, wondering. Has Zhao Xiongga been expelled from the Shangqing sect? It is said that he almost died in the Shangqing sect. It should be said that he should hate the Shangqing sect. Why? Also help Shangqing Zone get ahead? Lu, the housekeeper, said, This is unknown. The news from Lu Xianzong said that he could not afford Zhao Xiongga and repeatedly apologized to the master. Lu Xianzong's strength is indeed not to dare to provoke Zhao Xiongga. Song Jiuming waved his hand. Ziyu still has to stay with Xinzong, so don't embarrass them, lest Ziyu can't do it. If you want Xinzong to be good for Ziyu, you can say it yourself. After the matter was explained, I couldn't make it, and I was ain't good at making a difference. It is just that there are not many people that Zhao Xiongga dares to provoke. This kind of monk who knows nothing about heaven and earth is often forbidden by martial arts. Let Lu Xianzong keep the matter secret for the time being. Don't leak the news. You will contact another school to go to Shangqing Zone, and then try it out to explore the attitude of Zhao Xiongga. If he has to fight against it, then he has to find a way to look at it. Can someone be found to solve him? Yes, Lulu should get off.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.